Section 17 of A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis by Sigmund Freud. Translated by Granville Stanley Hall. Section 17. The Meaning of the Symptoms. In the last lecture, I explained to you that clinical psychiatry concerns itself very little with the form under which the symptoms appear or with the burden they carry, but that it is precisely here that psychoanalysis steps in and shows that the symptom carries a meaning and is connected with the experience of the patient. The meaning of neurotic symptoms was first discovered by J. Breuer in the study and felicitous cure of a case of hysteria, which has since become famous, 1880–82. It is true that P. Janet independently reached the same result. Literary priority must in fact be accorded to the French scholar, since Breuer published his observations more than a decade later, 1893–95, during his period of collaboration with me. On the whole, it may be of small importance to us who is responsible for this discovery, for you know that every discovery is made more than once, that none is made all at once, and that success is not meted out according to deserts. America is not named after Columbus. Before Breuer and Janet, the great psychiatrist Luret expressed the opinion that even for the deliria of the insane, if we only understood how to interpret them, a meaning could be found. I confess that for a considerable period of time I was willing to estimate very highly the credit due to P. Janet in the explanation of neurotic symptoms, because he saw in them the expression of subconscious ideas, idées inconscientes, with which the patients were obsessed. But since then, Janet has expressed himself most conservatively, as though he wanted to confess that the term subconscious had been for him nothing more than a mode of speech, a shift, une façon de parler, by the use of which he had nothing definite in mind. I now no longer understand Janet's discussions, but I believe that he has needlessly deprived himself of high credit. The neurotic symptoms, then, have their meaning, just like errors and the dream, and like these they are related to the lives of the persons in whom they appear. The importance of this insight into the nature of the symptom can best be brought home to you by way of examples. That it is borne out always and in all cases, I can only assert, not prove. He who gathers his own experience will be convinced of it. For certain reasons, however, I shall draw my instances not from hysteria, but from another fundamentally related and very curious neurosis concerning which I wish to say a few introductory words to you. This so-called compulsion neurosis is not so popular as the widely known hysteria. It is, if I may use the expression, not so noisily ostentatious, behaves more as a private concern of the patient, renounces bodily manifestations almost entirely, and creates all its symptoms psychologically. Compulsion neurosis and hysteria are those forms of neurotic disease by the study of which psychoanalysis has been built up, and in whose treatment as well the therapy celebrates its triumphs. Of these, the compulsion neurosis, which does not take that mysterious leap from the psychic to the physical, has, through psychoanalytic research, become more intimately comprehensible and transparent to us than hysteria, and we have come to understand that it reveals far more vividly certain extreme characteristics of the neuroses. The chief manifestations of compulsion neurosis are these. The patient is occupied by thoughts that in reality do not interest him, is moved by impulses that appear alien to him, and is impelled to actions which, to be sure, afford him no pleasure, but the performance of which he cannot possibly resist. The thoughts may be absurd in themselves or thoroughly indifferent to the individual, Often they are absolutely childish, and in all cases they are the result of strained thinking, which exhausts the patient, who surrenders himself to them most unwillingly. Against his will, he is forced to brood and speculate as though it were a matter of life or death to him. The impulses which the patient feels within himself may also give a childish or ridiculous impression, but for the most part they bear the terrifying aspect of temptations to fearful crimes, so that the patient not only denies them, but flees from them in horror and protects himself from actual execution of his desires through inhibitory renunciations and restrictions upon his personal liberty. As a matter of fact, he never, not a single time, carries any of these impulses into effect. The result is always that his evasion and precaution triumph. The patient really carries out only very harmless, trivial acts, so-called compulsive acts, for the most part repetitions and ceremonious additions to the occupations of everyday life, through which its necessary performances, going to bed, washing, dressing, walking, become long-winded problems of almost insuperable difficulty. The abnormal ideas, impulses, and actions are in no wise equally potent in individual forms and cases of compulsion neurosis. It is the rule, rather, that one or the other of these manifestations is the dominating factor and gives the name to the disease. That all these forms, however, have a great deal in common is quite undeniable. Surely this means violent suffering. I believe that the wildest psychiatric fantasy could not have succeeded in deriving anything comparable, and if one did not actually see it every day, one could hardly bring oneself to believe it. Do not think, however, that you give the patient any help when you coax him to divert himself, to put aside these stupid ideas and to set himself to something useful in the place of his whimsical occupations. This is just what he would like of his own accord, for he possesses all his senses, shares your opinion of his compulsion symptoms, in fact, volunteers it quite readily, but he cannot do otherwise. Whatever activities actually are released under compulsion neurosis are carried along by a driving energy, such as is probably never met with in normal psychic life. He has only one remedy, to transfer and change. In place of one stupid idea, he can think of a somewhat milder absurdity. He can proceed from one precaution and prohibition to another, or carry through another ceremonial. He may shift, but he cannot annul the compulsion. One of the chief characteristics of the sickness is the instability of the symptoms. They can be shifted very far from their original form. It is moreover striking that the contrasts present in all psychological experience are so very sharply drawn in this condition. In addition to the compulsion of positive and negative content, an intellectual doubt makes itself felt that gradually attacks the most ordinary and assured certainties. All these things merge into steadily increasing uncertainty, lack of energy, curtailment of personal liberty, despite the fact that the patient suffering from compulsion neurosis is originally a most energetic character, often of extraordinary obstinacy, as a rule intellectually gifted above the average. For the most part, he has attained a desirable stage of ethical development, is over-conscientious and more than usually correct. You can imagine that it takes no inconsiderable piece of work to find one's way through this maze of contradictory characteristics and symptoms. Indeed, for the present our only object is to understand and to interpret some symptoms of this disease. Perhaps in reference to our previous discussions, you would like to know the position of present-day psychiatry to the problems of the compulsion neurosis. This is covered in a very slim chapter. Psychiatry gives names to the various forms of compulsion, but says nothing further concerning them. Instead, it emphasizes the fact that those who show these symptoms are degenerates. That yields slight satisfaction. It is an ethical judgment, a condemnation rather than an explanation. We are led to suppose that it is in the unsound that all these peculiarities may be found. Now, we do believe that persons who develop such symptoms must differ fundamentally from other people, but we would like to ask, are they more degenerate than other nervous patients, those suffering, for instance, from hysteria or other diseases of the mind? The characterization is obviously too general. One may even doubt whether it is at all justified when one learns that such symptoms occur in excellent men and women of especially great and universally recognized ability. In general, we glean very little intimate knowledge of the great men who serve us as models. This is due both to their own discretion and to the lying propensities of their biographers. Sometimes, however, a man is a fanatic disciple of truth, such as Émile Zola, and then we hear from him the strange compulsion habits from which he suffered all his life. Psychiatry has resorted to the expedient of speaking of superior degenerates. Very well, but through psychoanalysis we have learned that these peculiar compulsion symptoms may be permanently removed, just like any other disease of normal persons. I myself have frequently succeeded in doing this. I will give you 2 examples only of the analysis of compulsion symptoms. One, an old observation, which cannot be replaced by anything more complete, and one, a recent study. I am limiting myself to such a small number, because in an account of this nature it is necessary to be very explicit and to enter into every detail. A lady about 30 years old suffered from the most severe compulsions. I might indeed have helped her if caprice of fortune had not destroyed my work. Perhaps I will yet have occasion to tell you about it. In the course of each day, the patient often executed, among others, the following strange compulsive act. She ran from her room into an adjoining one, placed herself in a definite spot beside a table which stood in the middle of the room, rang for her maid, gave her a trivial errand to do, or dismissed her without more ado, and then ran back again. This was certainly not a severe symptom of disease, but it still deserved to arouse curiosity. Its explanation was found, absolutely without any assistance on the part of the physician, in the very simplest way, a way to which no one can take exception. I hardly know how I alone could have guessed the meaning of this compulsive act, or have found any suggestion toward its interpretation. As often as I had asked the patient, "Why do you do this? Of what use is it?" she had answered, "I don't know." But one day, after I had succeeded in surmounting a grave ethical doubt of hers, she suddenly saw the light, and related the history of the compulsive act. More than 10 years prior, she had married a man far older than herself, who had proved impotent on the bridal night. Countless times during the night he had run from his room to hers to repeat the attempt, but each time without success. In the morning he said angrily, "It is enough to make one ashamed before the maid who does the beds," and took a bottle of red ink that happened to be in the room, and poured its contents on the sheet, but not on the place where such a stain would have been justifiable. At first I did not understand the connection between this reminiscence and the compulsive act in question, for the only agreement I could find between them was in the running from one room into another, possibly also in the appearance of the maid. Then the patient led me to the table in the second room, and let me discover a large spot on the cover. She explained also that she placed herself at the table in such a way that the maid could not miss seeing the stain. Now it was no longer possible to doubt the intimate relation of the scene after her bridal night and her present compulsive act, but there were still a number of things to be learned about it. In the first place, it is obvious that the patient identifies herself with her husband. She is acting his part in her imitation of his running from one room into the other. We must then admit, if she holds to this role, that she replaces the bed and sheet by table and cover. This may seem arbitrary, but we have not studied dream symbolism in vain. In dreams also, a table, which must be interpreted as a bed, is frequently seen. Bed and board together represent married life. One may therefore easily be used to represent the other. The evidence that the compulsive act carries meaning would thus be plain. It appears as a representation, a repetition of the original significant scene. However, we are not forced to stop at this semblance of a solution. When we examine more closely the relation between these two people, we shall probably be enlightened concerning something of wider importance, namely the purpose of the compulsive act. The nucleus of this purpose is evidently the summoning of the maid. To her she wishes to show the stain and refute her husband's remark, "It is enough to shame one before the maid." He, whose part she is playing, therefore feels no shame before the maid, hence the stain must be in the right place. So we see that she has not merely repeated the scene, rather she has amplified it, corrected it, and turned it to the good. Thereby, however, she also corrects something else, the thing which was so embarrassing that night and necessitated the use of the red ink: impotence. The compulsive act then says, "No, it is not true. He did not have to be ashamed before the maid. He was not impotent." After the manner of a dream, she represents the fulfillment of this wish in an overt action. She is ruled by the desire to help her husband over that unfortunate incident. Everything else that I could tell you about this case supports this clue more specifically. All that we otherwise know about her tends to strengthen this interpretation of a compulsive act, incomprehensible in itself. For years the woman has lived separated from her husband, and is struggling with the intention to obtain a legal divorce. But she is by no means free from him. She forces herself to remain faithful to him. She retires from the world to avoid temptation. In her imagination, she excuses and idealizes him. The deepest secret of her malady is that by means of it she shields her husband from malicious gossip, justifies her separation from him, and renders possible for him a comfortable, separate life. Thus the analysis of a harmless, compulsive act leads to the very heart of this case, and at the same time reveals no inconsiderable portion of the secret of the compulsion neurosis in general. I shall be glad to have you dwell upon this instance, as it combines conditions that one can scarcely demand in other cases. The interpretation of the symptoms was discovered by the patient herself in one flash, without the suggestion or interference of the analyst. It came about by the reference to an experience which did not, as is usually the case, belong to the half-forgotten period of childhood, but to the mature life of the patient, in whose memory it had remained unobliterated. All the objections which critics ordinarily offer to our interpretation of symptoms fail in this case. Of course, we are not always so fortunate. And one thing more. Have you not observed how this insignificant compulsive act initiated us into the intimate life of the invalid? A woman can scarcely relate anything more intimate than the story of her bridal night. And is it without further significance that we just happened to come on the intimacies of her sexual life? It might, of course, be the result of the selection I have made in this instance. Let us not judge too quickly, and turn our attention to the second instance, one of an entirely different kind, a sample of a frequently occurring variety, namely the sleep ritual. A 19-year-old, well-developed, gifted girl, an only child, who was superior to her parents in education and intellectual activity, had been wild and mischievous in her childhood, but has become very nervous during the last years without any apparent outward cause. She is especially irritable with her mother, always discontented, depressed, has a tendency toward indecision and doubt, and is finally forced to confess that she can no longer walk alone on public squares or wide thoroughfares. We shall not consider at length her complicated condition, which requires at least two diagnoses, agoraphobia and compulsion neurosis. We will dwell only upon the fact that this girl has also developed a sleep ritual, under which she allows her parents to suffer much discomfort. In a certain sense, we may say that every normal person has a sleep ritual, in other words, that he insists on certain conditions, the absence of which hinders him from falling asleep. He has created certain observances by which he bridges the transition from waking to sleeping, and these he repeats every evening in the same manner. But everything that the healthy person demands in order to obtain sleep is easily understandable. And above all, when external conditions necessitate a change, he adapts himself easily and without loss of time. But the pathological ritual is rigid. It persists by virtue of the greatest sacrifices. It also masks itself with a reasonable justification, and seems, in the light of superficial observation, to differ from the normal only by exaggerated pedantry. But, under closer observation, we notice that the mask is transparent, for the ritual covers intentions that go far beyond this reasonable justification, and other intentions as well that are in direct contradiction to this reasonable justification. Our patient cites as the motive of her nightly precautions that she must have quiet in order to sleep. Therefore, she excludes all sources of noise. To accomplish this, she does two things. The large clock in her room is stopped. All other clocks are removed. Not even the wristwatch on her night table is suffered to remain. Flower pots and vases are placed on her desk so that they cannot fall down during the night and, in breaking, disturb her sleep. She knows that these precautions are scarcely justifiable for the sake of quiet. The ticking of the small watch could not be heard even if it should remain on the night table, and moreover we all know that the regular ticking of a clock is conducive to sleep rather than disturbing. She does admit that there is not the least probability that flower pots and vases left in place might of their own accord fall and break during the night. She drops the pretense of quiet for the other practice of this sleep ritual. She seems, on the contrary, to release a source of disturbing noises by the demand that the door between her own room and that of her parents remain half open, and she ensures this condition by placing various objects in front of the open door. The most important observances concern the bed itself. The large pillow at the head of the bed may not touch the wooden back of the bed. The small pillow for her head must lie on the large pillow to form a rhomb. She then places her head exactly upon the diagonal of the rhomb. Before covering herself, the feather bed must be shaken so that its foot end becomes quite flat, but she never omits to press this down and redistribute the thickness. Allow me to pass over the other trivial incidents of this ritual. They would teach us nothing new and cause too great digression from our purpose. Do not overlook, however, the fact that all this does not run its course quite smoothly. Everything is pervaded by the anxiety that things have not been done properly. They must be examined, repeated. Her doubts seize first on one, then on another precaution, and the result is that 1 or 2 hours elapse, during which the girl cannot, and the intimidated parents dare not, sleep. These torments were not so easily analyzed as the compulsive act of our former patient. In the working out of the interpretations, I had to hint and suggest to the girl, and was met on her part either by positive denial or mocking doubt. This first reaction of denial, however, was followed by a time when she occupied herself, of her own accord, with the possibilities that had been suggested, noted the associations they called out, produced reminiscences, and established connections, until through her own efforts she had reached and accepted all interpretations. In so far as she did this, she desisted as well from the performance of her compulsive rules, and even before the treatment had ended, she had given up the entire ritual. You must also know that the nature of present-day analysis by no means enables us to follow out each individual symptom until its meaning becomes clear. Rather, it is necessary to abandon a given theme again and again, yet with the certainty that we will be led back to it in some other connection. The interpretation of the symptoms in this case, which I am about to give you, is a synthesis of results, which, with the interruptions of other work, needed weeks and months for their compilation. Our patient gradually learns to understand that she has banished clocks and watches from her room during the night because the clock is the symbol of the female genital. The clock, which we have learned to interpret as a symbol for other things also, receives this role of the genital organ through its relation to periodic occurrences at equal intervals. A woman may, for instance, be found to boast that her menstruation is as regular as clockwork. The special fear of our patient, however, was that the ticking of the clock would disturb her in her sleep. The ticking of the clock may be compared to the throbbing of the clitoris during sexual excitement. Frequently she had actually been awakened by this painful sensation, and now this fear of an erection of the clitoris caused her to remove all ticking clocks during the night. Flower pots and vases are, as are all vessels, also female symbols. The precaution, therefore, that they should not fall and break at night was not without meaning. We know the widespread custom of breaking a plate or dish when an engagement is celebrated. The fragment of which each guest possesses himself symbolizes his renunciation of his claim to the bride, a renunciation which we may assume as based on the monogamous marriage law. Furthermore, to this part of her ceremonial our patient adds a reminiscence and several associations. As a child she had slipped once and fallen with a bowl of glass or clay, had cut her finger and bled violently. As she grew up and learned the facts of sexual intercourse, she developed the fear that she might not bleed during her bridal night, and so not prove to be a virgin. Her precaution against the breaking of vases was a rejection of the entire virginity complex, including the bleeding connected with the first cohabitation. She rejected both the fear to bleed and the contradictory fear not to bleed. Indeed, her precautions had very little to do with a prevention of noise. One day she guessed the central idea of her ceremonial when she suddenly understood her rule not to let the pillow come in contact with the bed. The pillow's always head seemed a woman to her, the erect back of the bed a man. By means of magic, we may say, she wished to keep apart man and wife. It was her parents she wished to separate, so to prevent their marital intercourse. She had sought to attain the same end by more direct methods in earlier years before the institution of her ceremonial. She had simulated fear, or exploited a genuine timidity, in order to keep open the door between the parents' bedroom and the nursery. This demand had been retained in her present ceremonial. Thus she had gained the opportunity of overhearing her parents, a proceeding which at one time subjected her to months of sleeplessness. Not content with this disturbance to her parents, she was at that time occasionally able to gain her point and sleep between father and mother in their very bed. Then pillow and wooden wall could really not come in contact. Finally, when she became so big that her presence between the parents could not longer be borne comfortably, she consciously simulated fear and actually succeeded in changing places with her mother and taking her place at her father's side. This situation was undoubtedly the starting point for the fantasies whose after effects made themselves felt in her ritual. If a pillow represented a woman, then the shaking of the feather bed till all the feathers were lumped at one end, rounding it into a prominence, must have its meaning also. It meant the impregnation of the wife. The ceremonial, however, never failed to provide for the annulment of this pregnancy by the flattening down of the feathers. Indeed, for years our patient had feared that the intercourse between her parents might result in another child, which would be her rival. Now, where the large pillow represents a woman, the mother, then the small pillow could be nothing but the daughter. Why did this pillow have to be placed so as to form a rhomb? And why did the girl's head have to rest exactly upon the diagonal? It was easy to remind the patient that the rhomb on all walls is the rune used to represent the open female genital. She herself then played the part of the man, the father, and her head took the place of the male organ. Compare the symbol of beheading to represent castration. Wild ideas, you will say, to run riot in the head of a virgin girl. I admit it, but do not forget that I have not created these ideas, but merely interpreted them. A sleep ritual of this kind is itself very strange, and you cannot deny the correspondence between the ritual and the fantasies that yielded us the interpretation. For my part, I am most anxious that you observe in this connection that no single fantasy was projected in the ceremonial, but a number of them had to be integrated. They must have their nodal points somewhere in space. Observe also that the observance of the ritual reproduce the sexual desire now positively, now negatively, and serve in part as their rejection, again as their representation. It would be possible to make a better analysis of this ritual by relating it to other symptoms of the patient, but we cannot digress in that direction. Let the suggestion suffice that the girl is subject to an erotic attachment to her father, the beginning of which goes back to her earliest childhood. That, perhaps, is the reason for her unfriendly attitude toward her mother. Also, we cannot escape the fact that the analysis of this symptom again points to the sexual life of the patient. The more we penetrate to the meaning and purpose of neurotic symptoms, the less surprising will this seem to us. By means of two selected illustrations, I have demonstrated to you that neurotic symptoms carry just as much meaning as do errors and the dream, and that they are intimately connected with the experience of the patient. Can I expect you to believe this vitally significant statement on the strength of two examples? No. But can you expect me to cite further illustrations until you declare yourself convinced? That, too, is impossible, since considering the explicitness with which I treat each individual case, I would require a 5-hour full semester course for the explanation of this one point in the theory of the neuroses. I must content myself, then, with having given you one proof for my assertion, and refer you, for the rest, to the literature of the subject, above all to the classical interpretation of symptoms in Breuer's first case, hysteria, as well as to the striking clarification of obscure symptoms in the so-called Dementia Praecox by C.G. Jung, dating from the time when this scholar was still content to be a mere psychoanalyst, and did not yet want to be a prophet, and to all the articles that have subsequently appeared in our periodicals. It is precisely investigations of this sort which are plentiful. Psychoanalysts have felt themselves so much attracted by the analysis, interpretation, and translation of neurotic symptoms that, by contrast, they seem temporarily to have neglected other problems of neurosis. Whoever among you takes the trouble to look into the matter will undoubtedly be deeply impressed by the wealth of evidential material. But he will also encounter difficulties. We have learned that the meaning of a symptom is found in its relation to the experience of the patient. The more highly individualized the symptom is, the sooner we may hope to establish these relations. Therefore, the task resolves itself specifically into the discovery, for every nonsensical idea and useless action, of a past situation wherein the idea had been justified and the action purposeful. A perfect example for this kind of symptom is the compulsive act of our patient who ran to the table and rang for the maid. But there are symptoms of a very different nature which are by no means rare. They must be called typical symptoms of the disease, for they are approximately alike in all cases, in which the individual differences disappear or shrivel to such an extent that it is difficult to connect them with the specific experiences of the patient and to relate them to the particular situations of his past. Let us again direct our attention to the compulsion neurosis. The sleep ritual of our second patient is already quite typical, but bears enough individual features to render possible what may be called an historic interpretation. But all compulsive patients tend to repeat, to isolate their actions from others, and to subject them to a rhythmic sequence. Most of them wash too much. Agoraphobia, topophobia, fear of spaces, a malady which is no longer grouped with the compulsion neurosis, but is now called anxiety hysteria, invariably shows the same pathological picture. It repeats with exhausting monotony the same feature, the patient's fear of closed spaces, of large open squares, of long stretched streets and parkways, and their feeling of safety when acquaintances accompany them, when a carriage drives after them, etc. On this identical groundwork, however, the individual differences between the patients are superimposed, moods, one might almost call them, which are sharply contrasted in the various cases. The one fears only narrow streets, the other only wide ones. The one can go out walking only when there are few people abroad, the other when there are many. Hysteria also, aside from its wealth of individual features, has a superfluity of common, typical symptoms that appear to resist any facile historical methods of tracing them. But do not let us forget that it is by these typical symptoms that we get our bearings in reaching a diagnosis. When, in one case of hysteria, we have finally traced back a typical symptom to an experience or a series of similar experiences, for instance, followed back an hysterical vomiting to its origin in a succession of disgust impressions, another case of vomiting will confuse us by revealing an entirely different chain of experiences, seemingly just as effective. It seems almost as though hysterical patients must vomit for some reason as yet unknown, and that the historic factors revealed by analysis are chance pretexts, seized on as opportunity best offered to serve the purposes of a deeper need. Thus, we soon reach the discouraging conclusion that although we can satisfactorily explain the individual neurotic symptom by relating it to an experience, our science fails us when it comes to the typical symptoms that occur far more frequently. In addition, remember that I am not going into all the detailed difficulties which come up in the course of resolutely hunting down an historic interpretation of the symptom. I have no intention of doing this, for though I want to keep nothing from you, and so paint everything in its true colors, I still do not wish to confuse and discourage you at the very outset of our studies. It is true that we have only begun to understand the interpretation of symptoms, but we wish to hold fast to the results we have achieved and struggle forward, step by step, toward the mastery of the still unintelligible data. I therefore try to cheer you with the thought that a fundamental between the two kinds of symptoms can scarcely be assumed. Since the individual symptoms are so obviously dependent upon the experience of the patient, there is a possibility that the typical symptoms revert to an experience that is in itself typical and common to all humanity. Other regularly recurring features of neurosis, such as the repetition and doubt of the compulsion neurosis, may be universal reactions which are forced upon the patient by the very nature of the abnormal change. In short, we have no reason to be prematurely discouraged. We shall see what our further results will yield. We meet a very similar difficulty in the theory of dreams, which in our previous discussion of the dream I could not go into. The manifest content of dreams is most profuse and individually varied, and I have shown very explicitly what analysis may glean from this content. But, side by side with these dreams, there are others which may also be termed typical, and which occur similarly in all people. These are dreams of identical content which offer the same difficulties for their interpretation as the typical symptom. They are the dreams of falling, flying, floating, swimming, of being hemmed in, of nakedness, and various other anxiety dreams that yield first one and then another interpretation for the different patients, without resulting in an explanation of their monotonous and typical recurrence. In the matter of these dreams also we see a fundamental groundwork enriched by individual additions. Probably they as well can be fitted into the theory of dream life built up on the basis of other dreams, not, however, by straining the point, but by the gradual broadening of our views. End of section 17. Section 18 of A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis by Sigmund Freud, translated by Granville Stanley Hall. Section 18. Traumatic Fixation, the Unconscious. I said last time that we would not continue our work from the standpoint of our doubts, but on the basis of our results. We have not even touched upon two of the most interesting conclusions, derived equally from the same two sample analyses. In the first place, both patients give us the impression of being fixated upon some very definite part of their past. They are unable to free themselves therefrom, and have therefore come to be completely estranged both from the present and the future. They are now isolated in their ailment, just as in earlier days people withdrew into monasteries there to carry along the burden of their unhappy fates. In the case of the first patient, it is her marriage with her husband, really abandoned, that has determined her lot. By means of her symptoms, she continues to deal with her husband. We have learned to understand those voices which plead his case, which excuse him, exalt him, lament his loss. Although she is young and might be coveted by other men, she has seized upon all manner of real and imaginary magic precautions to safeguard her virtue for him. She will not appear before strangers, she neglects her personal appearance. Furthermore, she cannot bring herself to get up readily from any chair on which she has been seated. She refuses to give her signature. And finally, since she is motivated by her desire not to let anyone have anything of hers, she is unable to give presents. In the case of the second patient, the young girl, it is an erotic attachment for her father that had established itself in the years prior to puberty, which plays the same role in her life. She also has arrived at the conclusion that she may not marry so long as she is sick. We may suspect she became ill in order that she need not marry, and that she might stay with her father. It is impossible to evade the question of how, in what manner, and driven by what motives an individual may come by such a remarkable and unprofitable attitude toward life. Granted, of course, that this bearing is a general characteristic of neurosis, and not a special peculiarity of these two cases, it is nevertheless a general trait in every neurosis of very great importance in practice. Breuer's first hysterical patient was fixated in the same manner upon the time when she nursed her very sick father. In spite of her recuperation, she has, in certain respects, since that time, been done with life. Although she remained healthy and able, she did not enter on the normal life of women. In every one of our patients we may see, by the use of analysis, that in his disease symptoms and their results, he has gone back again into a definite period of his past. In the majority of cases, he even chooses a very early phase of his life, sometimes a childhood phase. Indeed, laughable as it may appear, a phase of his very suckling existence. The closest analogies to these conditions of our neurotics are furnished by the types of sickness which the war has just now made so frequent, the so-called traumatic neuroses. Even before the war there were such cases, after railroad collisions and other frightful occurrences which endangered life. The traumatic neuroses are fundamentally not the same as the spontaneous neuroses which we have been analyzing and treating. Moreover, we have not yet succeeded in bringing them within our hypotheses, and I hope to be able to make clear to you wherein this limitation lies. Yet, on one point we may emphasize the existence of a complete agreement between the two forms. The traumatic neuroses show clear indications that they are grounded in a fixation upon the moment of the traumatic disaster. In their dreams, these patients regularly live over the traumatic situation. Where there are attacks of an hysterical type which permit of an analysis, we learn that the attack approximates a complete transposition into this situation. It is as if these patients had not yet gotten through with the traumatic situation, as if it were actually before them as a task which was not yet mastered. We take this view of the matter in all seriousness. It shows the way to an economic view of psychic occurrences. For the expression traumatic has no other than an economic meaning, and the disturbance permanently attacks the management of available energy. The traumatic experience is one which, in a very short space of time, is able to increase the strength of a given stimulus so enormously that its assimilation, or rather its elaboration, can no longer be effected by normal means. This analogy tempts us to classify as traumatic those experiences as well upon which our neurotics appear to be fixated. Thus, the possibility is held out to us of having found a simple determining factor for the neurosis. It would then be comparable to a traumatic disease, and would arise from the inability to meet an overpowering emotional experience. As a matter of fact, this reads like the first formula by which Breuer and I, in 1893 to 1895, accounted theoretically for our new observations. A case such as that of our first patient, the young woman separated from her husband, is very well explained by this conception. She was not able to get over the unfeasibility of her marriage, and has not been able to extricate herself from this trauma. But our very next, that of the girl attached to her father, shows us that the formula is not sufficiently comprehensive. On the one hand, such baby love of a little girl for her father is so usual and so often outlived that the designation traumatic would carry no significance. On the other hand, the history of the patient teaches us that this first erotic fixation apparently passed by harmlessly at the time and did not again appear until many years later in the symptoms of the compulsion neurosis. We see complications before us, the existence of a greater wealth of determining factors in the disease, but we also suspect that the traumatic viewpoint will not have to be given up as wrong. Rather, it will have to subordinate itself when it is fitted into a different context. Here again we must leave the road we have been traveling. For the time being, it leads us no further, and we have many other things to find out before we can go on again. But before we leave this subject, let us note that the fixation on some particular phase of the past has bearings which extend far beyond the neurosis. Every neurosis contains such a fixation, but every fixation does not lead to a neurosis, nor fall into the same class with neuroses, nor even set the conditions for the development of a neurosis. Mourning is a type of emotional fixation on a theory of the past, which also brings with it the most complete alienation from the present and the future. But mourning is sharply distinguished from neuroses that may be designated as pathological forms of mourning. It also happens that men are brought to complete deadlock by a traumatic experience that has so completely shaken the foundations on which they have built their lives that they give up all interest in the present and future and become completely absorbed in their retrospections. But these unhappy persons are not necessarily neurotic. We must not overestimate this one feature as a diagnostic for a neurosis, no matter how invariable and potent it may be. Now let us turn to the second conclusion of our analysis, which, however, we will hardly need to limit subsequently. We have spoken of the senseless compulsive activities of our first patient and what intimate memories she disclosed as belonging to them. Later, we also investigated the connection between experience and symptom and thus discovered the purpose hidden behind the compulsive activity. But we have entirely omitted one factor that deserves our whole attention. As long as the patient kept repeating the compulsive activity, she did not know that it was in any way related with the experience in question. The connection between the two was hidden from her. She truthfully answered that she did not know what compelled her to do this. Once, suddenly, under the influence of the cure, she hit upon the connection and was able to tell it to us. But still she did not know of the end in the service of which she performed the compulsive activities, the purpose to correct a painful part of the past and to place the husband, still loved by her, upon a higher level. It took quite a long time and a great deal of trouble for her to grasp and admit to me that such a motive alone could have been the motive force of the compulsive activity. The relation between the scene after the unhappy bridal night and the tender motive of the patient yield what we have called the meaning of the compulsive activity. But both the whence and the why remained hidden from her as long as she continued to carry out the compulsive act. Psychological processes had been going on within her for which the compulsive act found an expression. She could, in a normal frame of mind, observe their effect, but none of the psychological antecedents of her action had come to the knowledge of her consciousness. She had acted in just the same manner as a hypnotized person to whom Bernheim had given the injunction that 5 minutes after his awakening in the ward he was to open an umbrella, and he had carried out this order on awakening but could give no motive for his so doing. We have exactly such facts in mind when we speak of the existence of unconscious psychological processes. Let anyone in the world account for these facts in a more correct scientific manner, and we will gladly withdraw completely our assumption of unconscious psychological processes. Until then, however, we shall continue to use this assumption, and when anyone wants to bring forward the objection that the unconscious can have no reality for science and is a mere makeshift, une façon de parler, we must simply shrug our shoulders and reject his incomprehensible statement resignedly. A strange unreality, which can call out such real and palpable effects as a compulsion symptom. In our second patient, we meet with fundamentally the same thing. She had created a decree which she must follow. The pillow must not touch the head of the bed, yet she does not know how it originated, what its meaning is, nor to what motive it owes the source of its power. It is immaterial whether she looks upon it with indifference or struggles against it, storms against it, determines to overcome it. She must, nevertheless, follow it and carry out its ordinance, though she asks herself in vain, why? One must admit that these symptoms of compulsion neurosis offer the clearest evidence for a special sphere of psychological activity cut off from the rest. What else could be back of these images and impulses, which appear from one knows not where, which have such great resistance to all the influences of an otherwise normal psychic life, which give the patient himself the impression that here are super-powerful guests from another world, immortals mixing in the affairs of mortals? Neurotic symptoms lead unmistakably to a conviction of the existence of an unconscious psychology. And for that very reason, clinical psychiatry, which recognizes only a conscious psychology, has no explanation other than that they are present as indications of a particular kind of degeneration. To be sure, the compulsive images and impulses are not themselves unconscious, no more so than the carrying out of the compulsive acts escapes conscious observation. They would not have been symptoms had they not penetrated through into consciousness, but their psychological antecedents, as disclosed by the analysis, the associations into which we place them by our interpretations, are unconscious, at least until we have made them known to the patient during the course of the analysis. Consider now, in addition, that the facts established in our two cases are confirmed in all the symptoms of all neurotic diseases, that always and everywhere the meaning of the symptoms is unknown to the sufferer, that analysis shows without fail that these symptoms are derivatives of unconscious experiences, which can, under various favorable conditions, become conscious. You will understand, then, that in psychoanalysis we cannot do without this unconscious psyche, and are accustomed to deal with it as with something tangible. Perhaps you will also be able to understand how those who know the unconscious only as an idea, who have never analyzed, never interpreted dreams, or never translated neurotic symptoms into meaning and purpose, are most ill-suited to pass an opinion on this subject. Let us express our point of view once more. Our ability to give meaning to neurotic symptoms by means of analytic interpretation is an irrefutable indication of the existence of unconscious psychological processes, or if you prefer, an irrefutable proof of the necessity for their assumption. But that is not all. Thanks to a second discovery of Breuer's, for which he alone deserves credit, and which appears to me to be even more far-reaching, we are able to learn still more concerning the relationship between the unconscious and the neurotic symptom. Not alone is the meaning of the symptoms invariably hidden in the unconscious, but the very existence of the symptom is conditioned by its relation to this unconscious. You will soon understand me. With Breuer, I maintain the following. Every time we hit upon a symptom, we may conclude that the patient cherishes definite unconscious experiences which withhold the meaning of the symptoms. Vice versa, in order that the symptoms may come into being, it is also essential that this meaning be unconscious. Symptoms are not built up out of conscious experiences. As soon as the unconscious processes in question become conscious, the symptom disappears. You will at once recognize here the approach to our therapy, a way to make symptoms disappear. It was by these means that Breuer actually achieved the recovery of his patient, that is, freed her of her symptoms. He found a technique for bringing into her consciousness the unconscious experiences that carried the meaning of her symptoms, and the symptoms disappeared. This discovery of Breuer's was not the result of a speculation, but of a felicitous observation made possible by the cooperation of the patient. You should therefore not trouble yourself to find things you already know to which you can compare these occurrences. Rather, you should recognize herein a new fundamental fact, which in itself is capable of much wider application. Toward this further end, permit me to go over this ground again in a different way. The symptom develops as a substitution for something else that has remained suppressed. Certain psychological experiences should normally have become so far elaborated that consciousness would have attained knowledge of them. This did not take place, however, but out of these interrupted and disturbed processes, imprisoned in the unconscious, the symptom arose. That is to say, something in the nature of an interchange had been effected. As often as therapeutic measures are successful in again reversing this transposition, psychoanalytic therapy solves the problem of the neurotic symptom. Accordingly, Breuer's discovery still remains the foundation of psychoanalytic therapy. The assertion that the symptoms disappear when one has made their unconscious connections conscious has been borne out by all subsequent research, although the most extraordinary and unexpected complications have been met with in its practical execution. Our therapy does its work by means of changing the unconscious into the conscious, and is effective only insofar as it has the opportunity of bringing about this transformation. Now we shall make a hasty digression so that you do not by any chance imagine that this therapeutic work is too easy. From all we have learned so far, the neurosis would appear as the result of a sort of ignorance, the incognizance of psychological processes that we should know of. We would thus very closely approximate the well-known Socratic teachings, according to which evil itself is the result of ignorance. Now, the experienced physician will, as a rule, discover fairly readily what psychic impulses in his several patients have remained unconscious. Accordingly, it would seem easy for him to cure the patient by imparting this knowledge to him and freeing him of his ignorance. At least the part played by the unconscious meaning of the symptoms could easily be discovered in this manner, and it would only be in dealing with the relationship of the symptoms to the experiences of the patient that the physician would be handicapped. In the face of these experiences, of course, he is the ignorant one of the two, for he did not go through these experiences and must wait until the patient remembers them and tells them to him. But in many cases this difficulty could be readily overcome. One can question the relatives of the patient concerning these experiences, and they will often be in a position to point out those that carry any traumatic significance. They may even be able to inform the analyst of experiences of which the patient knows nothing, because they occurred in the very early years of his life. By a combination of such means, it would seem that the pathogenic ignorance of the patient could be cleared up in a short time and without much trouble. If only that were all. We have made discoveries for which we were at first unprepared. Knowing and knowing is not always the same thing. There are various kinds of knowing that are psychologically by no means comparable. Il y a fagot et fagot, as Molière says. The knowledge of the physician is not the same as that of the patient, and cannot bring about the same results. The physician can gain no result by transferring his knowledge to the patient in so many words. This is perhaps putting it incorrectly, for though the transference does not result in dissolving the symptoms, it does set the analysis in motion and calls out an energetic denial, the first sign usually that this has taken place. The patient has learned something that he did not know up to that time, the meaning of his symptoms, and yet he knows it as little as before. So we discover there is more than one kind of ignorance. It will require a deepening of our psychological insight to make clear to us wherein the difference lies. But our assertion nevertheless remains true that the symptoms disappear with the knowledge of their meaning. For there is only one limiting condition. The knowledge must be founded on an inner change in the patient, which can be attained only through psychic labors directed toward a definite end. We have here been confronted by problems which will soon lead us to the elaboration of a dynamics of symptom formation. I must stop to ask you whether this is not all too vague and too complicated. Do I not confuse you by so often retracting my words and restricting them, spinning out trains of thought and then rejecting them? I should be sorry if this were the case. However, I strongly dislike simplification at the expense of truth, and am not averse to having you receive the full impression of how many-sided and complicated the subject is. I also think that there is no harm done if I say more on every point than you can at the moment make use of. I know that every hearer and reader arranges what is offered him in his own thoughts, shortens it, simplifies it, and extracts what he wishes to retain. Within a given measure, it is true that the more we begin with, the more we have left. Let me hope that, despite all the byplay, you have clearly grasped the essential parts of my remarks, those about the meaning of symptoms, about the unconscious, and the relation between the two. You probably have also understood that our further efforts are to take two directions. First, the clinical problem, to discover how persons become sick, how they later on accomplish a neurotic adaptation toward life. Secondly, a problem of psychic dynamics, the evolution of the neurotic symptoms themselves from the prerequisites of the neuroses. We will undoubtedly somewhere come on a point of contact for these two problems. I do not wish to go any further today, but since our time is not yet up, I intend to call your attention to another characteristic of our two analyses, namely the memory gaps, or amnesias, whose full appreciation will be possible later. You have heard that it is possible to express the object of psychoanalytic treatment in a formula. All pathogenic unconscious experience must be transposed into consciousness. You will perhaps be surprised to learn that this formula can be replaced by another. All the memory gaps of the patient must be filled out. His amnesias must be abolished. Practically, this amounts to the same thing. Therefore, an important role in the development of his symptoms must be accredited to the amnesias of the neurotic. The analysis of our first case, however, will hardly justify this valuation of the amnesia. The patient has not forgotten the scene from which the compulsion act derives. On the contrary, she remembers it vividly, nor is there any other forgotten factor which comes into play in the development of these symptoms. Less clear, but entirely analogous, is the situation in the case of our second patient, the girl with the compulsive ritual. She, too, has not really forgotten the behavior of her early years, the fact that she insisted that the door between her bedroom and that of her parents be kept open, and that she banished her mother out of her place in her parents' bed. She recalls all this very clearly, although hesitatingly and unwillingly. Only one factor stands out strikingly in our first case, that though the patient carries out her compulsive act innumerable times, she is not once reminded of its similarity with the experience after the bridal night. Nor was this memory even suggested when by direct questions she was asked to search for its motivation. The same is true of the girl, for in her case not only her ritual, but the situation which provoked it, is repeated identically night after night. In neither case is there any actual amnesia, no lapse of memory, but an association is broken off, which should have called out a reproduction, a revival in the memory. Such a disturbance is enough to bring on a compulsion neurosis. Hysteria, however, shows a different picture, for it is usually characterized by most grandiose amnesias. As a rule, in the analysis of each hysterical symptom, one is led back to a whole chain of impressions which, upon their recovery, are expressly designated as forgotten up to the moment. On the one hand, this chain extends back to the earliest years of life, so that the hysterical amnesias may be regarded as a direct continuation of the infantile amnesias, which hides the beginnings of our psychic life from those of us who are normal. On the other hand, we discover with surprise that the most recent experiences of the patient are blurred by these losses of memory, that especially the provocations which favored or brought on the illness are, if not entirely wiped out by the amnesia, at least partly obliterated. Without fail, important details have disappeared from the general picture of such a recent memory, or are placed by false memories. Indeed, it happens almost regularly that just before the completion of an analysis, certain memories of recent experiences suddenly come to light. They had been held back all this time and had left noticeable gaps in the context. We have pointed out that such a crippling of the ability to recall is characteristic of hysteria. In hysteria, symptomatic conditions also arise, hysterical attacks, which need leave no trace in the memory. If these things do not occur in compulsion neuroses, you are justified in concluding that these amnesias exhibit psychological characteristics of the hysterical change and not a general trait of the neuroses. The significance of this difference will be more closely limited by the following observations. We have combined two things as the meaning of a symptom: its whence, on the one hand, and its whither, or why, on the other. By these we mean to indicate the impressions and experiences whence the symptom arises, and the purpose the symptom serves. The whence of a symptom is traced back to impressions which have come from without, which have therefore necessarily been conscious at some time, but which may have sunk into the unconscious, that is, have been forgotten. The why of the symptom, its tendency, is in every case an endopsychic process developed from within, which may or may not have become conscious at first, but could just as readily never have entered consciousness at all, and have been unconscious from its inception. It is, after all, not so very significant that, as happens in the hysterias, amnesia has covered over the whence of the symptom, the experience upon which it is based. For it is the why, the tendency of the symptom, which establishes its dependence on the unconscious, and indeed no less so in the compulsion neuroses than in hysteria. In both cases, the why may have been unconscious from the very first. By thus bringing into prominence the unconscious in psychic life, we have raised the most evil spirits of criticism against psychoanalysis. Do not be surprised at this, and do not believe that the opposition is directed only against the difficulties offered by the conception of the unconscious, or against the relative inaccessibility of the experiences which represent it. I believe it comes from another source. Humanity, in the course of time, has had to endure from the hands of science two great outrages against its naive self-love. The first was when humanity discovered that our Earth was not the center of the universe, but only a tiny speck in a world system hardly conceivable in its magnitude. This is associated in our minds with the name Copernicus, although Alexandrian science had taught much the same thing. The second occurred when biological research robbed man of his apparent superiority under special creation, and rebuked him with his descent from the animal kingdom and his ineradicable animal nature. This revaluation, under the influence of Charles Darwin, Wallace, and their predecessors, was not accomplished without the most violent opposition of their contemporaries. But the third and most irritating insult is flung at the human mania of greatness by present-day psychological research, which wants to prove to the I that it is not even master in its own home, but is dependent upon the most scanty information concerning all that goes on unconsciously in its psychic life. We psychoanalysts were neither the first nor the only ones to announce this admonition to look within ourselves. It appears that we are fated to represent it most insistently and to confirm it by means of empirical data, which are of importance to every single person. This is the reason for the widespread revolt against our science, the omission of all considerations of academic urbanity, and emancipation of the opposition from all restraints of impartial logic. We were compelled to disturb the peace of the world, in addition, in another manner, of which you will soon come to know. End of section 18. Section 19 of A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis by Sigmund Freud. Translated by Granville Stanley Hall. Section 19. Resistance and Suppression. In order to progress in our understanding of the neuroses, we need new experiences, and we are about to obtain two. Both are very remarkable and were, at the time of their discovery, very surprising. You are, of course, prepared for both from our discussions of the past semester. In the first place, when we undertake to cure a patient, to free him from the symptoms of his malady, he confronts us with a vigorous, tenacious resistance that lasts during the whole time of the treatment. That is so peculiar a fact that we cannot expect much credence for it. The best thing is not to mention this fact to the patient's relatives, for they never think of it otherwise than as a subterfuge on our part in order to excuse the length or the failure of our treatment. The patient, moreover, produces all the phenomena of this resistance without even recognizing it as such. It is always a great advance to have brought him to the point of understanding this conception and reckoning with it. Just consider, this patient suffers from his symptoms and causes those about him to suffer with him. He is willing, moreover, to take upon himself so many sacrifices of time, money, effort, and self-denial in order to be freed. And yet, he struggles, in the very interests of his malady, against one who would help him. How improbable this assertion must sound! And yet it is so, and if we are reproached with its improbability, we need only answer that this fact is not without its analogies. Whoever goes to a dentist with an unbearable toothache may very well find himself thrusting away the dentist's arm when the man makes for his sick tooth with a pair of pincers. The resistance which the patient shows is highly varied, exceedingly subtle, often difficult to recognize, protean-like in its manifold changes of form. It means that the doctor must become suspicious and be constantly on his guard against the patient. In psychoanalytic therapy, we make use, as you know, of that technique which is already familiar to you from the interpretation of dreams. We tell the patient that without further reflection he should put himself into a condition of calm self-observation, and that he must then communicate whatever results this introspection gives him, feelings, thoughts, reminiscences, in the order in which they appear to his mind. At the same time, we warn him expressly against yielding to any motive which would induce him to choose or exclude any of his thoughts as they arise, in whatever way the motive may be couched, and however it may excuse him from telling us the thought. That is too unpleasant or too indiscreet for him to tell. Or it is too unimportant, or it does not belong here, it is nonsensical. We impress upon him the fact that he must skim only across the surface of his consciousness, and must drop the last vestige of a critical attitude toward that which he finds. We finally inform him that the result of the treatment, and above all its length, is dependent on the conscientiousness with which he follows this basic rule of the analytic technique. We know, in fact, from the technique of interpreting dreams, that of all the random notions which may occur, those against which such doubts are raised are invariably the ones to yield the material which leads to the uncovering of the unconscious. The first reaction we call out by laying down this basic technical rule is that the patient directs his entire resistance against it. The patient tries in every way to escape its requirements. First, he will declare that he cannot think of anything. Then, that so much comes to his mind that it is impossible to seize on anything definite. Then we discover, with no slight displeasure, that he has yielded to this or that critical objection, for he betrays himself by the long pauses which he allows to occur in his speaking. He then confesses that he really cannot bring himself to this, that he is ashamed to. He prefers to let this motive get the upper hand over his promise. He may say that he did think of something, but that it concerns someone else, and is for that reason exempt. Or he says that what he just thought of is really too trivial, too stupid, and too foolish. I surely could not have meant that he should take such thoughts into account. Thus it goes on, with untold variations, in the face of which we continually reiterate that telling everything really means telling everything. One can scarcely find a patient who does not make the attempt to reserve some province for himself against the intrusion of the analysis. One patient, whom I must reckon among the most highly intelligent, thus concealed an intimate love relation for weeks, and when he was asked to explain this infringement of our inviolable rule, he defended his action with the argument that he considered this one thing was his private affair. Naturally, analytic treatment cannot countenance such right of sanctuary. One might as well try, in a city like Vienna, to allow an exception to be made of great public squares, like the Hohe Markt or the Stephansplatz, and say that no one should be arrested in those places, and then attempt to round up some particular wrongdoer. He will be found nowhere but in those sanctuaries. I once brought myself around to permit such an exception in the case of a man on whose capacity for work a great deal depended, and who was bound by his oath of service, which forbade him to tell anyone of certain things. To be sure, he was satisfied with the results, but not I. I resolved never to repeat such an attempt under these conditions. Compulsion neurotics are exceedingly adept at making this technical rule almost useless by bringing to bear all their over-conscientiousness and their doubts upon it. Patients suffering from anxiety hysteria sometimes succeed in reducing it to absurdity by producing only notions so remote from the thing sought for that analysis is quite unprofitable. But it is not my intention to go into the way in which these technical difficulties may be met. It is enough to know that, finally, by means of resolution and perseverance, we do succeed in wresting a certain amount of obedience from the patient toward this basic rule of the technique. The resistance then makes itself felt in other ways. It appears in the form of an intellectual resistance, battles by means of arguments, and makes use of all difficulties and improbabilities which a normal yet uninstructed thinking is bound to find in the theory of analysis. Then we hear, from one voice alone, the same criticisms and objections which thunder about us in mighty chorus in the scientific literature. Therefore, the critics who shout to us from outside cannot tell us anything new. It is a veritable tempest in a teapot. Still, the patient can be argued with. He is anxious to persuade us to instruct him, to teach him, to lead him to the literature, so that he may continue working things out for himself. He is very ready to become an adherent of psychoanalysis on condition that analysis spare him personally. But we recognize this curiosity as a resistance, as a diversion from our special objects, and we meet it accordingly. In those patients who suffer from compulsion neuroses, we must expect the resistance to display special tactics. They frequently allow the analysis to take its way, so that it may succeed in throwing more and more light on the problems of the case, but we finally begin to wonder how it is that this clearing up brings with it no practical progress, no diminution of the symptom. Then we may discover that the resistance has entrenched itself in the doubts of the compulsion neurosis itself, and in this position is able successfully to resist our efforts. The patient has said something like this to himself: "This is all very nice and interesting, and I would be glad to continue it. It would affect my malady considerably if it were true. But I don't believe that it is true, and as long as I don't believe it, it has nothing to do with my sickness." And so it may go on for a long time until one finally has shaken this position itself. It is then that the decisive battle takes place. The intellectual resistances are not the worst. One can always get ahead of them. But the patient can also put up resistances within the limits of the analysis, whose conquest belongs to the most difficult tasks of our technique. Instead of recalling, he actually goes again through the attitudes and emotions of his previous life, which, by means of the so-called transference, can be utilized as resistances to the physician and the treatment. If the patient is a man, he takes this material as a rule from his relations to his father, in whose place he now puts the physician, and in so doing constructs a resistance out of his struggle for independence of person and opinion, out of his ambition to equal or to excel his father, out of his unwillingness to assume the burden of gratitude a second time in his life. For long times at a stretch, one receives the impression that the patient desires to put the physician in the wrong and to let him feel his helplessness by triumphing over him, and that this desire has completely replaced his better intention of making an end to his sickness. Women are adepts at exploiting, for the purposes of the resistance, a tender, erotically tinged transference to the physician. When this leaning attains a certain intensity, all interest for the actual situation of the treatment is lost, together with every sense of the responsibility which was assumed by undertaking it. The never-failing jealousy, as well as the embitterment over the inevitable repudiation, however gently effected, all must serve to spoil the personal understanding between patient and physician, and thus to throw out one of the most powerful propelling forces of the analysis. Resistances of this sort must not be narrow-mindedly condemned. They contain so much of the most important material of the patient's past, and reproduce it in such a convincing manner, that they become of the greatest aid to the analysis, if a skillful technique is able to turn them in the right direction. It is only remarkable that this material is at first always in the service of the resistance, for which it serves as a barrier against the treatment. One can also say that here are traits of character, adjustments of the ego, which were mobilized in order to defeat the attempted change. We are thus able to learn how these traits arose under the conditions of the neurosis, as a reaction to its demands, and to see features more clearly in this character which could otherwise not have shown up so clearly, or at least not to this extent, and which one may therefore designate as latent. You must also not get the impression that we see an unforeseen endangering of the analytic influence in the appearance of these resistances. On the contrary, we know that these resistances must come to light. We are dissatisfied only when we do not provoke them in their full strength, and so make them plain to the patient. Indeed, we at last understand that overcoming these resistances is the essential achievement of analysis, and is that portion of the work which alone assures us that we have accomplished something with the patient. You must also take into account the fact that any accidental occurrences which arise during the treatment will be made use of by the patient as a disturbance. Every diverting incident, every statement about analysis from an inimical authority in his circle, any chance illness or any organic affection which complicates the neurosis. Indeed, he even uses every improvement of his condition as a motive for abating his efforts. You will then have gained an approximate, though still an incomplete picture of the forms and devices of the resistance which must be met and overcome in the course of every analysis. I have given this point such detailed consideration because I am about to inform you that our dynamic conception of the neurosis is based on this experience with the resistance of neurotic patients against the banishment of their symptoms. Breuer and I both originally practiced psychotherapy by means of hypnosis. Breuer's first patient was treated throughout under a condition of hypnotic suggestibility, and I at first followed his example. I admit that my work at that time progressed easily and agreeably, and also took much less time. But the results were capricious and not permanent. Therefore I finally gave up hypnotism. Then only did I realize that no insight into the forces which produce these diseases was possible as long as one used hypnotism. The condition of hypnosis could prevent the physician from realizing the existence of a resistance. Hypnosis drives back the resistance and frees a certain field for the work of analysis, but similarly to the doubt in the compulsion neurosis, in so doing it clogs the boundaries of this field till they become impenetrable. That is why I can say that true psychoanalysis began when the help of hypnotism was renounced. But if the establishment of the resistance thus becomes a matter of such importance, then surely we must give our caution full rein and follow up any doubts as to whether we are not all too ready in our assumption of their existence. Perhaps there really are neurotic cases in which associations appear for other reasons. Perhaps the arguments against our hypothesis really deserve more consideration, and we are unjustified in conveniently rejecting all intellectual criticisms of analysis as a resistance. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, but our judgment was by no means readily arrived at. We had opportunity to observe every critical patient from the first sign of the resistance till after its disappearance. In the course of the treatment, the resistance is moreover constantly changing in intensity. It is always on the increase as we approach a new theme, is strongest at the height of its elaboration, and dies down again when this theme has been abandoned. Furthermore, unless we have made some unusual and awkward technical error, we never have to deal with the full measure of resistance of which the patient is capable. We could therefore convince ourselves that the same man took up and discarded his critical attitude innumerable times in the course of the analysis. Whenever we are on the point of bringing before his consciousness some piece of unconscious material which is especially painful to him, then he is critical in the extreme. Even though he had previously understood and accepted a great deal, nevertheless all record of these gains seems now to have been wiped out. He may, in his desire to resist at any cost, present a picture of veritable emotional feeble-mindedness. If one succeeds in helping him to overcome this new resistance, then he regains his insight and his understanding. Thus, his criticism is not an independent function to be respected as such. It plays the role of handyman to his emotional attitude and is guided by his resistance. If something displeases him, he can defend himself against it very ingeniously and appear most critical. But if something strikes his fancy, then he may show himself easily convinced. Perhaps none of us are very different, and the patient under analysis shows this dependence of the intellect on the emotional life so plainly only because, under the analysis, he is so hard-pressed. In what way shall we now account for the observation that the patient so energetically resists our attempts to rid him of his symptoms and to make his psychic processes function in a normal way? We tell ourselves that we have here come up against strong forces which oppose any change in the condition. Furthermore, that these forces must be identical with those which originally brought about the condition. Some process must have been functional in the building up of these symptoms, a process which we can now reconstruct by means of our experiences in solving the meaning of the symptoms. We already know from Breuer's observations that the existence of a symptom presupposes that some psychic process was not carried to its normal conclusion so that it could not become conscious. The symptom is the substitute for that which did not take place. Now we know where the forces whose existence we suspect must operate. Some violent antagonism must have been aroused to prevent the psychic process in question from reaching consciousness, and it therefore remained unconscious. As an unconscious thought, it had the power to create a symptom. The same struggle during the analytic treatment opposes anew the efforts to carry this unconscious thought over into consciousness. This process we felt as a resistance. That pathogenic process which is made evident to us through the resistance we will name repression. We are now ready to obtain a more definite idea of this process of repression. It is the preliminary condition for the formation of symptoms. It is also a thing for which we have no parallel. If we take as prototype an impulse, a psychological process which is striving to convert itself into action, we know that it may succumb before a rejection, which we call repudiation or condemnation. In the course of this struggle, the energy which the impulse had at its disposal was withdrawn from it. It becomes powerless, yet it may subsist in the form of a memory. The whole process of decision occurs with the full knowledge of the ego. The state of affairs is very different if we imagine that this same impulse has been subjected to repression. In that case, it would retain its energy, and there would be no memory of it left. In addition, the process of repression would be carried out without the knowledge of the ego. Through this comparison, however, we have come no nearer understanding the nature of repression. I now go into the theoretical ideas which alone have shown themselves useful in making the conception of repression more definite. It is above all necessary that we progress from a purely descriptive meaning of the word unconscious to its more systematic meaning. That is, we come to a point where we must call the consciousness or unconsciousness of a psychic process only one of its attributes, an attribute which is, moreover, not necessarily unequivocal. If such a process remained unconscious, then this separation from consciousness is perhaps only an indication of the fate to which it has submitted, and not this fate itself. To bring this home to us more vividly, let us assume that every psychological process, with one exception which I will go into later, first exists in an unconscious state or phase, and only goes over from this into a conscious phase, much as a photographic picture is first a negative, and then becomes a picture by being printed. But not every negative need become a positive, and just as little is it necessary that every unconscious psychological process should be changed into a conscious one. We find it advantageous to express ourselves as follows. Any particular process belongs in the first place to the psychological system of the unconscious. From this system it can, under certain conditions, go over into the system of the conscious. The crudest conception of these systems is the one which is most convenient for us, namely a representation in space. We will compare the system of the unconscious to a large antechamber, in which the psychic impulses rub elbows with one another as separate beings. There opens out of this antechamber another, a smaller room, a sort of parlor, which consciousness occupies. But on the threshold between the two rooms there stands a watchman. He passes on the individual psychic impulses, censors them, and will not let them into the parlor if they do not meet with his approval. You see at once that it makes little difference whether the watchman brushes a single impulse away from the threshold, or whether he dries it out again after it has already entered the parlor. It is a question here only of the extent of his watchfulness and the timeliness of his judgment. Still working with this simile, we proceed to a further elaboration of our nomenclature. The impulses in the antechamber of the unconscious cannot be seen by the conscious, which is in the other room. Therefore, for the time being, they must remain unconscious. When they have succeeded in pressing forward to the threshold and have been sent back by the watchman, then they are unsuitable for consciousness, and we call them suppressed. Those impulses, however, which the watchman has permitted to cross the threshold, have not necessarily become conscious, for this can happen only if they have been successful in attracting to themselves the glance of the conscious. We therefore justifiably call this second room the system of the foreconscious. In this way, the process of becoming conscious retains its purely descriptive sense. Suppression, then, for any individual impulse, consists in not being able to get past the watchman from the system of the unconscious to that of the foreconscious. The watchman himself is long since known to us. We have met him as the resistance which opposed us when we attempted to release the suppression through analytic treatment. Now, I know you will say that these conceptions are as crude as they are fantastic, and not at all permissible in a scientific discussion. I know they are crude. Indeed, we even know that they are incorrect. And if we are not very much mistaken, we have a better substitute for them in readiness. Whether they will continue then to appear so fantastic to you, I do not know. For the time being, they are useful conceptions, similar to the mannequin Ampere who swims in the stream of the electric current. Insofar as they are helpful in the understanding of our observation, they are by no means to be despised. I should like to assure you that these crude assumptions go far in approximating the actual situation, the two rooms, the watchman on the threshold between the two, and consciousness at the end of the second room in the role of an onlooker. I should also like to hear you admit that our designations, unconscious, foreconscious, and conscious, are much less likely to arouse prejudice and are easier to justify than others that have been used or suggested, such as subconscious, interconscious, between conscious, etc. This becomes all the more important to me if you should warn me that this arrangement of the psychic apparatus, such as I have assumed in the explanation of neurotic symptoms, must be generally applicable and must hold for normal functioning as well. In that, of course, you are right. We cannot follow this up at present, but our interest in the psychology of the development of the symptom must be enormously increased if through the study of pathological conditions we have the prospect of finding a key to the normal psychic occurrences which have been so well concealed. You will probably recognize what it is that supports our assumptions concerning these two systems and their relation to consciousness. The watchman between the unconscious and the foreconscious is none other than the censor, under whose control we found the manifest dream to obtain its form. The residue of the day's experiences, which we found were the stimuli which set off the dream, are foreconscious materials which at night, during sleep, had come under the influence of unconscious and suppressed wishes. Borne along by the energy of the wish, these stimuli were able to build the latent dream. Under the control of the unconscious system, this material was worked over, went through an elaboration and displacement, such as the normal psychic life, or better said, the foreconscious system, either does not know at all or tolerates only exceptionally. In our eyes, the characteristics of each of the two systems were betrayed by this difference in their functioning. The dependent relation between the foreconscious and the conscious was to us only an indication that it must belong to one of the two systems. The dream is by no means a pathological phenomenon. It may appear in every healthy person under the conditions of sleep. Any assumption as to the structure of the psychic apparatus which covers the development of both the dream and the neurotic symptom has also an undeniable claim to be taken into consideration in any theory of normal psychic life. So much then for suppression. It is, however, only a prerequisite for the evolution of the symptom. We know that the symptom serves as a substitute for a process kept back by suppression. Yet it is no simple matter to bridge this gap between the suppression and the evolution of the substitute. We have first to answer several questions on other aspects of the problem concerning the suppression and its substantiation. What kind of psychological stimuli are at the basis of the suppression? By what forces is it achieved? For what motives? On these matters we have only one insight that we can go by. We learned in the investigation of resistance that it grows out of the forces of the I, in other words, from obvious and latent traits of character. It must be from the same traits also that suppression derived support. At least they played a part in its development. All further knowledge is still withheld from us. A second observation, for which I have already prepared, will help us further at this point. By means of analysis, we can assign one very general purpose to the neurotic symptom. This is, of course, nothing new to you. I have already shown it to you in the two cases of neuroses. But, to be sure, what is the significance of two cases? You have the right to demand that it be shown to you innumerable times. But I am unable to do this. Here again your own experience must step in, or your belief, which may in this matter rely upon the unanimous account of all psychoanalysts. You will remember that in these two cases, whose symptoms we subjected to searching investigation, the analysis introduced us to the most intimate sexual life of these patients. In the first case, moreover, we could identify with unusual clearness the purpose or tendency of the symptoms under investigation. Perhaps in the second case it was slightly covered by another factor, one we will consider later. Now, the same thing that we saw in these two examples, we would see in all other cases that we subjected to analysis. Each time, through analysis, we would be introduced to the sexual wishes and experiences of the patient, and every time we would have to conclude that their symptoms served the same purpose. This purpose shows itself to be the satisfaction of sexual wishes. The symptoms serve as a sexual satisfaction for the patient. They are a substitute for such satisfactions as they miss in reality. Recall the compulsive act of our first patient. The woman longs for her intensely beloved husband, with whom she cannot share her life because of his shortcoming and weaknesses. She feels she must remain true to him. She can give his place to no one else. Her compulsive symptom affords her that for which she pines, ennobles her husband, denies and corrects his weaknesses, above all his impotence. This symptom is fundamentally a wish fulfillment, exactly as is a dream. Moreover, it is what a dream not always is, an erotic wish fulfillment. In the case of our second patient, you can see that one of the component purposes of her ceremonial was the prevention of the intercourse of her parents, or the hindrance of the creation of a new child thereby. You have perhaps also guessed that essentially she strove to put herself in the place of her mother. Here again we find the removal of disturbances to sexual satisfaction and the fulfillment of personal sexual wishes. We shall soon turn to the complications of whose existence we have given you several indications. I do not want to make reservations as to the universal applicability of these declarations later on, and therefore I wish to call to your attention the fact that everything that I say here about suppression, symptom development, and symptom interpretation has been learned from three types of neuroses: anxiety hysteria, conversion hysteria, and compulsion neuroses, and for the time being is relevant to these forms only. These three conditions, which we are in the habit of combining into one group under the name of transference neuroses, also limit the field open to psychoanalytic therapy. The other neuroses have not been nearly so well studied by psychoanalysis. In one group, in fact, the impossibility of therapeutic influence has been the reason for the neglect. But you must not forget that psychoanalysis is still a very young science, that it demands much time and care in preparation for it, that not long ago it was still in the cradle, so to speak. Yet at all points we are about to penetrate into the understanding of those other conditions which are not transference neuroses. I hope I shall still be able to speak to you of the developments that our assumptions and results have undergone by being correlated with this new material, and to show you that these further studies have not led to contradictions, but rather to the production of still greater uniformity. Granted that everything then that has been said here holds good for the 3 transference neuroses, allow me to add a new bit of information to the evaluation of its symptoms. A comparative investigation into the causes of the disease discloses a result that may be confined into the formula. In some way or other, these patients fell ill through self-denial, when reality withheld from them the satisfaction of their sexual wishes. You recognize how excellently well these 2 results are found to agree. The symptoms must be understood, then, as a substitute satisfaction for that which is missed in life. To be sure, there are all kinds of objections possible to the declaration that neurotic symptoms are substitutes for sexual satisfaction. I shall still go into 2 of them today. If you yourself have analytically examined a fairly large number of neurotics, you will perhaps gravely inform me that in one class of cases this is not at all applicable. The symptoms appear rather to have the opposite purpose, to exclude sexual satisfaction or discontinue it. I shall not deny the correctness of your interpretation. The psychoanalytic content has a habit of being more complicated than we should like to have it. Had it been so simple, perhaps we should have had no need for psychoanalysis to bring it to light. As a matter of fact, some of the traits of the ceremonial of our second patient may be recognized as of this ascetic nature, inimical to sexual satisfaction. For example, the fact that she removes the clocks, which have the magic qualities of preventing nightly erections, or that she tries to prevent the falling and breaking of vessels, which symbolizes a protection of her virginity. In other cases of bed ceremonials which I was able to analyze, this negative character was far more evident. The ceremonial might consist throughout of protective regulations against sexual recollections and temptations. On the other hand, we have often discovered in psychoanalysis that opposites do not mean contradictions. We might extend our assertion and say the symptoms purpose either a sexual satisfaction or a guard against it. That in hysteria, the positive wish fulfillment takes precedence, while in the compulsion neuroses, the negative ascetic characteristics have the ascendancy. We have not yet been able to speak of that aspect of the mechanism of the symptoms, their two-sidedness or polarity, which enables them to serve this double purpose, both the sexual satisfaction and its opposite. The symptoms are, as we shall see, compromise results, arising from the integration of 2 opposed tendencies. They represent not only the suppressed force, but also the suppressing factor, which was originally potent in bringing about the negation. The result may then favor either one side or the other, but seldom is one of the influences entirely lacking. In cases of hysteria, the meeting of the 2 purposes in the same symptom is most often achieved. In compulsion neuroses, the 2 parts often become distinct. The symptom then has a double meaning. It consists of 2 actions, one following the other, one releasing the other. It will not be so easy to put aside a further misgiving. If you should look over a large number of symptom interpretations, you would probably judge offhand that the conception of a sexual substitute satisfaction has been stretched to its utmost limits in these cases. You will not hesitate to emphasize that these symptoms offer nothing in the way of actual satisfaction. that often enough they are limited to giving fresh life to sensations or fantasies from some sexual complex. Further, you will declare that the apparent sexual satisfaction so often shows a childish and unworthy character, perhaps approximates an act of onanism, or is reminiscent of filthy naughtiness, habits that are already forbidden and broken in childhood. Finally, you will express your surprise that one should designate as a sexual satisfaction appetites which can only be described as horrible or ghastly, even unnatural. As to these last points, we shall come to no agreement until we have submitted man's sexual life to a thorough investigation, and thus ascertained what one is justified in calling sexual. End of section 19.
Section 20 of A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Rato. A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis by Sigmund Freud. Translated by Granville Stanley Hall. Section 20. General Theory of the Neuroses. The Sexual Life of Man. One might think we could take for granted what we are to understand by the term sexual. Of course, the sexual is the indecent, which we must not talk about. I have been told that the pupils of a famous psychiatrist once took the trouble to convince their teacher that the symptoms of hysteria very frequently represent sexual matters. With this intention, they took him to the bedside of a woman suffering from hysteria, whose attacks were unmistakable imitations of the act of delivery. He, however, threw aside their suggestion with the remark, "A delivery is nothing sexual." Assuredly, a delivery need not under all circumstances be indecent. I see that you take it amiss that I jest about such serious matters, but this is not altogether a jest. In all seriousness, it is not altogether easy to define the concept sexual. Perhaps the only accurate definition would be everything that is connected with the difference between the two sexes. But this you may find too general and too colorless. If you emphasize the sexual act as a central factor, you might say that everything is sexual which seeks to obtain sensual excitement from the body, and especially from the sexual organs of the opposite sex, and which aims toward the union of the genitals and the performance of the sexual act. But then you are really very close to the comparison of sexual and indecent, and the act of delivery is not sexual. But if you think of the function of reproduction as the nucleus of sexuality, you're in danger of excluding a number of things that do not aim at reproduction but are certainly sexual, such as onanism or even kissing. But we're prepared to realize that attempts at definition always lead to difficulties. Let us give up the attempt to achieve the unusual in our particular case. We may suspect that in the development of the concept sexual, something occurred which resulted in a false disguise. On the whole, we're quite well oriented as to what people call sexual. The inclusion of the following factors in our concept sexual amply suffices for all practical purposes in ordinary life: the contrast between the sexes, the attainment of sexual excitement, the function of reproduction, the characteristic of an indecency that must be kept concealed. But this is no longer satisfactory to science, for through careful examinations rendered possible only by the sacrifices and the unselfishness of the subjects, we have come in contact with groups of human beings whose sexual life deviates strikingly from the average. One group among them, the perverse, have, as it were, crossed off the difference between the sexes from their program. Only the same sex can arouse their sexual desires. The other sex, even the sexual parts, no longer serve as objects for their sexual desires, and in extreme cases become a subject for disgust. They have to that extent, of course, forgone any participation in reproduction. We call such persons homosexual or inverted. Often, though not always, they are men and women of high physical, intellectual, and ethical development, who are affected only with this one portentous abnormality. Through their scientific leaders, they proclaim themselves to be a special species of mankind, a third sex, which shares equal rights with the two other sexes. Perhaps we shall have occasion to examine their claims critically. Of course, they're not, as they would like to claim, the elect of humanity, but comprise just as many worthless, second-rate individuals as those who possess a different sexual organization. At any rate, this type among the perverse seek to achieve the same ends with the object of their desires as do normal people. But in the same group there exists a long succession of abnormal individuals whose sexual activities are more and more alien to what seems desirable to the sensible person. In their manifold strangeness, they seem comparable only to the grotesque freaks that P. Bruegel painted as the temptation of Saint Anthony, or the forgotten gods and believers that G. Flaubert pictures in the long procession that passes before his pious penitent. This ill-assorted array fairly clamors for orderly classification, if it is not to bewilder our senses. We first divide them on the one hand into those whose sexual object has changed, as is the case with homosexualists, and on the other, those whose sexual aim has changed. Those of the first group have dispensed with the mutual union of the genital organs, and have, as one of the partners of the act, replaced the genitals by another organ or part of the body. They have thus overcome both the shortcomings of organic structure and the usual disgust involved. There are others of this group who still retain the genitals as their object, but not by virtue of their sexual function. They participate for anatomic reasons, or rather by reason of their proximity. By means of these individuals, we realize that the functions of excretion, which in the education of the child are hushed away as indecent, still remain capable of drawing complete sexual interest on themselves. There are still others who have relinquished the genitals entirely as an objective, have raised another part of the body to serve as the goal of their desire. The woman's breast, the foot, the tress of hair. There are also the fetishists, to whom the body part means nothing, who are gratified by a garment, a piece of white linen, a shoe. And finally, there are persons who seek the whole object but with certain peculiar or horrible demands, even those who covet a defenseless corpse, for instance, which they themselves must criminally compel to satisfy their desire. But enough of these horrors. Foremost in the second grouping are those perverted ones who have placed as the end of their sexual desire performances normally introductory or preparatory to it. They satisfy their desire by their eyes and hands. They watch or attempt to watch the other individual in his most intimate doings, or uncover those portions of their own bodies which they should conceal in the vague expectation of being rewarded by a similar procedure on the other person's part. Here also belong the enigmatic sadists, whose affectionate strivings know no other goal than to cause their object pain and agony, varying all the way from humiliating suggestions to the harshest physical ill-treatment. As if to balance the scale, we have on the other hand the masochists, whose sole satisfaction consists in suffering every variety of humiliation and torture, symbolic and real, at the hands of the beloved one. There are still others who combine and confuse a number of these abnormal conditions. Moreover, in both these groups, there are those who seek sexual satisfaction in reality, and others who are content merely to imagine such gratification, who need no actual object at all, but can supplant it by their own fantastic creations. There can be not the least doubt that the sexual activities of these individuals are actually found in the absurdities, caprices, and horrors that we've examined. Not only do they themselves conceive them as adequate substitutes, but we must recognize that they take the same place in their lives that normal sex gratification occupies in ours, and for which they bring the same sacrifices, often incommensurate with their ends. It's perfectly possible to trace along broad lines as well as in detail in what way these abnormalities follow the normal procedure and how they diverge from it. You will also find the characteristic of indecency which belongs to the sexual act in these vagaries, only that it is therein magnified to the disreputable. Ladies and gentlemen, what attitude are we to assume to these unusual varieties of sex gratification? Nothing at all is achieved by the mere expression of indignation and personal disgust, and by the assurance that we do not share these lusts. That's not our concern. We have here a field of observation like any other. Moreover, the evasion that these persons are merely rarities, curiosities, is easily refuted. On the contrary, we're dealing with very frequent and widespread phenomena. If, however, we are told that we must not permit them to influence our views on sexual life, since they're all aberrations of the sexual instinct, we must meet this with a serious answer. If we fail to understand these abnormal manifestations of sexuality and are unable to relate them to the normal sexual life, then we cannot understand normal sexuality. It is, in short, our unavoidable task to account theoretically for all the potentialities of the perversions we've gone over and to explain their relation to the so-called normal sexuality. A penetrating insight due to Ivan Bloch and 2 new experimental results will help us in this task. Bloch takes exception to the point of view which sees in a perversion a sign of degeneration. He proves that such deviations from the aim of the sexual instinct, such loose relations to the object of sexuality, have occurred at all times among the most primitive and the most highly civilized peoples, and have occasionally achieved toleration and general recognition. The 2 experimental results were obtained in the course of psychoanalytic investigations of neurotics. They will undoubtedly exert a decided influence on our conceptions of sexual perversion. We've stated that the neurotic symptoms are substitutions for sexual satisfactions, and I've given you to understand that the proof of this assertion by means of the analysis of symptoms encounters many difficulties. For this statement is only justifiable if, under the term sexual satisfactions, we include the so-called perverse sexual ends, since with surprising frequency we find symptoms which can be interpreted only in the light of their activity. The claim of rareness made by the homosexualists or the inverted immediately collapses when we learn that in the case of no single neurotic do we fail to obtain evidence of homosexual tendencies, and that in a considerable number of symptoms we find the expression of this latent inversion. Those who call themselves homosexualists are the conscious and manifest inverts, but their number is as nothing before the latent homosexualists. We're forced to regard the desire for an object of one's own sex as a universal aberration of erotic life, and to cede increasing importance to it. Of course, the differences between manifest homosexuality and the normal attitude are not thus erased. Their practical importance persists, but their theoretic value is greatly decreased. Paranoia, a disturbance which cannot be counted among the transference neuroses, must in fact be assumed as arising regularly from the attempt to ward off powerful homosexual tendencies. Perhaps you'll recall that one of our patients under her compulsive symptoms acted the part of a man, namely that of her own estranged husband. The production of such symptoms, impersonating the actions of men, is very common to neurotic women. Though this cannot be ascribed directly to homosexuality, it is certainly concerned with its prerequisites. You're probably acquainted with the fact that the neurosis of hysteria may manifest its symptoms in all organic systems, and may therefore disturb all functions. Analysis shows that in these symptoms there are expressed all those tendencies termed perverse, which seek to represent the genitals through other organs. These organs behave as substitute genitals. Through the study of hysteric symptoms, we've come to the conclusion that, aside from their functional activities, the organs of the body have a sexual significance, and that the performance of their functions is disturbed if the sexual factor claims too much attention. Countless sensations and innervations, which appear as symptoms of hysteria in organs apparently not concerned with sexuality, are thus discovered as bound up with the fulfillment of perverse sexual desires through the transference of sex instincts to other organs. These symptoms bring home to us the extent to which the organs used in the consumption of food and in excretion may become the bearers of sexual excitement. We see repeated here the same picture which the perversions have openly and unmistakably lain before us. In hysteria, however, we must make the detour of interpreting symptoms, and in this case the perverse sexual tendencies must be ascribed not to the conscious, but to the unconscious life of the individual. Among the many symptoms manifested in compulsion neurosis, the most important are those produced by two powerful sadistic tendencies, i.e., sexual tendencies with perverted aim. These symptoms, in accordance with the structure of compulsion neurosis, serve primarily as a rejection of these desires, or they express a struggle between satisfaction and rejection. In this struggle, the satisfaction is never excessively curtailed. It achieves its results in the patient's behavior in a roundabout way, by preference turning against his own person in self-inflicted torture. Other forms of neurosis, characterized by an intensive worry, are the expressions of an exaggerated sexualization of acts that are ordinarily only preparatory to sexual satisfactions. Such are the desires to see, to touch, to investigate. Here is thus explained the great importance of the fear of contact and also of the compulsion to wash. An unbelievably large portion of compulsion acts may, in the form of disguised repetitions and modifications, be traced back to onanism, admittedly the only uniform action which accompanies the most varied flights of the sexual imagination. It would cost me very little effort to interweave far more closely the relation between perversion and neurosis, but I believe that what I've said is sufficient for our purposes. We must avoid the error of overestimating the frequency and intensity of perverse inclinations in the light of these interpretations of symptoms. You've heard that a neurosis may develop from the denial of normal sexual satisfactions. Through this actual denial, the need is forced into the abnormal paths of sex excitement. You will later obtain a better insight into the way this happens. You certainly understand that through such collateral hindrance, the perverse tendencies must become more powerful than they would have been if no actual obstacle had been put in the way of a normal sexual satisfaction. As a matter of fact, a similar influence may be recognized in manifest perversions. In many cases, they are provoked or motivated by the fact that two great difficulties stand in the way of normal sexual satisfactions, owing to temporary circumstances or to the permanent institutions of society. In other cases, to be sure, the perverse tendencies are entirely independent of such conditions. They are, as it were, the normal kind of sexual life for the individual in question. Perhaps you're momentarily under the impression that we've confused rather than clarified the relation between normal and perverse sexuality. But keep in mind this consideration. If it is true that a hindrance or withholding of normal sexual satisfaction will bring out perverse tendencies in persons who have not previously shown them, we must assume that these persons must have harbored tendencies akin to perversities, or, if you will, perversities in latent form. This brings us to the second experimental conclusion of which I spoke, namely, that psychoanalytic investigation found it necessary to concern itself with the sexual life of the child, since in the analysis of symptoms, reminiscences and ideas reverted to the early years of childhood. Whatever we revealed in this manner was corroborated point by point through the direct observation of children. The result was the recognition that all inclinations to perversion have their origin in childhood, that children have tendencies toward them all and practice them in a measure corresponding to their immaturity. Perverse sexuality, in brief, is nothing more than magnified infantile sexuality divided into its separate tendencies. Now you will certainly see these perversions in another light, and no longer ignore their relation to the sexual life of man, at the cost, I do not doubt, of surprises and incongruities painful to your emotions. At first you will undoubtedly be disposed to deny everything: the fact that children have something which may be termed sexual life, the truth of our observations, and the justification of our claim to see in the behavior of children any relation to what is condemned in later years as perversity. Permit me first to explain to you the cause of your reluctance, and then to present to you the sum of our observations. It is biologically improbable, even absurd, to assume that children have no sexual life, sexual excitements, desires, and some sort of satisfaction, but that they develop it suddenly between the ages of 12 and 14. This would be just as improbable from the viewpoint of biology as to say that they were not born with genitals but developed them only in the period of puberty. The new factor which becomes active in them at the time is a function of reproduction, which avails itself for its own purposes of all the physical and psychic material already present. You commit the error of confusing sexuality with reproduction, and thereby block the road to the understanding of sexuality, and of perversions and neuroses as well. This error is a prejudice. Oddly enough, its source is the fact that you yourselves were children, and as children succumbed to the influence of education. One of the most important educational tasks which society must assume is the control, the restriction of the sexual instinct when it breaks forth as an impulse toward reproduction. It must be subdued to an individual will that is identical with the mandates of society. In its own interests, accordingly, society would postpone full development until the child has reached a certain stage of intellectual maturity, for education practically ceases with the complete emergence of the sexual impulse. Otherwise, the instinct would burst all bounds, and the work of culture, achieved with such difficulty, would be shattered. The task of restraining this sexuality is never easy. It succeeds here too poorly and there too well. The motivating force of human society is fundamentally economic. Since there is not sufficient nourishment to support its members without work on their part, the number of these members must be limited and their energies diverted from sexual activity to labor. Here, again, we have the eternal struggle for life that has persisted from prehistoric times to the present. Experience must have shown educators that the task of guiding the sexual will of the new generation can be solved only by influencing the early sexual life of the child, the period preparatory to puberty, not by awaiting the storm of puberty. With this intention, almost all infantile sex activities are forbidden to the child or made distasteful to him. The ideal goal has been to render the life of the child asexual. In the course of time, it has really come to be considered asexual, and this point of view has actually been proclaimed by science. In order not to contradict our belief and intentions, we ignore the sexual activity of the child, no slight thing at that, or are content to interpret it differently. The child is supposed to be pure and innocent, and whoever says otherwise may be condemned as a shameless blasphemer of the tender and sacred feelings of humanity. The children are the only ones who do not join in carrying out these conventions, who assert their animal rights, who prove again and again that the road to purity is still before them. It is strange that those who deny the sexuality of children do not therefore slacken in their educational efforts, but rather punish severely the manifestations of the very thing they maintain does not exist, and call it childish naughtiness. Theoretically, it's highly interesting to observe that the period of life which offers most striking evidence against the biased conception of asexual childhood is the time up to 5 or 6 years of age. After that, everything is enveloped by a veil of amnesia, which is rent apart only by a thorough scientific investigation. It may previously have given way partially in certain forms of dreams. Now I shall present to you what is most easily recognizable in the sexual life of the child. At first, for the sake of convenience, let me explain to you the conception of the libido. Libido, analogous to hunger, is the force through which the instinct, here the sex instinct, as in the case of hunger it is the instinct to eat, expresses itself. Other conceptions, such as sexual excitement and satisfaction, require no elucidation. You will easily see that interpretation plays the greatest part in disclosing the sexuality of the suckling. In fact, you will probably cite this as an objection. These interpretations proceed from a foundation of analytic investigation that trace backwards from a given symptom. The suckling reveals the first sexual impulses in connection with other functions necessary for life. His chief interest, as you know, is directed toward the taking in of food. When it has fallen asleep at its mother's breast, fully satisfied, it bears the expression of blissful content that will come back again in later life after the experience of the sexual orgasm. That, of course, would be too slight evidence to form the basis of a conclusion, but we observe that the suckling wishes to repeat the act of taking in food without actually demanding more food. He is therefore no longer urged by hunger. We say he is sucking, and the fact that after this he again falls asleep with a blissful expression shows us that the act of sucking in itself has yielded him satisfaction. As you know, he speedily arranges matters so that he cannot fall asleep without sucking. Dr. Lindner, an old pediatrist in Budapest, was the first one to ascertain the sexual nature of this procedure. Persons attending to the child, who surely make no pretensions to a theoretic attitude, seem to judge sucking in a similar manner. They do not doubt that it serves a pleasurable satisfaction, term it naughty, and force the child to relinquish it against his will, and if he will not do so of his own accord, through painful measures. And so we learn that the suckling performs actions that have no object save the obtaining of sensual gratification. We believe that this gratification is first experienced during the taking in of food, but that he speedily learns to separate it from this condition. The gratification can only be attributed to the excitation of the mouth and lips, hence we call these parts of the body erogenous zones, and the pleasure derived from sucking sexual. Probably we shall have to discuss the justification of this name. If the suckling could express himself, he would probably recognize the act of suckling at his mother's breast as the most important thing in life. He is not so far wrong, for in this one act he satisfies two great needs of life. With no small degree of surprise, we learn through psychoanalysis how much of the physical significance of this act is retained through life. The sucking at the mother's breast becomes the term of departure for all of sexual life, the unattained ideal of later sex gratification, to which the imagination often reverts in times of need. The mother's breast is the first object for the sexual instinct. I can scarcely bring home to you how significant this object is for centering on the sexual object in later life, what profound influence it exerts upon the most remote domains of psychic life through evolution and substitution. The suckling, however, soon relinquishes it and fills its place by a part of his own body. The child sucks his thumb or his own tongue. Thereby he renders himself independent of the consent of the outer world in obtaining his sensual satisfactions, and moreover increases the excitement by including a second zone of his body. The erogenous zones are not equally satisfactory. It is therefore an important experience when, as Dr. Lindner puts it, the child, while touching his own body, discovers the especially excitable genitals, and so finds the way from sucking to onanism. Through the evaluation of sucking, we become acquainted with two decisive characteristics of infantile sexuality. It arises in connection with the satisfaction of great organic needs and behaves autoerotically, that is to say, it seeks and finds its objects on its own body. What is most clearly discernible during the taking in of food is partially repeated during excretion. We conclude that the nursling experiences pleasure during the excretion of urine and the contents of the intestine, and that he soon strives to arrange these acts in a way to secure the greatest possible amount of satisfaction by the corresponding excitement of the erogenous membrane zones. Lou Andreas, with her delicate perceptions, has shown how at this point the outer world first intervenes as a hindrance hostile to the child's desire for satisfaction, the first vague suggestion of outer and inner conflicts. He may not let his excretions pass from him at a moment agreeable to him, but only when other persons set the time. To induce him to renounce these sources of satisfaction, everything relating to these functions is declared indecent and must be concealed. Here, for the first time, he is to exchange pleasure for social dignity. His own relation to his excretions is originally quite different. He experiences no disgust toward his feces, values them as a part of his body from which he does not part lightly, for he uses them as the first present he can give to persons he esteems particularly. Even after education has succeeded in alienating him from these tendencies, he transfers the evaluation of the feces to the present and to money. On the other hand, he appears to regard his achievements in urination with especial pride. I know that you've been wanting to interrupt me for a long time and to cry, "Enough of these monstrosities! Excretion, a source of sexual gratification that even the suckling exploits, feces, a valuable substance, the anus, a sort of genital. We do not believe it, but we understand why children's physicians and pedagogues have decidedly rejected psychoanalysis and its results. No, you have merely forgotten that it was my intention to present to you infantile sexuality in connection with the facts of sexual perversion. Why should you not know that in the case of many grown-ups, homosexuals as well as heterosexuals, the locus of intercourse is transferred from the normal to a more remote portion of the body, and that there are many individuals who confess to a pleasurable sensation of no slight degree in the emptying of the bowels during their entire lives? Children themselves will confirm their interest in the act of defecation and the pleasure in watching the defecation of another when they're a few years older and capable of giving expression to their feelings. Of course, if these children have previously been systematically intimidated, they will understand all too well the wisdom of preserving silence on the subject. As for the other things that you do not wish to believe, let me refer you to the results of analysis and the direct observation of children, and you will realize that it's difficult not to see these things or to see them in a different light. I do not even object to making the relation between child sexuality and sexual perversion quite obvious to you. It is really only natural. If the child has sexual life at all, It must necessarily be perverse, because aside from a few hazy illusions, the child does not know how sexuality gives rise to reproduction. The common characteristic of all perversions, on the other hand, is that they have abandoned reproduction as their aim. We term sexual activity perverse when it has renounced the aim of reproduction and follows the pursuit of pleasure as an independent goal. And so you realize that the turning point in the development of sexual life lies in its subjugation to the purpose of reproduction. Everything this side of the turning point, everything that has given up this purpose and serves the pursuit of pleasure alone, must carry the term perverse, and as such be regarded with contempt. Permit me, therefore, to continue with my brief presentation of infantile sexuality. What I've told you about two organic systems I could supplement by a discussion of all the others. The sexual life of the child exhausts itself in the exercise of a series of partial instincts which seek, independently of one another, to gain satisfaction from his own body or from an external object. Among these organs, the genitals speedily predominate. There are persons who continue the pursuit of satisfaction by means of their own genitals, without the aid of another genital or object, uninterruptedly from the onanism of the suckling to the onanism of necessity which arises in puberty, and even indefinitely beyond that. The theme of onanism alone would occupy us for a long period of time. It offers material for diverse observations. In spite of my inclination to shorten the theme, I must tell you something about the sexual curiosity of children. It is most characteristic for child sexuality and significant for the study of neurotic symptoms. The sexual curiosity of children begins very early, sometimes before the 3rd year. It is not connected with the differences of sexes, which means nothing to the child, since the boy, at any rate, ascribes the same male genital to both sexes. When the boy first discovers the primary sexual structure of the female, he tries at first to deny the evidence of his senses, for he cannot conceive a human being who lacks the part of his body that is of such importance to him. Later, he is terrified at the possibility revealed to him, and he feels the influence of all the former threats occasioned by his intensive preoccupation with his little organ. He becomes subject to the domination of the castration complex, the formation of which plays an important part in the development of his character, provided he remains healthy, of his neurosis if he becomes diseased, of his resistance if he is treated analytically. We know that the little girl feels injured on account of her lack of a large visible penis, envies the boy his possession, and primarily from this motive desires to be a man. This wish manifests itself subsequently in neurosis, arising from some failure in her role as a woman. During childhood, the clitoris of the girl is the equivalent of the penis. It is especially excitable, the zone where autoerotic satisfaction is achieved. In the transition to womanhood, it is most important that the sensations of the clitoris are completely transferred at the right time to the entrance of the vagina. In cases of so-called sexual anesthesia of women, the clitoris has obstinately retained its excitability. The sexual interest of children generally turns first to the mystery of birth, the same problem that is the basis of the questions asked by the Sphinx of Thebes. This curiosity is for the most part aroused by the selfish fear of the arrival of a new child. The answer which the nursery has ready for the child, that the stork brings children, is doubted far more frequently than we imagine, even by very young children. The feeling that he's been cheated out of the truth by grown-ups contributes greatly to the child's sense of solitude and to his independent development. But the child is not capable of solving this problem unaided. His undeveloped sexual constitution restricts his ability to understand. At first he assumes that children are produced by a special substance in one's food, and does not know that only women can bear children. Later, he learns of this limitation and relinquishes the derivation of children from food, a supposition retained in the fairy tale. The growing child soon notices that the father plays some part in reproduction, but what it is he cannot guess. If by chance he is witness of a sexual act, he sees it as an attempt to subjugate, a scuffle, the sadistic miscomprehension of coitus. He does not, however, relate this act immediately to the evolution of the child. When he discovers traces of blood on the bedsheets or on the clothing of his mother, he considers them the proof of an injury inflicted by the father. During the latter part of childhood, he imagines that the sexual organ of the man plays an important part in the evolution of children, but can ascribe only the function of urination to that part of his body. From the very outset, children unite in believing that the birth of the child takes place through the anus, that the child therefore appears as a ball of feces. After anal interests have been proven valueless, he abandons this theory and assumes that the navel opens, or that the region between the two breasts is the birthplace of the child. In this way, the curious child approaches the knowledge of sexual facts, which, clouded by his ignorance, he often fails to see. In the years prior to puberty, he generally receives an incomplete, disparaging explanation, which often causes traumatic consequences. You have probably heard that the conception sexual is unduly expanded by psychoanalysis in order that it may maintain the hypothesis that all neuroses are due to sexual causes, and that the meaning of the symptoms is sexual. You are now in a position to judge whether or not this expansion is unjustifiable. We have expanded the conception sexual only to include the sexual life of children and of perverse persons. That is to say, we've reestablished its proper boundaries. Outside of psychoanalysis, sexuality means only a very limited thing, normal sexual life in the service of reproduction. End of section 20. Section 21 of A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Rato. A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis by Sigmund Freud. Translated by Granville Stanley Hall. Section 21. General Theory of the Neuroses. Development of the libido and sexual organizations. I am under the impression that I did not succeed in convincing you of the significance of perversions for our conception of sexuality. I should therefore like to clarify and add as much as I can. It was not only perversions that necessitated an alteration of our conception of sexuality which aroused such vehement contradiction. The study of infantile sexuality did a great deal more along that line, and its close correspondence to the perversions became decisive for us. But the origin of the expressions of infantile sexuality, unmistakable as they are in later years of childhood, seem to be lost in obscurity. Those who disregard the history of evolution and analytic coherence will dispute the potency of the sexual factor and will infer the agency of generalized forces. Do not forget that as yet we have no generally acknowledged criterion for identifying the sexual nature of an occurrence, unless we assume that we can find it in a relation to the functions of reproduction, and this we must reject as too narrow. The biological criteria, such as the periodicities of 23 and 28 days, suggested by W. Fleece, are by no means established. The specific chemical nature which we can possibly assume for sexual occurrences is still to be discovered. The sexual perversions of adults, on the other hand, are tangible and unambiguous. As their generally accepted nomenclature shows, they are undoubtedly sexual in character, whether we designate them as signs of degeneration or otherwise. No one has yet had the courage to place them outside the phenomena of sex. They alone justify the assertion that sexuality and reproduction are not coincident, for it is clear that all of them disavow the goal of reproduction. This brings me to an interesting parallel. While conscious and psychic were generally considered to be identical, we had to make an essay to widen our conception of the psychic to recognize as psychic something that was not conscious. Analogously, when sexual and related to reproduction, or in shorter form, genital, has been generally considered identical, psychoanalysis must admit as sexual such things as are not genital, things which have nothing to do with reproduction. It is only a formal analogy, but it does not lack a deeper basis. But if the existence of sexual perversions is such a compelling argument, why has it not long ago had its effect and settled the question? I really am unable to say. It appears to be because the sexual perversions are subject to a peculiar ban that extends even into theory and stands in the way of their scientific appreciation. It seems as if no one could forget that they are not only revolting, but even unnatural, dangerous, as if they had a seductive influence, and that at bottom one had to stifle a secret envy of those who enjoyed them. As the Count who passes judgment in the famous Tannhauser parody admits, and in the Mount of Venus his honor slipped his mind. It's odd that never happens to people of our kind. Truthfully speaking, the perverts are rather poor devils who atone most bitterly for the satisfaction they attain with such difficulty. What makes a perverse activity unmistakably sexual, despite all the strangeness of its object, is that the act in perverse satisfaction most frequently is accompanied by a complete orgasm and by an ejaculation of the genital product. Of course, this is only true in the case of adults. With children, orgasms and genital excretions are hardly possible. They're replaced by rudiments, which again are not recognized as truly sexual. In order to complete the appreciation of sexual perversions, I have something to add. Condemned as they are, sharply as they're contrasted with the normal sexual activity, simple observation shows that rarely is normal sex life entirely free from one or another of the perverse traits. Even the kiss can be claimed to be perverse, for it consists in the union of two erogenous mouth zones in place of the respective genitals. But no one outlaws it as perverse. It is, on the contrary, admitted in theatrical performances as a modified suggestion of the sexual act. This very kissing may easily become a complete perversion if it results in such intensity that it is immediately followed by an emission and orgasm, a thing that is not at all unusual. Further, we can learn that handling and gazing upon the object becomes an essential prerequisite to sexual pleasure, that some, in the height of sexual excitation, pinch and bite, that the greatest excitation is not always called forth in lovers by the genitals, but rather by other parts of the body, and so forth. There is no sense in considering persons with single traits of this kind abnormal, and counting them among the perverts. Rather, we recognize more and more clearly that the essential nature of perversion does not consist in overstepping the sexual aim, nor in a substitution for the genitals, not even in the variety of objects, but simply in the exclusiveness with which these deviations are carried out, and by means of which the sexual act that serves reproduction is pushed aside. When the perverse activities serve to prepare or heighten the normal sexual act, they are really no longer perversions. To be sure, the chasm between normal and perverse sexuality is practically bridged by such facts. The natural result is that normal sexuality takes its origin from something existing prior to it, since certain components of this material are thrown out and others are combined in order to make them subject to a new aim, that of reproduction. Before we make use of our knowledge of perversions to concentrate anew and with clearer perspective on the study of infantile sexuality, I must call your attention to an important difference between the two. Perverse sexuality is, as a rule, extraordinarily centralized. Its whole action is directed toward one, usually an isolated goal. A partial instinct has the upper hand. It is either the only one that can be demonstrated, or it has subjected the others to its purposes. In this respect, there is no difference between normal and perverse sexuality, other than that the ruling partial instincts, and with them, the sexual goals, are different. In the one case, as well as in the other, there is, so to say, a well-organized tyranny, accepting that here one family and there another has appropriated all the power to itself. Infantile sexuality, on the other hand, is on the whole devoid of such centralization and organization. Its individual component impulses are of equal power, and each independently goes in search of the acquisition of pleasurable excitement. The lack as well as the presence of centralization fit in well with the fact that both the perverse and the normal sexuality originated from the infantile. There are also cases of perverse sexuality that have much more similarity with the infantile, where, independently of one another, numerous partial instincts have forced their way, insisted on their aims, or rather perpetuated them. In these cases, it is more correct to speak of infantilism of sexual life than of perversions. Thus prepared, we can consider a question which we certainly shall not be spared. People will say to us, "Why are you so set on including within sexuality those manifestations of childhood, out of which the sexual later develops, but which, according to your own admission, are of uncertain origin? Why are you not satisfied, rather, with the physiological description, and simply say that even in the suckling one may notice activities, such as sucking objects or holding back excrements, which show us that he strives toward an organic pleasure? In that way you would have avoided the estranging conception of sexual life in the tiniest child. I have nothing to say against organic pleasure. I know that the most extreme excitement of the sexual union is only an organic pleasure derived from the activity of the genitals. But can you tell me when this organic pleasure, originally not differentiated, acquires the sexual character that it undoubtedly does possess in the later phases of development? Do you know more about the organic pleasure than about sexuality? You will answer, the sexual character is acquired when the genitals begin to play their role. Sexual means genital. You will even reject the contrary evidence of the perversions by confronting me with the statement that in most perversions it is a matter of achieving the genital orgasm, although by other means than a union of the genitals. You would really command a much better position if you did not regard as characteristic of the sexual that untenable relation to reproduction seen in the perversions, if you replaced it by activity of the genitals. Then we no longer differ very widely. The genital organs merely replace other organs. What do you make of the numerous practices which show you that the genitals may be represented by other organs in the attainment of gratification, as is the case in the normal kiss, or the perverse practices of fast life, or the symptoms of hysteria? In these neuroses, it is quite usual for stimulations, sensations, and innervations, even the process of erection, which is localized in the genitals, to be transferred to other distant parts of the body, so that you have nothing to which you can hold as characteristics of the sexual. You will have to decide to follow my example and expand the designation sexual to include the strivings of early childhood toward organic pleasure. Now, for my justification, I should like you to give me the time for two more considerations. As you know, we call the doubtful and indefinable pleasure activities of earliest childhood sexual, because our analysis of the symptoms leads us to them by way of material that is undeniably sexual. We admit that it need not, for that reason in itself, be sexual. But take an analogous case. Suppose there were no way to observe the development of two dicotyledonous plants from their seeds, the apple tree and the bean. In both cases, however, imagine it possible to follow their evolution from the fully developed plant backwards to the first seedling with two leaf divisions. The two little leaves are indistinguishable. In both cases, they look exactly alike. Shall I conclude from this that they really are the same, and that the specific differences between an apple tree and bean plant do not appear until later in the history of the plant? Or is it biologically more correct to believe that this difference is already present in the seedling, although the two little leaves show no differences? We do the same thing when we term as sexual the pleasure derived from the activities of the suckling. Whether each and every organic enjoyment may be called sexual, or if besides the sexual there is another that does not deserve this name, is a matter I cannot discuss here. I know too little about the organic pleasure and its conditions, and will not be at all surprised if the retrogressive character of the analysis leads us back finally to a generalized factor. One thing more. You have, on the whole, gained very little for what you're so anxious to maintain, the sexual purity of the child, even when you can convince me that the activities of the suckling had better not be called sexual. For from the third year on, there is no longer any doubt concerning the presence of a sexual life in the child. At this time, the genitals already begin to become active. There is perhaps regularly a period of infantile masturbation, in other words, a gratification by means of the genitals. The psychic and social expressions of the sexual life are no longer absent. Choice of an object, affectionate preference for certain persons, indeed a leaning toward one of the two sexes, jealousy, all these have been established independently by unprejudiced observation prior to the advent of psychoanalysis, and confirmed by every careful observer. You will say that you had no doubt as to the early awakening of affection. You will take issue only with its sexual nature. Children between the ages of 3 and 8 have already learned to hide these things, but if you look sharply, you can always gather sufficient evidence of the sexual purpose of this affection. What escapes you will be amply supplied by investigation. The sexual goals of this period of life are most intimately connected with the contemporaneous sexual theories, of which I have given you some examples. The perverse nature of some of these goals is the result of the constitutional immaturity of the child, who has not yet discovered the goal of the act of copulation. From about the 6th or the 8th year on, a pause in and reversion of sexual development is noticeable, which in the cases that reach the highest cultural standard deserves the name of a latent period. The latent period may also fail to appear, and there need not be an interruption of sexual activity and sexual interests at any period. Most of the experiences and impulses prior to the latent period then fall victim to the infantile amnesia, the forgetting we've already discussed, which cloaks our earliest childhood and makes us strangers to it. In every psychoanalysis, we are confronted with the task of leading this forgotten period of life back into memory. One cannot resist the supposition that the beginning of sexual life it contains furnishes the motive for this forgetting, namely, that this forgetting is a result of suppression. The sexual life of the child shows from the 3rd year that it has much in common with that of the adult. It is distinguished from the latter, as we already know, by the lack of stable organization under the primacy of the genitals, by the unavoidable traits of perversion, and, naturally, by the far lesser intensity of the whole impulse. Theoretically, the most interesting phases of the sexual development, or, as we would rather say, the libido development, so far as theory is concerned, lie back of this period. This development is so rapidly gone through that perhaps it would never have been possible for direct observation to grasp its fleeting pictures. Psychoanalytic investigation of the neuroses has for the first time made it possible to discover more remote phases of the libido development. These are, to be sure, nothing but constructions, but if you wish to carry on psychoanalysis in a practical way, you will find that they are necessary and valuable constructions. You will soon understand why pathology may disclose conditions which we would have overlooked in the normal object. We can now declare what form the sexual life of the child takes before the primacy of the genitals is established. This primacy is prepared in the first infantile epoch prior to the latent period and is continuously organized from puberty on. There is in this early period a sort of loose organization, which we shall call pregenital. In the foreground of this phase, however, the partial instincts of the genitals are not prominent, rather the sadistic and anal. The contrast between masculine and feminine plays no part as yet. Its place is taken by the contrast between active and passive, which we may designate as the forerunner of sexual polarity, with which it is later fused. That which appears masculine to us in the activity of this phase, observed from the standpoint of the later genital stage, is the expression of an instinct to mastery, which may border on cruelty. Impulses with passive goals attach themselves to the erogenous zone of the rectal opening. Most important at this time, curiosity and the instinct to watch are powerful. The genital really takes part in the sexual life only in its role as excretory organ for the bladder. Objects are not lacking to partial impulses of this period, but they do not necessarily combine into a single object. The sadistico-anal organization is the step antecedent to the phase of genital primacy. A more penetrating study furnishes proof how much of this is retained for the later and final form, and in what ways its partial instincts are forced into line under the new genital organization. Back of the sadistico-anal phase of libido development, we get a view of an earlier, even more primitive phase of organization, in which the erogenous mouth zone plays the chief role. You may surmise that the sexual activity of sucking belongs to it, and may wonder at the intuition of the ancient Egyptians, whose art characterized the child as well as the god Horus, with the finger in his mouth. Abraham only recently published material concerning the traces which this primitive oral phase has left upon the sexual life of later years. I can surmise that these details about sexual organization have burdened your mind more than they have informed you. Perhaps I've again gone into detail too much. But be patient. What you've heard will become more valuable through the uses to which it is later put. Keep well in mind the impression that sexual life, as we call it, the function of the libido, does not make its appearance as a completed whole, nor does it develop in its own image, but goes through a series of successive phases which are not similar to each other. In fact, it is a developmental sequence, like that from the grub to the butterfly. The turning point of the development is the subordination of all sexual partial instincts to the primacy of the genitals, and thereby the subjection of sexuality to the function of reproduction. Originally, it is a diffused sexual life, one which consists of independent activities of single partial instincts which strive towards organic gratification. This anarchy is modified by approaches to pregenital organization, first of all the sadistico-anal phase, prior to this the oral phase, which is perhaps the most primitive. Added to this there are the various processes, as yet not well known, which carry over one organizational level to the later and more advanced phase. The significance for the understanding of the neuroses of the long evolutionary path of the libido which carries it over so many grades, we shall discuss on another occasion. Today we shall look at another angle of the development, namely the relation of the partial instinct to the object. We shall make a hurried survey of this development in order to spend more time upon a relatively later product. Some of the components of the sex instincts have had an object from the very beginning and hold fast to it. Such are the instinct to mastery, sadism, curiosity, and the impulse to watch. Other impulses, which are more clearly attached to specific erogenous zones of the body, have this object only in the beginning, as long as they adhere to the functions which are not sexual. They release this object when they free themselves from these non-sexual functions. The first object of the oral component of the sexual impulse is the mother's breast, which satisfies the hunger of the infant. By the act of sucking, the erotic component, which is also satisfied by the sucking becoming independent, it gives up the foreign object and replaces it by some part of its own body. The oral impulse becomes autoerotic, just as the anal and other erogenous impulses are from the very beginning. Further development, to express it most briefly, has two goals. First, to give up autoeroticism, and again, to substitute for the object of one's own body a foreign object. Second, to unify the different objects into a single impulse, replace them by a single object. To be sure, that can happen only if the single object is itself complete, a body similar to one's own. Nor can it be consummated without leaving behind as useless a large number of the autoerotic instinctive impulses. The processes of finding the object are rather involved and have as yet had no comprehensive exposition. For our purpose, let us emphasize the fact that when the process has come to a temporary cessation in the childhood years, before the latent period, the object it has found is seen to be practically identical with the first object derived from its relation to the object of the oral pleasure impulse. It is, if not the mother's breast, the mother herself. We call the mother the first object of love, for we speak of love when we emphasize the psychic side of sex impulses and disregard or for a moment wish to forget the fundamental physical or sensual demands of the instincts. At the time when the mother becomes the object of love, the psychic work of suppression which withdraws the knowledge of a part of his sexual goal from his consciousness has already begun in the child. The selection of the mother as the object of love involves everything we understand by the Oedipus complex, which has come to have such great significance in the psychoanalytic explanation of neuroses, and which has had no small part in arousing opposition to psychoanalysis. Here is a little experience which took place during the present war. A brave young disciple of psychoanalysis is a doctor at the German front somewhere in Poland, and attracts the attention of his colleagues by the fact that he occasionally exercises an unexpected influence in the case of a patient. Upon being questioned, he admits that he works by means of psychoanalysis and is finally induced to impart his knowledge to his colleagues. Every evening, the physicians of the corps, colleagues and superiors, gather in order to listen to the inmost secrets of analysis. For a while this goes on nicely. But after he has told his audience of the Oedipus complex, a superior rises and says he does not believe it, that it is shameful for the lecturer to tell such things to them, brave men who are fighting for their fatherland, and who are the fathers of families, and he forbade the continuation of the lectures. This was the end. Now you will be impatient to discover what this frightful Oedipus complex consists of. The name tells you. You all know the Greek myth of King Oedipus, who is destined by the fates to kill his father and take his mother to wife, who does everything to escape the oracle and then does penance by blinding himself when he discovers that he has, unknowingly, committed these two sins. I trust many of you have yourselves experienced the profound effect of the tragedy in which Sophocles handles this material. The work of the Attic poet presents the manner in which the deed of Oedipus, long since accomplished, is finally brought to light by an artistically prolonged investigation, continuously fed with new evidence. Thus far, it has a certain similarity to the process of psychoanalysis. In the course of the dialogue, it happens that the infatuated mother-wife, Jocasta, opposes the continuation of the investigation. She recalls that many men have dreamed that they have cohabited with their mothers, but one should lay little stress on dreams. We do not lay little stress on dreams, least of all typical dreams, such as occur to many men, and we do not doubt that this dream mentioned by Jocasta is intimately connected with the strange and frightful content of the myth. It is surprising that Sophocles' tragedy does not call forth much greater indignation and opposition on the part of the audience, a reaction similar to and far more justified than the reaction to our simple military physician. For it is a fundamentally immoral play. It dispenses with the moral responsibility of men. It portrays godlike powers as instigators of guilt, and shows the helplessness of the moral impulses of men which contend against sin. One might easily suppose that the burden of the myth purposed accusation against the gods and fate, and in the hands of the critical Euripides, always at odds with the gods, it would probably have become such an accusation. But there is no trace of this in the work of the believer, Sophocles. A pious sophistry which asserts that the highest morality is to bow to the will of the gods, even if they command a crime, helps him over the difficulty. I do not think that this moral constitutes the power of the drama, but so far as the effect goes, that is unimportant. The listener does not react to it, but to the secret meaning and content of the myth. He reacts as though, through self-analysis, he had recognized in himself the Oedipus complex and had unmasked the will of the gods, as well as the oracle, as sublime disguises of his own unconsciousness. It is as though he remembered the wish to remove his father and in his place to take his mother to wife, and must be horrified at his own desires. He also understands the voice of the poet, as if it were telling him, "You revolt in vain against your responsibility, and proclaim in vain the efforts you have made to resist these criminal purposes. In spite of these efforts, you are guilty, for you have not been able to destroy the criminal purposes, they will persist unconsciously in you." And in that there is psychological truth. Even if man has relegated his evil impulses to the unconscious, and would tell himself that he is no longer answerable for them, he will still be compelled to experience this responsibility as a feeling of guilt which he cannot trace to its source. It is not to be doubted for a moment that one may recognize in the Oedipus complex one of the most important sources for the consciousness of guilt with which neurotics are so often harassed. But furthermore, in a study of the origins of religion and morality of mankind, which I published in 1913 under the title of Totem and Taboo, the idea was brought home to me that perhaps mankind as a whole has, at the beginning of its history, come by its consciousness of guilt, the final source of religion and morality, through the Oedipus complex. I should like to say more on this subject, but perhaps I'd better not. It's difficult to turn away from this subject now that I've begun speaking of it, but we must return to individual psychology. What does direct observation of the child at the time of the selection of its object, before the latent period, show us concerning the Oedipus complex? One may easily see that the little man would like to have the mother all to himself, that he finds the presence of his father disturbing. He becomes irritated when the latter permits himself to show tenderness toward the mother, and expresses his satisfaction when the father is away or on a journey. Frequently he expresses his feelings directly in words, promises the mother he will marry her. One may think this is very little in comparison with the deeds of Oedipus, but it is actually enough, for it's essentially the same thing. The observation is frequently clouded by the circumstance that the same child at the same time, on other occasions, gives evidence of great tenderness towards its father. It is only that such contradictory, or rather ambivalent, emotional attitudes as would lead to a conflict in the case of an adult readily take their place side by side in a child, just as later on they permanently exist in the unconscious. You might wish to interpose that the behavior of the child springs from egoistic motives and does not justify the setting up of an erotic complex. The mother provides for all the necessities of the child, and it is therefore to the child's advantage that she troubles herself for no one else. This too is correct, but it will soon be clear that in this, as in similar situations, the egoistic interest offers only the opportunity on which the erotic impulse seizes. If the little one shows the most undisguised sexual curiosity about his mother, if he wants to sleep with her at night, insists upon being present while she is dressing, or attempts to caress her, as the mother can so often ascertain and laughingly relates, it is undoubtedly due to the erotic nature of the attachment to his mother. We must not forget that the mother shows the same care for her little daughter without achieving the same effect, and that the father often vies with her in caring for the boy without being able to win the same importance in his eyes as the mother. In short, it is clear that the factor of sex preference cannot be eliminated from the situation by any kind of criticism. From the standpoint of egoistic interest, it would merely be stupid of the little fellow not to tolerate two persons in his services rather than only one. I have, as you'll have noticed, described only the relation of the boy to his father and mother. As far as the little girl is concerned, the process is the same, with the necessary modifications. The affectionate devotion to the father, the desire to set aside the mother as superfluous and to take her place, a coquetry which already works with all the arts of later womanhood, give such a charming picture, especially in the baby girl, that we are apt to forget its seriousness and the grave consequences which may result from this infantile situation. Let us not fail to add that frequently the parents themselves exert a decisive influence over the child in the awakening of the Oedipus attitude, in that they themselves follow a sex preference when there are a number of children. The father, in the most unmistakable manner, shows preference for the daughter, while the mother is most affectionate toward the son. But even this factor cannot seriously undermine the spontaneous character of the childish Oedipus complex. The Oedipus complex expands and becomes a family complex when other children appear. It becomes the motive force, revived by the sense of personal injury, which causes the child to receive its brothers and sisters with aversion and to wish to remove them without more ado. It is much more frequent for the children to express these feelings of hatred than those arising from the parent complex. If such a wish is fulfilled, and death takes away the undesired increase in the family, after a short while we may discover through analysis what an important experience this death was for the child, even though he had not remembered it. The child forced into second place by the birth of a little brother or sister, and for the first time practically isolated from his mother, is loath to forgive her for this. Feelings which we would call extreme bitterness in an adult are aroused in him and often become the basis of a lasting estrangement. We've already mentioned that the sexual curiosity, with all its consequences, usually grows out of these experiences of the child. With the growing up of these brothers and sisters, the relation to them undergoes the most significant changes. The boy may take his sister as the object for his love, to replace his faithless mother. Situations of dangerous rivalry, which are of vast importance for later life, arise even in the nursery among numerous brothers who court the affection of a younger sister. A little girl finds in her older brother a substitute for her father, who no longer acts toward her with the same affection as in former years, or she takes a younger sister as a substitute for the child that she vainly wished of her father. Such things, and many more of a similar character, are shown by the direct observation of children and the consideration of their vivid childish recollections. which are not influenced by the analysis. You will conclude, among other things, that the position of a child in the sequence of his brothers and sisters is of utmost importance for the entire course of his later life, a factor which should be considered in every biography. In the face of these explanations that are found with so little effort, you will hardly recall without smiling the scientific explanations for the prohibition of incest. What inventions! By living together from early childhood, the sexual attraction must have been diverted from these members of the family who are of opposite sex, or a biological tendency against inbreeding finds its psychic equivalent in an innate dread of incest. In this, no account is taken of the fact that there would be no need of so unrelenting a prohibition by law and morality if there were any natural, reliable guards against the temptation of incest. Just the opposite is true. The first choice of an object among human beings is regularly an incestuous one, in the man directed toward the mother and sister, and the most stringent laws are necessary to prevent this persisting infantile tendency from becoming active. Among the primitive races, the prohibitions against incest are much more stringent than ours, and recently Theodore Wright showed in a brilliant paper that the puberty rites of the savages, which represent a rebirth, have the significance of loosing the incestuous bonds of the boy to his mother and of establishing the reconciliation with the father. Mythology teaches that incest, apparently so abhorred by men, is permitted to the gods without further thought. And you may learn from ancient history that incestuous marriage with his sister was wholly prescript for the person of the ruler among the ancient pharaohs and the Incas of Peru. We have here a privilege denied the common herd. Incest with his mother is one of the sins of Oedipus, patricide the other. It might also be mentioned that these are the two great sins which the first social religious institution of mankind, totemism, abhors. Let us turn from the direct observation of the child to analytic investigation of the adult neurotic. What does analysis yield to the further knowledge of the Oedipus complex? This is easily told. It shows the patient up in the light of the myth. It shows that each of these neurotics was himself an Oedipus, or, what amounts to the same thing, became a Hamlet in the reaction to the complex. To be sure, the analytic representation of the Oedipus complex enlarges upon and is a coarser edition of the infantile sketch. The hatred of the father, the death wish with regard to him are no longer timidly suggested. The affection for the mother recognizes the goal of possessing her for a wife. Dare we really accredit these horrible and extreme feelings to those tender childhood years, or does analysis deceive us by bringing in some new element? It is not difficult to discover this. Whenever an account of past events is given, be it written even by a historian, we must take into account the fact that inadvertently something has been interpolated from the present and from intervening times into the past, so that the entire picture is falsified. In the case of the neurotic, it is questionable whether this interpolation is entirely unintentional or not. We shall later come to learn its motives and must justify the fact of imagining back into the remote past. We also easily discover that hatred of the father is fortified by numerous motives which originate in later times and circumstances, since the sexual wishes for the mother are cast in forms which are necessarily foreign to the child. But it would be a vain endeavor to explain the whole of the Oedipus complex by imagining back and as related to later times. The infantile nucleus and more or less of what has been added to it continues to exist and may be verified by the direct observation of the child. The clinical fact which we meet with in penetrating the form of the Oedipus complex as established by analysis is of the greatest practical importance. We learn that at the period of puberty, when the sexual instinct first asserts its demands in full strength, the old incestuous and familiar objects are again taken up and seized anew by the libido. The infant's choice of an object was feeble, but it nevertheless set the direction for the choice of an object in puberty. At that time, very intense emotional experiences are brought into play and directed toward the Oedipus complex, or utilized in the reaction to it. However, since their presuppositions have become unsupportable, they must in large part remain outside of consciousness. From this time on, the human individual must devote himself to the great task of freeing himself from his parents, and only after he has freed himself can he cease to be a child and become a member of the social community. The task confronting the son consists of freeing himself from his libidinous wishes towards his mother and utilizing them in the quest for a really foreign object for his love. He must also effect a reconciliation with his father, if he has stayed hostile to him, or if in the reaction to his infantile opposition he has become subject to his domination, he must now free himself from this pressure. These tasks are set for every man. It is noteworthy how seldom their solution is ideally achieved, i.e., how seldom the solution is psychologically as well as socially correct. Neurotics, however, find no solution whatever. The son remains during his whole life subject to the authority of his father and is not able to transfer his libido to a foreign sexual object. Barring the difference in the specific relation, the same fate may befall the daughter. In this sense, the Oedipus complex is correctly designated as the nucleus of the neurosis. You can imagine how rapidly I am reviewing a great number of conditions which are associated with the Oedipus complex, of practical as well as of theoretical importance. I cannot enter upon their variations or possible inversions. Of its less immediate relations, I only wish to indicate the influence which the Oedipus complex has been found to exert on literary production. In a valuable book, Otto Rank has shown that the dramatists of all times have taken their materials principally from the Oedipus and incest complexes, with their variations and disguises. Moreover, we will not forget to mention that the two guilty wishes of Oedipus were recognized long before the time of psychoanalysis as the true representatives of the unrestrained life of impulses. Among the writings of the encyclopedist Diderot, we find a famous dialogue, The Nephew of Ramau, which no less a person than Goethe has translated into German. In this you may read the remarkable sentence, "If the little savage were left to himself, he would preserve all his imbecility, he would unite the passions of a man of 30 to the unreasonableness of the child in the cradle, he would twist his father's neck and bed with his mother." There's also one other thing of which I must needs speak. The mother-wife of Oedipus shall not have reminded us of the dream in vain. Do you still remember the result of our dream analysis? That the wishes out of which the dream is constructed so frequently are of a perverse, incestuous nature, or disclose an enmity toward near and beloved relatives, the existence of which had never been suspected? At the time, we didn't trace the sources of these evil impulses. Now you may see them for yourselves. They represent the disposition made in early infancy of the libidinous energy, with the objects long since given up in conscious life to which it had once clung, which are now shown at night to be still present and in a certain sense capable of activity. But since all people have such perverse, incestuous, and murderous dreams, and not the neurotics alone, we may conclude that even those who are normal have passed through the same evolutionary development through the perversions and the direction of the libido toward the objects of the Oedipus complex. This, then, is the way of normal development upon which the neurotics merely enlarge. They show in cruder form what dream analysis exposes in the healthy dreamer as well. Accordingly, here is one of the motives which led us to deal with the study of the dream before we considered the neurotic symptom. End of section 21.
Section 22 of A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ramon Escamilla. A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis by Sigmund Freud. Translated by Granville Stanley Hall. Section 22. 22nd Lecture. General Theory of the Neuroses. Theories of Development and Regression. Etiology. We have learned that the libido goes through an extensive development before it can enter the service of reproduction in a way which may be regarded as normal. Now I wish to present to you what importance this fact possesses for the causation of neuroses. I believe we are in harmony with the teachings of general pathology in assuming that this development involves two dangers: inhibition and regression. In other words, with the universal tendency of biological processes toward variation, it must necessarily happen that not all preparatory phases of a given function are equally well passed through or accomplished with comparable thoroughness. Certain components of a function may be permanently held back in an early stage of development, and the complete development is therefore retarded to a certain extent. Let us seek analogies for these processes from other fields. If a whole people leaves its dwellings to seek a new home, as frequently happened in the early periods of the history of mankind, their entire number will certainly not reach the new destination. Setting aside other losses, small groups or associations of these wandering peoples would stop on the way, and, while the majority passes on, they would settle down at these way stations. Or, to seek a more appropriate comparison, you know that in the most highly evolved mammals, the male seminal glands, which originally are located in the far depths of the abdominal cavity, begin to wander during a certain period of intrauterine life until they reach a position almost immediately under the skin of the pelvic extremity. In the case of a number of male individuals, one of the paired glands may, as a result of this wandering, remain in the pelvic cavity, or may be permanently located in the canal through which both glands must pass in their journey, or finally the canal itself may stay open permanently, instead of growing together with the seminal glands after the change of position has taken place normally. When, as a young student, I was doing my first piece of scientific research under the direction of von Brücke, I was working on the dorsal nerve roots in the spinal cord of a small fish very archaic in form. I discovered that the nerve ganglia of these roots grow out from large cells which lie in the gray matter of the dorsal column, a condition no longer true of other vertebrates. But I soon discovered that such nerve cells are found outside the gray matter all the way to the so-called spinal ganglion of the dorsal root. From this, I concluded that the cells of this group of ganglia had traveled from the spinal cord to the roots of the nerves. This same result is attested by embryology. In this little fish, however, the entire path of the journey was traceable by the cells that had remained behind. Closer observation will easily reveal to you the weak points of these comparisons. Therefore, let me simply say that with reference to every single sexual impulse, I consider it possible for several of its components to be held back in the earlier stages of development, while other components have worked themselves out to completion. You will realize that we think of every such impulse as a current, continuously driving on from the very beginning of life, and that our resolving it into individual movements which follow separately one upon the other is to a certain extent artificial. Your impression that these concepts require further clarification is correct, but an attempt would lead to too great digression. Before we pass on, however, let us agree to call this arrest of a partial impulse in an early stage of development a fixation of the instinct. Regression is the second danger of this development by stages. Even those components which have achieved a degree of progress may readily turn backward to these earlier stages. Having attained to this later and more highly developed form, the impulse is forced to a regression when it encounters great external difficulties in the exercise of its function, and accordingly cannot reach the goal which will satisfy its strivings. We can obviously assume that fixation and regression are not independent of each other. The stronger the fixations in the process of development prove to be, the more readily will the function evade external difficulties by a regression back to those fixations, and the less capable will the fully developed function be to withstand the hindrances that stand in the way of its exercise. Remember that if a people in its wandering has left large groups at certain way stations, it is natural for those who have gone on to return to these stations if they are beaten or encounter a mighty foe. The more they have left on the way, however, the greater is their chance of defeat. For your comprehension of the neuroses, it is necessary to keep in mind this connection between fixation and regression. This will give you a secure hold upon the question of the cause of neuroses, of the etiology of neuroses, which we shall soon consider. For the present, we have still to discuss various aspects of regression. With the knowledge you have gained concerning the development of the function of libido, you must expect two kinds of regression: incestuous return to the first libidinous objects, and return of the entire sexual organization to an earlier stage of development. Both occur in the transference neuroses and play an important part in its mechanism. Especially is the return to the first incestuous objects of libido a feature that the neurotic exhibits with positively tiresome regularity. We could say far more about regression of libido if we took into consideration another group of neuroses, neurotic narcissism. But we cannot do this now. These conditions give us a clue to other stages of development of the function of libido, which have not been mentioned previously, and correspondingly show new kinds of regression. But I think the most important task before me at this point is to warn you not to confuse regression and suppression, and to aid you to see clearly the connection between the two processes. Suppression, as you know, is the process by which an act capable of becoming conscious, in other words, an act that belongs to the foreconscious system, is rendered unconscious, and accordingly is thrust back into the unconscious system. Similarly, we speak of suppression when the unconscious psychic act never has been admitted into the adjoining foreconscious system, but is arrested by the censor at the threshold. Kindly observe that the conception of suppression has nothing to do with sexuality. It describes a purely psychological process, which could better be characterized by terming it localized. By that, we mean that it is concerned with the spatial relationships within the psyche, or, if we drop this crude metaphor, with building up the psychological apparatus out of separate psychic systems. Through these comparisons, we observe that up to this point we have not used the word regression in its general, but in a very special sense. If you accord it the general meaning of return from a higher to a lower stage of development, you must include suppression as a form of regression, for suppression may also be described as the reversion to an earlier and lower stage in the development of a psychic act. Only in regard to suppression, this tendency to revert is not necessarily involved, for when a psychic act is held back in the early unconscious stage, we also term it suppression in a dynamic sense. Suppression is a localized and dynamic conception, regression purely descriptive. What up to this point we have called regression and considered in its relation to fixation was only the return of libido to former stages of its development. The nature of this latter conception is entirely distinct and independent of suppression. We cannot call the libido regressions purely psychical processes and do not know what localization in the psychological apparatus we should assign to them. Even though the libido exerts a more powerful influence on psychic life, its organic significance is still the most conspicuous. Discussions of this sort, gentlemen, are bound to be somewhat dry. To render them more vivid and impressive, let us return to clinical illustrations. You know that hysteria and compulsion neurosis are the two chief factors in the group of transference neuroses. In hysteria, libidinous return to primary incestuous sexual objects is quite regular, but regression to a former stage of sexual organization very rare. In the mechanism of hysteria, suppression plays the chief part. If you will permit me to supplement our previous positive knowledge of this neurosis by a constructive suggestion, I could describe the state of affairs in this manner. the union of the partial instincts under the domination of the genitals is accomplished, but its results encounter the opposition of the foreconscious system, which, of course, is bound up with consciousness. Genital organization, therefore, may stand for the unconscious, but not for the foreconscious. Through this rejection on the part of the foreconscious, a situation arises which in certain aspects is similar to the condition existing before the genitals had attained their primacy. Of the two libido regressions, the regression to a former stage of sexual organization is by far the most conspicuous. Since it is lacking in hysteria, and our entire conception of the neuroses is still too much dominated by the study of hysteria which preceded it in point of time, the meaning of libido regression became clearer to us much later than that of repression. Let us be prepared to widen and change our attitude still more when we consider other narcissistic neuroses besides compulsion neurosis and hysteria in our discussion. In contrast to this, regression of libido in compulsion neurosis turns back most conspicuously to the earlier sadistico-anal organization, which accordingly becomes the most significant factor expressed by the symptoms. Under these conditions, the love impulse must mask itself as a sadistic impulse. The compulsion idea must therefore be reinterpreted. Isolated from other superimposed factors, which though they are not accidental are also indispensable, it no longer reads, "I want to murder you." Rather, it says, "I want to enjoy you in love." Add to this that simultaneously regression of the object has also set in, so that this impulse is invariably directed toward the nearest and dearest persons, and you can imagine with what horror the patient thinks of these compulsion ideas, and how alien they appear to his conscious perception. In the mechanism of these neuroses, suppression too assumes an important part, which is not easy to explain in a superficial discussion of this sort. Regression of the libido without suppression would never result in neurosis, but would finally end in perversion. This makes it obvious that suppression is the process most characteristic of neurosis and typifies it most perfectly. Perhaps I shall at some future time have the opportunity of presenting to you our knowledge of the mechanism of perversions, and then you will see that here also things do not work themselves out as simply as we should best like to construe them. You will most readily reconcile yourself with these elucidations of fixation and regression when you consider them as a preface to the investigation of the etiology of neuroses. Toward this I have only advanced a single fact, that people become neurotically ill when the possibility of satisfying their libido is removed, ill with denial, as I expressed myself, and that their symptoms are the substitutes for the denied gratification. Of course, that does not mean that every denial of libidinous satisfaction makes every person neurotic, but merely that in all cases known of neurosis, the factor of denial was traceable. The syllogism therefore cannot be reversed. You also understand, I trust, that this statement is not supposed to reveal the entire secret of the etiology of neurosis, but only emphasizes an important and indispensable condition. Now, we do not know, in the further discussion of the statement, whether to emphasize the nature of denial or the individuality of the person affected by it. Denial is very rarely complete and absolute. To cause a pathological condition, the specific gratification desired by the particular person in question must be withheld, the certain satisfaction of which he alone is capable. On the whole, there are many ways of enduring abstinence from libidinous gratification without succumbing to a neurosis by reason thereof. Above all, we know of people who are able to endure abstinence without doing themselves injury. They are not happy under the circumstances, they are filled with yearning, but they do not become ill. Furthermore, we must take into consideration that the impulses of the sex instinct are extraordinarily plastic, if I may use that term in this connection. One thing may take the place of the other, one may assume the other's intensity. If reality refuses the one gratification, the satisfaction of another may offer full compensation. The sexual impulses are like a network of communicating channels filled with fluids. They are this in spite of their subjugation to the primacy of the genitals, though I realize it is difficult to unite these two ideas in one conception. The component impulses of sexuality, as well as the total sexual desire, which represents their aggregate, show a marked ability to change their object, to exchange it, for instance, with one more easily attainable. This displacement and the readiness to accept substitutes must exert powerful influence in opposition to the pathological effect of abstinence. Among these processes which resist the ill effects of abstinence, one in particular has one cultural significance. Sexual desire relinquishes either its goal of partial gratification of desire, or the goal of desire toward reproduction, and adopts another aim, genetically related to the abandoned one, save that it is no longer sexual but must be termed social. This process is called sublimation, and in adopting this process we subscribe to the general standard which places social aims above selfish sexual desires. Sublimation is, as a matter of fact, only a special case of the relation of sexual to non-sexual desires. We shall have occasion to talk more about this later in another connection. Now your impression will be that abstinence has become an insignificant factor, since there are so many methods of enduring it. Yet this is not the case, for its pathological power is unimpaired. The remedies are generally not sufficient. The measure of unsatisfied libido which the average human being can stand is limited. The plasticity and freedom of movement of libido is by no means retained to the same extent by all individuals. Sublimation can, however, never account for more than a certain small fraction of the libido, and finally, most people possess the capacity for sublimation only to a very slight degree. The most important of these limitations clearly lies in the adaptability of the libido, as it renders the gratification of the individual dependent upon the attainment of only a very few aims and objects. Kindly recall that incomplete development of the libido leaves extensive and possibly even numerous libido fixations in earlier developmental phases of the processes of sexual organization and object finding, and that these phases are usually not capable of affording a real gratification. You will then recognize libido fixation as the second powerful factor, which, together with abstinence, constitutes the causative factors of the illness. We may abbreviate schematically and say that libido fixation represents the internal disposing factor, abstinence the accidental external factor of the etiology of neurosis. I seize the opportunity to warn you of taking sides in a most unnecessary conflict. In scientific affairs, it is a popular proceeding to emphasize a part of the truth in place of the whole truth, and to combat all the rest, which has lost none of its verity, in the name of that fraction. In this way, various factions have already separated out from the movement of psychoanalysis. One faction recognizes only the egoistic impulses and denies the sexual. Another appreciates the influence of objective tasks in life, but ignores the part played by the individual past, and so on. Here is occasion for a similar antithesis and subject for dispute. Are neuroses exogenous or endogenous diseases? Are they the inevitable results of a special constitution, or the product of certain harmful, traumatic impressions? In particular, are they called forth by libido fixation and the sexual constitution which goes with this, or through the pressure of forbearance? This dilemma seems to me no whit wiser than another I could present to you. Is the child created through the generation of the father, or the conception of the mother? Both factors are equally essential. You will answer very properly. The conditions which cause neuroses are very similar, if not precisely the same. For the consideration of the causes of neuroses, we may arrange neurotic diseases in a series in which two factors, sexual constitution and experience, or, if you wish, libido fixation and self-denial, are represented in such a way that one increases as the other decreases. At one end of the series are the extreme cases, of which you can say with full conviction, these persons would have become ill because of the particular development of their libido, no matter what they might have experienced, no matter how gently life might have treated them. At the other end are cases which would call forth the reversed judgment, that the patients would undoubtedly have escaped illness if life had not thrust certain conditions upon them. But in the intermediate cases of the series, predisposing sexual constitution and subversive demands of life combine. Their sexual constitution would not have given rise to neurosis if the victims had not had such experiences, and their experiences would not have acted upon them traumatically if the conditions of the libido had been otherwise. Within this series, I may grant a certain preponderance to the weight carried by the predisposing factors, but this admission too depends upon the boundaries within which you wish to delimit nervousness. Allow me to suggest that you call such series complementary series. We shall have occasion to establish other series of this sort. The tenacity with which the libido clings to certain tendencies and objects, the so-called adhesiveness of the libido, appears to us as an independent factor, individually variable, the determining conditions of which are completely unknown to us, but the importance of which for the etiology of the neuroses we can no longer underestimate. At the same time, we must not overestimate the closeness of this interrelation. A similar adhesiveness of the libido occurs, for unknown reasons, in normal persons under various conditions, and is a determining factor in the perverse, who are in a certain sense the opposite of nervous. Before the period of psychoanalysis, it was known, bene, that the anamnesia of the perverse is often traced back to an early impression, an abnormality in the tendency of the instinct or its choice of object, and it is to this that the libido of the individual has clung for life. Frequently it is hard to say how such an impression becomes capable of attracting the libido so intensively. I shall give you a case of this kind which I observed myself. A man, to whom the genital and all other sex stimuli of woman now mean nothing, who in fact can only be thrown into an irresistible sexual excitation by the sight of a shoe on a foot of a certain form, is able to recall an experience he had in his 6th year, which proved decisive for the fixation of his libido. One day he sat on a stool beside his governess, who was to give him an English lesson. She was an old, shriveled, unbeautiful girl, with washed-out blue eyes and a pug nose, who on this day, because of some injury, had put a velvet slipper on her foot and stretched it out on a footstool. The leg itself she had most decorously covered. After a diffident attempt at normal sexual activity, undertaken during puberty, such a thin, sinewy foot as his governess's had become the sole object of his sexuality, and the man was irresistibly carried away if other features, reminiscent of the English governess, appeared in conjunction with the foot. Through this fixation of the libido, the man did not become neurotic, but perverse, a foot fetishist, as we say. So you see that, although exaggerated and premature fixation of the libido is indispensable for the causation of neuroses, its sphere of action exceeds the limits of neuroses immeasurably. This condition also, taken by itself, is no more decisive than abstinence. And so the problem of the cause of neuroses seems to become more complicated. Psychoanalytic investigation does, in fact, acquaint us with a new factor, not considered in our etiological series, which is recognized most easily in those cases where permanent well-being is suddenly disturbed by an attack of neurosis. These individuals regularly show signs of contradiction between their wishes, or, as we are wont to say, indication of psychic conflict. A part of their personality represents certain wishes, another rebels against them and resists them. A neurosis cannot come into existence without such conflict. This may seem to be of small significance. You know that our psychic life is continually agitated by conflicts for which we must find a solution. Certain conditions, therefore, must exist to make such a conflict pathological. We want to know what these conditions are, what psychic powers form the background for these pathological conflicts, what relation the conflict bears to the causative factors. I hope I shall be able to give you satisfactory answers to these questions, even if I must make them schematically brief. Self-denial gives rise to conflict, for libido deprived of its gratification is forced to seek other means and ends. A pathogenic conflict arises when these other means and ends arouse the disfavor of one part of the personality, and a veto ensues which makes the new mode of gratification impossible for the time being. This is the point of departure for the development of the symptoms, a process which we shall consider later. The rejected libidinous desires manage to have their own way, through circuitous byways, but not without catering to the objections through the observance of certain symptom formation. The symptoms are the new or substitute satisfaction which the condition of self-denial has made necessary. We can express the significance of the psychic conflict in another way, by saying, the outer self-denial, in order to become pathological, must be supplemented by an inner self-denial. Outer denial removes one possibility of gratification. Inner denial would like to exclude another possibility, and it is the second possibility which becomes the center of the ensuing conflict. I prefer this form of presentation because it possesses secret content. It implies the probability that the inner impediment found its origin in the prehistoric stage of human development in real external hindrances. What powers are these which interpose objections to libidinous desire, who are the other parties to the pathological conflict? They are, in the widest sense, the non-sexual impulses. We call them comprehensively the ego impulses. Psychoanalysis of transference neuroses does not grant us ready access to their further investigation, but we learn to know them, in a measure, through the resistance they offer to analysis. The pathological struggle is waged between ego impulses and sexual impulses. In a series of cases, it appears as though conflict could exist between various purely sexual desires. But that is really the same thing, for of the two sexual desires involved in the conflict, one is always considerate of the ego, while the other demands that the ego be denied, and so it remains a conflict between the ego and sexuality. Again and again, when psychoanalysis claimed that psychological event was the result of sexual impulses, indignant protest was raised that in psychic life there were other impulses and interests besides the sexual, that everything could not be derived from sexuality, etc. Well, it is a great pleasure to share for once the opinion of one's opponents. Psychoanalysis never forgot that non-sexual impulses exist. It insisted on the decided distinction between sexual and ego impulses, and maintained in the face of every objection, not that neuroses arise from sexuality, but that they owe their origin to the conflict between sexuality and the ego. Psychoanalysis can have no reasonable motive for denying the existence or significance of ego impulses, even though it investigates the influence sexual impulses play in illness and in life. Only it had been destined to deal primarily with sexual impulses, because transference neuroses have furnished the readiest access to their investigation, and because it had become obligatory to study what others had neglected. It does not follow either that psychoanalysis has never occupied itself at all with the non-sexual side of personality. The very distinction of the ego from sexuality has shown most clearly that the ego impulses also pass through a significant development, which is by no means entirely independent of the development of the libido, nor does it fail to exert a reaction upon it. To be sure, we know much less about the evolution of the ego than about libido development, for so far only the study of narcissistic neuroses has promised to throw light on the structure of the ego. There is extant the notable attempt of Ferenczi to construct theoretically the stages of ego development, and furthermore we already possess two fixed points from which to proceed in our evolution of this development. We do not dream of asserting that the libidinous interests of a person are from the outset opposed to the interests of self-preservation. In every stage, rather, the ego will strive to remain in harmony with its sexual organization at that time and accommodate itself thereto. The succession of the separate phases of development of libido probably follows a prescribed program, but we cannot deny that this sequence can be influenced by the ego, and that a certain parallelism of the phases of development of the ego and the libido may also be assumed. Indeed, the disturbance of this parallelism could become a pathological factor. One of the most important insights we have to gain is the nature of the attitude which the ego exhibits when an intensive fixation of its libido is left behind in one stage of its development. It may countenance the fixation and accordingly become perverse, or, what amounts to the same thing, become infantile. Or it may be averse to this attachment of the libido, the result of which is that wherever the libido is subject to fixation, there the ego undergoes suppression. In this way, we reach the conclusion that the third factor of the etiology of neuroses is the tendency to conflict, upon which the development of both the ego and libido are dependent. Our insight into the causation of the neuroses has therefore been amplified. First, the most generalized factor, self-denial, then the fixation of the libido, by which it is forced into certain directions, and thirdly, the tendency to conflict in the development of the ego, which has rejected libidinous impulses of this kind. The state of affairs is therefore not so confused and difficult to see through as you may have imagined it to be in the course of my explanation. But of course, we are to discover that we have not, as yet, reached the end. We must add still a new factor, and further analyze one we already know. To show you the influence of ego development in the formation of a conflict, and so to give an illustration of the causation of neuroses, I should like to cite an example which, although it is entirely imaginary, is not far removed from probability in any respect. Drawing upon the title of a farce by Nestroy, I shall label this example, "On the ground floor and in the first story." The janitor lives on the ground floor, while the owner of the house, a rich, distinguished man, occupies the first story. Both have children, and we shall assume that the owner permits his little daughter to play unwatched with the child of the people. Then it may easily happen that the games of the children become naughty, that is, they assume a sexual character. They play father and mother, watch each other in the performance of intimate performances, and mutually stimulate their genitals. The janitor's daughter, who, in spite of her 5 or 6 years of age, has had occasion to make observations on the sexuality of adults, probably played the part of the seducer. These experiences, even though they be of short duration, are sufficient to set in motion certain sexual impulses in both children, which continue in the form of onanism for several years after the common games have ceased. So far the consequences are similar. The final result will be very different. The janitor's daughter will continue onanism probably to the commencement of her periods, abandon it then without difficulty, not many years later find a lover, perhaps bear a child, choose this or that path of life, which may likely enough make of her a popular artist who ends as an aristocrat. Perhaps the outcome will be less brilliant, but at any rate she will work out her life, free from neurosis, unharmed by her premature sexual activity. Very different is the effect on the other child. Even while she is very young, she will realize vaguely that she has done wrong. In a short while, perhaps only after a violent struggle, she will renounce the gratification of onanism, yet still retain an undercurrent of depression in her attitude. If, during her early childhood, she chances to learn something about sexual intercourse, she will turn away in explicable disgust and seek to remain innocent. Probably she is at the time subjected anew to an irresistible impulse to onanism, of which she does not dare to complain. When the time arrives for her to find favor in the eyes of a man, a neurosis will suddenly develop and cheat her out of marriage and the joy of life. When analysis succeeds in gaining insight into this neurosis, it will reveal that this well-bred, intelligent girl of high ideals has completely suppressed her sexual desires, but that unconsciously they cling to the meager experiences she had with the friend of her childhood. The difference of these two destinies, arising from the same experience, is due to the fact that one ego has experienced development while the other has not. The janitor's daughter in later years looks upon sexual intercourse as the same natural and harmless thing it had seemed in her childhood. The owner's daughter had experienced the influence of education and had recognized its claims. Thus stimulated, her ego had forged its ideals of womanly purity and lack of desire, which, however, could not agree with any sexual activity. Her intellectual development had made unworthy her interest in the woman's part she was to play. This higher moral and intellectual evolution of her ego was in conflict with the claims of her sexuality. I should like to consider today one more point in the development of the ego, partly because it opens wide vistas, partly because it will justify the sharp, perhaps unnatural line of division we are wont to draw between sexual and ego impulses. In estimating the several developments of ego and of libido, we must emphasize an aspect which has not frequently been appreciated heretofore. Both the ego and the libido are fundamentally heritages, abbreviated repetitions of an evolution which mankind has, in the course of long periods of time, traversed from primeval ages. The libido shows its phylogenetic origin most readily, I should say. Recall, if you please, that in one class of animals, the genital apparatus is closely connected with the mouth, that in another it cannot be separated from the excretory apparatus, and in others it is attached to organs of locomotion. Of all these things you will find a most fascinating description in the valuable book of W. Bulsche. Animals portray, so to speak, all kinds of perversions, which have become set as their permanent sexual organizations. In man, this phylogenetic aspect is partly clouded by the circumstance that these activities, although fundamentally inherited, are achieved anew in individual development, presumably because the same conditions still prevail and still continue to exert their influence on each personality. I should say that originally they served to call forth an activity, where they now serve only as a stimulus for recollection. There is no doubt that in addition the course of development in each individual, which has been innately determined, may be disturbed or altered from without by recent influences. That power which has forced this development upon mankind and which today maintains the identical pressure is indeed known to us. It is the same self-denial enforced by the realities, or, given its big and actual name, necessity, the struggle for existence, the ananchi. This has been a severe teacher, but under him we have become potent. The neurotics are those children upon whom this severity has had a bad effect, but there is risk in all education. This appreciation of the struggle of life as the moving force of development need not prejudice us against the importance of innate tendencies in evolution, if their existence can be proved. It is worth noting that sexual instincts and instincts of self-preservation do not behave similarly when they are confronted with the necessities of actuality. It is easier to educate the instincts of self-preservation and everything that is connected with them. They speedily learn to adapt themselves to necessity and to arrange their development in accordance with the mandates of fact. That is easy to understand, for they cannot procure the objects they require in any other way. Without these objects, the individual must perish. The sex instincts are more difficult to educate because at the outset they do not suffer from the need of an object. As they are related almost parasitically to the other functions of the body and gratify themselves autoerotically by way of their own body, they are at first withdrawn from the educational influence of real necessity. In most people, they maintain themselves in some way or other during the entire course of life as those characteristics of obstinacy and inaccessibility to influence, which are generally collectively called unreasonableness. The education of youth generally comes to an end when the sexual demands are aroused to their full strength. Educators know this and act accordingly, but perhaps the results of psychoanalysis will influence them to transfer the greatest emphasis to the education of the early years, of childhood, beginning with the suckling. The little human being is frequently a finished product in his 4th or 5th year, and only reveals gradually in later years what has long been ready within him. To appreciate the full significance of the aforementioned difference between the two groups of instincts, we must digress considerably and introduce a consideration which we must needs call economic. Thereby we enter upon one of the most important, but unfortunately one of the most obscure domains of psychoanalysis. We ask ourselves whether a fundamental purpose is recognizable in the workings of our psychological apparatus, and answer immediately that this purpose is the pursuit of pleasurable excitement. It seems as if our entire psychological activity were directed toward gaining pleasurable stimulation, toward avoiding painful ones, that it is regulated automatically by the principle of pleasure. Now we should like to know, above all, what conditions cause the creation of pleasure and pain, but here we fall short. We may only venture to say that pleasurable excitation in some way involves lessening, lowering, or obliterating the amount of stimuli present in the psychic apparatus. This amount, on the other hand, is increased by pain. Examination of the most intense pleasurable excitement accessible to man, the pleasure which accompanies the performance of the sexual act, leaves small doubt on this point. Since such processes of pleasure are concerned with the destinies of quantities of psychic excitation or energy, we call considerations of this sort economic. It thus appears that we can describe the tasks and performances of the psychic apparatus in different and more generalized terms than by the emphasis of the pursuit of pleasure. We may say that the psychic apparatus serves the purpose of mastering and bringing to rest the mass of stimuli and the stimulating forces which approach it. The sexual instincts obviously show their aim of pleasurable excitement from the beginning to the end of their development. They retain this original function without much change. The ego instincts strive at first for the same thing, but through the influence of their teacher, necessity, the ego instincts soon learn to adduce some qualification to the principle of pleasure. The task of avoiding pain becomes an objective almost comparable to the gain of pleasure. The ego learns that its direct gratification is unavoidably withheld, the gain of pleasurable excitement postponed, that always a certain amount of pain must be borne and certain sources of pleasure entirely relinquished. This educated ego has become reasonable. It is no longer controlled by the principle of pleasure, but by the principle of fact, which at bottom also aims at pleasure, but pleasure which is postponed and lessened by considerations of fact. The transition from the pleasure principle to that of fact is the most important advance in the development of the ego. We already know that the sexual instincts pass through this stage unwillingly and late. We shall presently learn the consequence to man of the fact that his sexuality admits of such a loose relation to the external realities of his life. Yet one more observation belongs here. Since the ego of man has, like the libido, its history of evolution, you will not be surprised to hear that there are ego regressions, and you will want to know what role this return of the ego to former phases of development plays in neurotic disease. End of section 22. Recording by Ramon Escamilla. Conway, Arkansas. RamonEscamilla.wordpress.com.
Section 23 of A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis by Sigmund Freud. Translated by Granville Stanley Hall. Section 23. The 23rd Lecture. General Theory of the Neuroses. The Development of the Symptoms. In the layman's eyes, the symptom shows the nature of the disease, and cure means removal of symptoms. The physician, however, finds it important to distinguish the symptoms from the disease, and recognizes that doing away with the symptoms is not necessarily curing the disease. Of course, the only tangible thing left over after the removal of the symptoms is the capacity to build new symptoms. Accordingly, for the time being, let us accept the layman's viewpoint and consider the understanding of the symptoms as equivalent to the understanding of the sickness. The symptoms, of course, we are dealing here with psychic or psychogenic symptoms and psychic illness, are acts which are detrimental to life as a whole, or which are at least useless. Frequently they are obnoxious to the individual who performs them, and are accompanied by distaste and suffering. The principal injury lies in the psychic exertion which they cost, and the further exertion needed to combat them. The price these efforts exact may, when there is an extensive development of the symptoms, bring about an extraordinary impoverishment of the personality of the patient with respect to his available psychic energy, and consequently cripple him in all the important tasks of life. Since such an outcome is dependent upon the amount of energy so utilized, you will readily understand that being sick is essentially a practical concept. But if you take a theoretical standpoint and disregard these quantitative relations, you can readily say that we are all sick, or rather neurotic, since the conditions favorable to the development of symptoms are demonstrable also among normal persons. As to the neurotic symptoms, we already know that they are the result of a conflict aroused by a new form of gratifying the libido. The two forces that have contended against each other meet once more in the symptom. They become reconciled through the compromise of a symptom development. And that is why the symptom is capable of such resistance. It is sustained from both sides. We also know that one of the two partners to the conflict is the unsatisfied libido, frustrated by reality, which must now seek other means for its satisfaction. If reality remains inflexible even where the libido is prepared to take another object in place of the one denied it, the libido will then finally be compelled to resort to regression and to seek gratification in one of the earlier stages in its organizations already outlived, or by means of one of the objects given up in the past. Along the path of regression, the libido is enticed by fixations which it has left behind at these stages in its development. Here the development toward perversion branches off sharply from that of the neuroses. If the regressions do not awaken the resistance of the ego, then a neurosis does not follow, and the libido arrives at some actual, even if abnormal, satisfaction. The ego, however, controls not alone consciousness, but also the approaches to motor innervation, and hence the realization of psychic impulses. If the ego then does not approve this regression, the conflict takes place. The libido is locked out, as it were, and must seek refuge in some place where it can find an outlet for its fund of energy in accordance with the controlling demands for pleasurable gratification. It must withdraw from the ego. Such an evasion is offered by the fixations established in the course of its evolution and now traversed regressively, against which the ego had at the time protected itself by suppressions. The libido, streaming back, occupies these suppressed positions and thus withdraws from before the ego and its laws. At the same time, however, it throws off all the influences acquired under its tutelage. The libido could be guided so long as there was a possibility of its being satisfied. Under the double pressure of external and internal denial, it becomes unruly and harks back to former and more happy times. Such is its character, fundamentally unchangeable. The ideas which the libido now takes over in order to hold its energy belongs to the system of the unconscious, and are therefore subject to its peculiar processes, especially elaboration and displacement. Conditions are set up here which are entirely comparable to those of dream formation, just as the latent dream, the fulfillment of a wish fantasy, is first built up in the unconsciousness, but must then pass through conscious processes before, censored and approved, it can enter into the compromise construction of the manifest dream. So the ideas representing the libido in the unconscious must still contend against the power of the foreconscious ego. The opposition that has arisen against it in the ego follows it down by a counter siege, and forces it to choose such an expression as will serve at the same time to express itself. Thus, then, the symptom comes into being as a much distorted offshoot from the unconscious libidinous wish fulfillment, an artificially selected ambiguity with two entirely contradictory meanings. In this last point alone do we realize a difference between dream and symptom development, for the only foreconscious purpose in dream formation is the maintenance of sleep, the exclusion from consciousness of anything which may disturb sleep. But it does not necessarily oppose the unconscious wish impulse with an insistent no, quite the contrary. The purpose of the dream may be more tolerant, because the situation of the sleeper is a less dangerous one. The exit to reality is closed only through the condition of sleep. You see, this evasion which the libido finds under the conditions of the conflict is possible only by virtue of the existing fixations. When these fixations are taken in hand by the regression, the suppression is sidetracked, and the libido, which must maintain itself under the conditions of the compromise, is led off or gratified. By means of such a detour, by way of the unconscious and the old fixations, the libido has at last succeeded in breaking its way through to some sort of gratification. However extraordinarily limited this may seem, and however unrecognizable any longer as a genuine satisfaction. Now allow me to add 2 further remarks concerning this final result. In the first place, I should like you to take note of the intimate connection between the libido and the unconscious on the one hand, and on the other of the ego, consciousness, and reality. The connection that is evidenced here, however, does not indicate that originally they in any way belong together. I should like you to bear continually in mind that everything I have said here, and all that will follow, pertains only to the symptom development of hysterical neurosis. Where now can the libido find the fixations which it must have in order to force its way through the suppressions? In the activities and experiences of infantile sexuality, in its abandoned component impulses, its childish objects which have been given up. The libido again returns to them. The significance of this period of childhood is a double one. On the one hand, the instinctive tendencies which were congenital in the child first showed themselves at this time. Secondly, at the same time, environmental influences and chance experiences were first awakening his other instincts. I believe our right to establish this bipartite division cannot be questioned. The assertion that the innate disposition plays a part is hardly open to criticism, but analytic experience actually makes it necessary for us to assume that purely accidental experiences of childhood are capable of leaving fixations of the libido. I do not see any theoretical difficulties here. Congenital tendencies undoubtedly represent the after effects of the experiences of an earlier ancestry. They must also have once been acquired. Without such acquired characters there could be no heredity. And is it conceivable that the inheritance of such acquired characters comes to a standstill in the very generation that we have under observation? The significance of infantile experience, however, should not, as is so often done, be completely ignored as compared with ancestral experiences or those of our adult years. On the contrary, they should meet with an especial appreciation. They have such important results because they occur in the period of uncompleted development, and because of this very fact are in a position to cause a traumatic effect. The researches on the mechanics of development by Roux and others have shown us that a needle prick into an embryonic cell mass which is undergoing division results in a most serious developmental disturbances. The same injury to a larva or a completed animal can be borne without injury. The libido fixation of adults, which we have referred to as representative of the constitutional factor in the etiological comparison of the neuroses, can be thought of, so far as we are concerned, as divisible into 2 separate factors: the inherited disposition and the tendency acquired in early childhood. We know that a schematic representation is most acceptable to the student. Let us combine these relations as follows. The cause of the neuroses is equal to the disposition as determined by libido fixation, combined with sexual constitution, prehistoric experience, and infantile experience, plus the accidental experiences, the traumatic element. The hereditary sexual constitution provides us with manifold tendencies, varying with the special emphasis given one or the other component of the instinct, either individually or in combination. With the factor of infantile experience, there is again built up a complementary series within the sexual constitution which is perfectly comparable with our first series, namely, the gradations between disposition and the chance experiences of the adult. Here again we find the same extreme cases and similar relations in the matter of substitution. At this point, the question becomes pertinent as to whether the most striking regressions of the libido, those which hark back to the very early stages in sexual organization, are not essentially conditioned by the hereditary constitutional factor. The answer to this question, however, may best be put off until we are in a position to consider a wider range in the forms of neurotic disease. Let us devote a little time to the consideration of the fact that analytic investigation of neurotics shows the libido to be bound up with the infantile sexual experiences of these persons. In this light, they seem of enormous importance for both the life and health of mankind. With respect to therapeutic work, their importance remains undiminished. But when we do not take this into account, we can herein readily recognize the danger of being misled by the situation as it exists in neurotics into adopting a mistaken and one-sided orientation towards life. In figuring the importance of the infantile experiences, we must also subtract the influences arising from the fact that the libido has returned to them by regression, after having been forced out of its later positions. Thus we approach the opposite conclusion, that experiences of the libido had no importance whatever in their own time, but rather acquired it at the time of regression. You will remember that we were led to a similar alternative in the discussion of the Oedipus complex. A decision on this matter will hardly be difficult for us. The statement is undoubtedly correct that the hold which the infantile experiences have on the libido, with the pathogenic influences this involves, is greatly augmented by the regression. Still, to allow them to become definitive would nevertheless be misleading. Other considerations must be taken into account as well. In the first place, observation shows, in a way that leaves no room for doubt, that infantile experiences have their particular significance, which is evidenced already during childhood. There are furthermore neuroses in children in which the factor of displacement in time is necessarily greatly minimized or is entirely lacking, since the illness follows as an immediate consequence of the traumatic experience. The study of these infantile neuroses keeps us from many dangerous misunderstandings of adult neuroses, just as the dreams of children similarly serve as the key to the understanding of the dreams of adults. As a matter of fact, the neuroses of children are very frequent, far more frequent than is generally believed. They are often overlooked, dismissed as signs of badness or naughtiness, and often suppressed by the authority of the nursery. In retrospect, however, they may be easily recognized later. They occur most frequently in the form of anxiety hysteria. What this implies we shall learn upon another occasion. When a neurosis breaks out in later life, analysis regularly shows that it is a direct continuation of that infantile malady which had perhaps developed only obscurely and incipiently. However, there are cases, as already stated, in which this childish nervousness continues without any interruption as a lifelong affliction. We have been able to analyze a very few examples of such neuroses during childhood, while they were actually going on. Much more often we had to be satisfied with obtaining our insight into the childhood neurosis subsequently, when the patient is already well along in life, under conditions in which we are forced to work with certain corrections and under definite precautions. Secondly, we must admit that the universal regression of the libido to the period of childhood would be inexplicable if there were nothing there which could exert an attraction for it. The fixation which we assume to exist towards specific developmental phases conveys a meaning only if we think of it as stabilizing a definite amount of libidinous energy. Finally, I am able to remind you that here there exists a complementary relationship between the intensity and the pathogenic significance of the infantile experiences to the later ones, which is similar to that studied in previous series. There are cases in which the entire causal emphasis falls upon the sexual experiences of childhood, in which these impressions take on an effect which is unmistakably traumatic, and in which no other basis exists for them beyond what the average sexual constitution and its immaturity can offer. Side by side with these, there are others in which the whole stress is brought to bear by the later conflicts, and the emphasis the analysis places on childhood impressions appears entirely as the work of regression. There are also extremes of retarded development and regression, and between them every combination in the interaction of the two factors. These relations have a certain interest for that pedagogy which assumes as its object the prevention of neuroses by an early interference in the sexual development of the child. So long as we keep our attention fixed essentially on the infantile sexual experiences, we readily come to believe we've done everything for the prophylaxis of nervous afflictions when we have seen to it that this development is retarded and that the child is spared this type of experience. Yet we already know that the conditions for the causation of neuroses are more complicated and cannot in general be influenced through one single factor. The strict protection in childhood loses its value because it is powerless against the constitutional factor. Furthermore, it is more difficult to carry out than the educators imagine, and it brings with it two new dangers that cannot be lightly dismissed. It accomplishes too much, for it favors a degree of sexual suppression which is harmful for later years, and it sends the child into life without the power to resist the violent onset of sexual demands that must be expected during puberty. The profit, therefore, which childhood prophylaxis can yield is most dubious. It seems, indeed, that better success in the prevention of neuroses can be gained by attacking the problem through a changed attitude towards facts. Let us return to the consideration of the symptoms. They serve as substitutes for the gratification which has been forborne by a regression of the libido to earlier days, with a return to former development phases in their choice of object and in their organization. We learned some time ago that the neurotic is held fast somewhere in his past. We now know that it is a period of his past in which his libido did not miss the satisfaction that made him happy. He looks for such a time in his life until he has found it, even though he must hark back to his suckling days as he retains them in his memory or as he reconstructs them in the light of later influences. The symptom in some way again yields the old infantile form of satisfaction, distorted by the censoring work of the conflict. As a rule, it is converted into a sensation of suffering and fused with other causal elements of the disease. The form of gratification which the symptom yields has much about it that alienates one's sympathy. In this we omit to take into account, however, the fact that the patients do not recognize the gratification as such, and experience the apparent satisfaction rather as suffering, and complain of it. This transformation is part of the psychic conflict under the pressure of which the symptom must be developed. What was at one time a satisfaction for the individual must now awaken his antipathy or disgust. We know a simple but instructive example for such a change of feeling. The same child that sucked the milk with such voracity from its mother's breast is apt to show a strong antipathy for milk a few years later, which is often difficult to overcome. This antipathy increases to the point of disgust when the milk or any substituted drink has a little skin over it. It is rather hard to throw out the suggestion that the skin calls up the memory of the mother's breast, which was once so intensely coveted. In the meantime, to be sure, the traumatic experience of weaning has intervened. There is something else that makes the symptoms appear remarkable and inexplicable as a means of libidinous satisfaction. They in no way recall anything from which we normally are in the habit of expecting satisfaction. They usually require no object, and thereby give up all connection with external reality. We understand this to be a result of turning away from fact and of returning to the predominance of pleasurable gratification. But it is also a return to a sort of amplified autoeroticism, such as was yielded the sex impulse in its earliest satisfactions. In the place of a modification in the outside world, we have a physical change. In other words, an internal reaction in place of an external one, an adjustment instead of an activity. Viewed from a phylogenetic standpoint, this expresses a very significant regression. We will grasp this better when we consider it in connection with a new factor which we are still to discover from the analytic investigation of symptom development. Further, we recall that in symptom formation, the same processes of the unconscious have been at work as in dream formation, elaboration, and displacement. Similarly to the dream, the symptom represents a fulfillment, a satisfaction after the manner of the infantile. By the utmost elaboration, this satisfaction can be compressed into a single sensation or innervation, or by extreme displacement it may be restricted to a tiny element of the entire libidinous complex. It is no wonder that we often have difficulties in recognizing in the symptom the libidinous satisfaction which we anticipate and always find verified. I have indicated that we must still become familiar with a new factor. It is something really surprising and confusing. You know that by analysis of the symptoms we arrive at a knowledge of the infantile experiences upon which the libido is fixated and out of which the symptoms are formed. Well, the surprising thing is this, that these infantile scenes are not always true. Indeed, in the majority of cases they are untrue, and in some instances they are directly contrary to historical truth. You see that this discovery, as no other, serves either to discredit the analysis which has led to such a result, or to discredit the patients upon whose testimony the analysis, as well as the whole understanding of neuroses, is built up. In addition, there is something else utterly confusing about it. If the infantile experiences, revealed by analysis, were in every case real, we should have the feeling of walking on sure ground. If they were regularly falsified, disclosed themselves as inventions or fantasies of the patients, we should have to leave this uncertain ground and find a surer footing elsewhere. But it is neither the one nor the other. For when we look into the matter, we find that the childhood experiences which are recalled or reconstructed in the course of the analysis may in some instances be false, in others undeniably true, and in the majority of cases a mixture of truth and fiction. The symptoms, then, are either the representation of actual experiences, to which we may ascribe an influence in the fixation of the libido, or the representation of fantasies of the patient, which, of course, can be of no etiological significance. It is hard to find one's way here. The first foothold is given perhaps by an analogous discovery, namely, that the same scattered childhood memories that individuals always have had and have been conscious of prior to an analysis may be falsified as well, or at least may contain a generous mixture of true and false. Evidence of error very seldom offers difficulties, and we at least gain the satisfaction of knowing that the blame for this unexpected disappointment is not to be laid at the door of analysis, but in some way upon the patients. After reflecting a bit, we can easily understand what is so confusing in this matter. It is the slight regard for reality, the neglect to keep fact distinct from fantasy. We are apt to feel insulted that the patient has wasted our time with invented tales. There is an enormous gap in our thinking between reality and invention, and we accord an entirely different valuation to reality. The patient, too, takes this same viewpoint in his normal thinking when he offers the material which, by the way of the symptom, leads back to the wish situations which are modeled upon the childhood experiences. We are at first, to be sure, in doubt whether we are dealing with reality or with fantasy. Later, certain traits determine this decision. We are confronted with the task of acquainting the patient with them. This can never be accomplished without difficulty. If at the onset we tell him that he is going to reveal fantasies with which he has veiled his childhood history, just as every people weaves myths around its antiquity, we notice, to our comfort, that his interest in the further pursuit of the subject suddenly diminishes. He, too, wants to discover realities and despises all notions. But if until this is accomplished, we allow him to believe that we are investigating the actual occurrences of his childhood, we run the risk of later being charged with error and with our apparent gullibility. For a long time he is unable to reconcile himself to the idea of considering fantasy and reality on equal terms, and he tends, with reference to the childish experiences to be explained, to neglect for the time being the difference between the real and the imaginary. And yet this is obviously the only correct attitude toward these psychological products, because they are in a sense real. It is a fact that the patient is able to create such fantasies for himself, and this is of scarcely less importance for his neurosis than if he had really undergone the experience which he imagines. These fantasies possess psychological reality in contrast to physical reality. And so we gradually come to understand that in the realm of neuroses, the psychological reality is the determining factor. Among the experiences which recur continually in the early history of neurotics, and in fact are never lacking, some are of particular significance, and accordingly I consider them worthy of special treatment. I shall enumerate a few examples of this species. Observation of the parental intercourse, seduction by an adult, and the threat of castration. It would be grievous error to assume that physical reality can never be accorded them, because this may often be proved beyond doubt by the testimony of adult relatives. So, for example, it is not at all unusual if the little boy who begins to play with his penis, and does not yet know that one must conceal this, is threatened by his parents or nurse with the cutting off of the organ or the guilty hand. Parents often admit upon questioning that they thought they had done the right thing by this intimidation. Many individuals retain a correct conscious memory of these threats, especially if it has occurred in later childhood. When the mother or some other woman makes the threat, she usually delegates the responsibility of executing it to the father or to the doctor. In the famous Struwwelpeter by the pediatrist Hoffmann of Frankfurt, rhymes which owe their popularity to his very fine understanding of the sexual and other complexes of childhood, you find a milder substitute for castration in the cutting off of the thumbs as a punishment for insistent sucking. But it is highly improbable that the threat of castration is actually made as often as it occurs in the analysis of neurotics. We are content to understand that the child imaginatively constructs this threat for himself from suggestions, from the knowledge that autoerotic satisfaction is forbidden, and from the impression of castration he has received in discovering the female genital. It is, moreover, in no way impossible that the little child, so long as he is not credited with any understanding or memory, will, even in families outside the proletariat, become a witness to the sexual act between his parents or some other group-ups. And it cannot be disproved that the child subsequently understands this impression, and may react upon it. But when this intercourse is described with minute details which could hardly have been observed, or if it turns out to be, as it so frequently does, an intercourse which was not face-to-face, more ferarum, there is no longer any doubt that this fantasy is derived from the observation of the intercourse of animals, dogs, and the unsatisfied curiosity of the child in his period of puberty. The greatest feat of the imagination is the fantasy of having witnessed the coitus of the parents while still unborn in the mother's womb. Of special interest is the fantasy of having been seduced, because so often it is not a fantasy at all, but a real memory. But luckily it is not real so often as first appears from the result of analysis. Seduction by older children, or children of the same age, is much more frequent than seduction by adults. And if, in the case of little girls, the father quite regularly appears as the seducer in the occurrences which they relate, neither the fantastic nature of this accusation nor its motive can be doubted. The child, as a rule, covers the autoerotic period of his sexual activity where there has been no actual seduction with the seduction fantasy. He spares himself the shame of onanism by imagining the presence of an object for his desires in that early period. As a matter of fact, you must not be misled in attributing sexual misuse of the child by its nearest male relatives solely and always to fantasy. Most analysts have probably treated cases in which such relations were real and could be proved beyond doubt, with the qualification that in such cases they belonged to the later years of childhood and were transposed to an earlier time. We cannot avoid the impression that such experiences of childhood are in some way necessary to the neurosis, that they are claimed by its iron rule. If they exist in reality, then well and good. But if reality has withheld them, they are constructed from suggestions and supplemented by the imagination. The result is the same, and to this day we have been unable to trace any difference in the results, whether fancy or fact played the larger part in these childish occurrences. Here again we encounter one of the complementary relationships so frequently met with, it is, to be sure, the most estranging of all those we have become acquainted with. Whence comes the need for these fantasies and the material for them? There can be no doubt as to the sources of the impulse, but we must explain why the same fantasies are always created with the same content. I have an answer in readiness which I know you will think very far-fetched. I am of the opinion that these primal fantasies, so I should like to term these, and certainly some others also, are a phylogenetic possession. In them the individual reaches out beyond his own life into the experiences of antiquity, where his own experience has become all too rudimentary. It seems very possible to me that everything which is obtained during an analysis in the guise of fantasy, the seduction of children, the release of sexual excitement by watching parental intercourse, the threat of castration, or rather castration itself, were once realities in the primeval existence of mankind, and that the imaginative child is merely filling in the gaps of individual truth with prehistoric truth. We have again and again suspected that the psychology of neuroses stores up more of the antiquities of human development than all other sources. What we have just discussed makes it necessary for us to enter further into the origin and significance of that mental activity that is called imagination. As you well know, it enjoys universal esteem, although we have never clearly understood its place in the psychic life. I have this much to say about it. As you know, the ego of man is slowly educated by the influence of external necessity to an appreciation of reality and a pursuit of the principle of reality, and must therefore renounce temporarily or permanently various objects and goals of its strivings for satisfaction, sexual and otherwise. But renunciation of gratification has always been difficult for man. He cannot accomplish it without something in the nature of compensation. Accordingly, he has reserved for himself a psychological activity wherein all these abandoned sources of pleasures and means of pleasurable gratification are granted a further existence, a form of existence in which they are freed from the requirements of reality and what we like to call the test of reality. Every impulse is soon transformed into the form of its own fulfillment. There is no doubt that dwelling on the imagined fulfillment of a given wish affords some satisfaction, although the realization that it is unreal is unobscured. In the activity of the imagination, man enjoys that freedom from external compulsion that he has long since renounced. He has made it possible to be alternately a pleasure-seeking animal and a reasoning human being. He finds that the scant satisfaction that he can force out of reality is not enough. There is no getting along without auxiliary constructions. T.H. Fontaine once said, "The creation of the psychic realm of fantasy has its complete counterpart in the establishment of preserves and conservation projects. In those places where the demands of husbandry, traffic, and industry threaten quickly to change the original face of the earth into something unrecognizable, the national reserves maintain this old condition of things, which otherwise has everywhere been regretfully sacrificed to necessity. Everything may grow and spread there as it will, even that which is useless and harmful. The psychic realm of fantasy is such a reservation withdrawn from the principles of reality." The best known productions of fantasy are the so-called daydreams, which we already know, pictured satisfactions of ambitious, of covetous, and erotic wishes, which flourish the more grandly the more reality admonishes them to modesty and patience. There is unmistakably shown in them the nature of imaginative happiness, the restoration of the independence of pleasurable gratification from the acquiescence of reality. We know such daydreams are nuclei and models for the dreams of night. The night dream is essentially nothing but a daydream, distorted by the nocturnal forms of psychological activity and made available by the freedom which the night gives to instinctive impulses. We have already become acquainted with the idea that a daydream is not necessarily conscious, that there are also unconscious daydreams. Such unconscious daydreams are as much the source of night dreams as of neurotic symptoms. The significance of fantasy for the development of symptoms will become clear to you by the following. We have said that in the case of renunciation, the libido occupies regressively the positions once abandoned by it, to which nevertheless it has clung in certain ways. We shall neither retract this statement nor correct it, but we shall insert a missing link. How does the libido find its way to these points of fixation? Well, every object and tendency of the libido that has been abandoned is not abandoned in every sense of the word. They or their derivatives are still held in presentations of the fantasy with a certain degree of intensity. The libido need only retire to the imagination in order to find from them the open road to all suppressed fixations. These fantasies were happy under a sort of tolerance. There was no conflict between them and the ego, no matter how acute the contrast, so long as a certain condition was observed. A condition quantitative in nature that is now disturbed by the flowing back of the libido to the fantasies. By this addition, the accumulation of energy in the fantasies is heightened to such a degree that they become assertive and develop a pressure in the direction of realization. But that makes it a conflict between them and the ego inevitable. Whether formerly conscious or unconscious, they now are subject to suppression by the ego and are victims to the attraction of the unconscious. The libido wanders from fantasies, now unconscious to their sources, in unconsciousness, and back to its own points of fixation. The return of the libido to fantasy is an intermediate step on the road to symptom development, and well deserves a special designation. C.G. Jung coined for it the very appropriate name of introversion, but inappropriately he also lets it stand for other things. Let us therefore retain the idea that introversion signifies the turning aside of the libido from the possibilities of actual satisfaction and the excessive accumulation of the fantasies hitherto tolerated as harmless. An introvert is not yet a neurotic, but he finds himself in a labile situation. He must develop symptoms at the next dislocation of forces, if he does not find other outlets for his pent-up libido. The intangible nature of neurotic satisfaction and the neglect of the difference between imagination and reality are already determined by arrest in the phase of introversion. You have certainly noticed that in the last discussions I have introduced a new factor into the structure of the etiological chain, namely the quantity, the amount of energy that comes under consideration. We must always take this factor into account. Purely qualitative analysis of the etiological conditions is not sufficient. Or, to put it another way, a dynamic conception alone of these psychic processes is not enough. There is need of an economic viewpoint. We must say to ourselves that the conflict between two impulses is not released before certain occupation intensities have been reached, even though the qualitative conditions have long been potent. Similarly, the pathogenic significance of the constitutional factors is guided by how much more of a given component impulse is present in the predisposition over and above that of another. One can even conceive the predispositions of all men to be qualitatively the same, and to be differentiated only by these quantitative conditions. The quantitative factor is no less important for the power of resistance against neurotic ailments. It depends upon what amount of unused libido a person can hold freely suspended, and upon how large a fraction of the libido he is able to direct from the sexual path to the goal of sublimation. The final goal of psychological activity, which may be described qualitatively as striving towards pleasure acquisition and avoidance of unpleasantness, presents itself in the light of economic considerations as the task of overcoming the gigantic stimuli at work in the psychological apparatus, and to prevent those obstructions which cause unpleasantness. So much I wanted to tell you about symptom development in the neuroses. Yes, but do not let me neglect to emphasize this especially. Everything I have said here relates to the symptom development in hysteria. Even in compulsion neuroses, which retain the same fundamentals, much is found that is different. The counter-siege directed against the claims of the instincts, of which we have spoken in connection with hysteria, press to the fore in compulsion neuroses, and control the clinical picture by means of so-called reaction formations. The same kind and more far-reaching variations are discoverable among the other neuroses, where the investigations as to the mechanism of symptom development have in no way been completed. Before I leave you today, I should like to have your attention for a while for an aspect of imaginative life which is worthy of the most general interest. For there is a way back from imagination to reality, and that is art. The artist is an incipient introvert who is not far from being a neurotic. He is impelled by two powerful instinctive needs. He wants to achieve honor, power, riches, fame, and the love of women. But he lacks the means of achieving these satisfactions. So, like any other unsatisfied person, he turns away from reality and transfers all his interests, his libido too, to the elaboration of his imaginary wishes, all of which might easily point the way to neuroses. A great many factors must combine to present this termination of his development. It is well known how often artists especially suffer from a partial inhibition of their capacities through neurosis. Apparently their constitutions are strongly endowed with an ability to sublimize and to shift the suppression determining their conflicts. The artist finds the way back to reality in this way. He is not the only one who has a life of imagination. The twilight realm of fantasy is upheld by the sanction of humanity, and every hungry soul looks here for help and sympathy. But for those who are not artists, the ability to obtain satisfaction from imaginative sources is very restricted. Their relentless suppressions force them to be satisfied with the sparse daydreams which may become conscious. If one is a real artist, he has more at his disposal. In the first place, he understands how to elaborate his daydreams so that they lose their essentially personal element, which would repel strangers and yield satisfaction to others as well. He also knows how to disguise them so that they do not easily disclose their origin in their despised sources. He further possesses the puzzling ability of molding a specific material into a faithful image of the creatures of his imagination, and then he is able to attach to this representation of his unconscious fantasies so much pleasurable gratification that for a time at least it is able to outweigh and release the suppressions. If he is able to accomplish all this, he makes it possible for others in their return to obtain solace and consolation from their own unconscious sources of gratification which had become inaccessible. He wins gratitude and admiration for himself, and so by means of his imagination achieves the very things which had at first only an imaginary existence for him: honor, power, and the love of women. End of section 23. Section 24 of A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis by Sigmund Freud, translated by Granville Stanley Hall. Section 24, the 24th lecture, General Theory of the Neuroses, Ordinary Nervousness. In our last discussion we accomplished a difficult task. Now I shall temporarily leave our subject and address myself to you, for I know quite well that you are dissatisfied. You thought that an introduction to psychoanalysis would be quite a different matter. You expected to hear vivid illustrations instead of theories. You will tell me that when I gave you the illustration of on the ground floor in the first story, you had grasped something of the causation of neurosis. Only, of course, this should have been a real observation and not an imaginary story. Or when in the beginning I described two symptoms, not imaginary also, let us hope, whose analysis revealed a close connection with the life of the patient, you first came to grasp the meaning of the symptoms, and you hoped that I would proceed in the same way. Instead, I have given you theories, lengthy, difficult to see in perspective, and incomplete, to which something new was constantly being added. I worked with conceptions that I had not previously presented to you, abandoned descriptive for dynamic conceptions, and these in turn for economic ones. I made it hard for you to understand how many of the artificial terms I made use of still carry the same meaning, and are used interchangeably only for the sake of euphony. Finally, I allowed broad conceptions to pass in review before you. The principles of pleasure and of fact, and their phylogenetically inherited possession. And then, instead of introducing you to definite facts, I allowed them to become increasingly vague, till they seemed to fade into dim distances. Why did I not begin my introduction to the theory of neurosis with the facts that you yourselves know about nervousness, with something that has always aroused your interest, with the peculiar temperament of nervous people, their incomprehensible reactions to external influences, to human intercourse, their irritability, their uselessness? Why did I not lead you step by step from the understanding of simple, everyday forms to the problems of mysterious and extreme manifestations of nervousness? I cannot even say that you are wrong. I am not so infatuated with my art of representation as to see some special attraction in every blemish. I myself believe that I could have proceeded differently, to your better advantage, and this indeed had been my intention. but one cannot always carry out one's sensible intentions. The nature of the subject matter issues its own commands and easily modifies our plans. Even so usual a performance as the organization of well-known material is not entirely subject to the particular purposes of the author. It forms itself as it will, and later one wonders why it turned out so and not otherwise. Probably one of the reasons is that the title, A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis, no longer applies to this part, which deals with the neuroses. The introduction to psychoanalysis is found in the study of errors and the dream. The theory of neurosis is psychoanalysis itself. I do not think that in so short a time I could have given you a knowledge of the theory of neurosis other than in concentrated form. It was necessary to present to you connectedly the meaning and interpretation of the symptoms, their external and internal conditions, and their bearing on the mechanism of symptom formation. This I have attempted to do. It is practically the nucleus of the material that modern psychoanalysis is able to offer. We had to say quite a good deal concerning the libido and its development, and something as well concerning the development of the ego. The introduction had already prepared you for the presuppositions of our technique, for the large aspects of the unconscious and of suppression, resistance. In a subsequent lecture you will learn from what point psychoanalysis proceeds organically. For the present, I have not sought to hide from you the fact that all of our results are based on the study of a single group of nervous affections, the so-called transference neuroses. Though you have gained no positive knowledge and have not retained every detail, still I hope that you have a fair picture of the methods, the problems, and the results of psychoanalysis. I have assumed that it was your wish for me to begin my presentation of neuroses with a description of nervous behavior, the nature of neurotic suffering, and the way in which the nervous meet the conditions of their illness and adapt themselves to these. Such subject matter is certainly interesting and well worth knowing. It is moreover not very hard to handle, yet it is not wise to begin with its consideration. There is danger of not discovering the unconscious, of overlooking the great significance of the libido, of judging all conditions as they appear to the ego of the nervous person. It is obvious that this ego is neither a reliable nor an impartial authority. For this very ego is the force that denies and suppresses the unconscious. When the unconscious is concerned, how then could we expect justice to be done? The rejected claims of sexuality stand first in the line of these suppressions. It is natural that from the standpoint of the ego we can never learn their extent and significance. As soon as we attain to the point of view of suppression, we are sufficiently warned not to make one of the contending factions, above all, not to make the victor judge of the struggle. We are prepared to find that the testimony of the ego may lead us astray. If one is to believe the evidence of the ego, it would appear to have been active all along. All its symptoms would have been actively willed and formed. And yet we know that it has passively allowed a great deal to occur, a fact which it subsequently seeks to conceal and to palliate. To be sure, it does not always attempt this. In the case of the symptoms of compulsion neurosis, it must admit that it is being opposed by something alien which it can resist only with difficulty. Whoever does not heed these warnings, not to mistake the prevarications of the ego for truth, has clear sailing. He avoids all the resistances which oppose the psychoanalytic emphasis upon the unconscious, on sexuality, and on the passiveness of the ego. He will assert with Alfred Adler that the nervous character is the cause instead of the result of the neurosis, but he will not be able to explain a single detail of symptom formation or to interpret a single dream. You will ask, is it not possible to do justice to the part the ego plays in nervousness and in symptom formation without crudely neglecting the factors revealed by psychoanalysis? I answer you, surely it must be possible, and at some time or other it will take place. But the methods by which we organize the work of psychoanalysis do not favor our beginning with just this task. We can foresee the time when this task will claim the attention of psychoanalysis. There are forms of neuroses, the so-called narcissistic neuroses, in which the ego is far more deeply involved than in anything we have studied heretofore. The analytic investigation of these conditions will enable us to judge reliably and impartially the part that the ego plays in neurotic illness. One of the relations which the ego bears to its neurosis is so obvious that it must be considered at the very outset. In no case does it seem to be absent, and it is most clearly recognizable in the traumatic neuroses, conditions which we do not as yet clearly understand. You must know that in the causation and mechanisms of all possible forms of neurosis, the same factors are active again and again. It is only the emphasis that is shifted from one to the other of these factors in symptom formation. The members of a company of actors each have certain parts to play: hero, villain, confidant, etc. Yet each will select a different drama for his benefit. Thus, the fantasies which undergo conversion into symptoms are especially easy to detect in hysteria. Compulsion neuroses are essentially dominated by the reactionary formations or counter seizures of the ego. What we designate as secondary elaboration in dreams dominates paranoia in the form of delusions, etc. In traumatic neuroses, particularly if they are caused by the horrors of war, we are especially impressed by a selfish ego impulse which seeks protection and personal advantage. This in itself is not a sufficient cause for illness, but it can favor its beginning and also feed its needs once it has been established. This motive serves to protect the ego from the dangers whose imminence precipitated the disease, and does not permit convalescence until the recurrence of these dangers seems impossible, or until compensation has been obtained for the danger that has been undergone. But the ego betrays similar interest in the origin and maintenance of all other neuroses. We have already said that the ego suffers the symptom to exist, because one of its phases gratifies the egoistic tendency toward suppression. Besides, the ending of the conflict by means of symptom development is the path of least resistance and a most convenient solution for the principle of pleasure. Through symptom formation, the ego is undoubtedly spared a severe and unpleasant inner task. There are cases when even the physician must admit that the resolution of the conflict into neurosis is the most harmless outcome and one most easily tolerated by society. Do not be surprised then to learn that occasionally even the physician takes the part of the illness he is battling against. He does not have to restrict himself to the role of the fanatic warrior for health in all situations of life. He knows that the world contains not only neurotic misery, but also real incurable suffering. He knows that necessity may even require a human being to sacrifice his health, and he learns that by this sacrifice on the part of one individual, untold wretchedness may be spared for many others. So if we say that the neurotic escapes the conflict by taking refuge in illness, we must admit that in some cases this escape is justifiable, and the physician who has diagnosed the state of affairs will retire silently and tactfully. But let us not consider these special cases in our further discussion. In average cases, the ego, by having recourse to neurosis, obtains a certain inner advantage from the disease. Under certain conditions of life, there may also be derived a tangible external advantage, more or less valuable in reality. Let me direct your attention to the most frequent occurrences of this sort. Women who are brutally treated and mercilessly exploited by their husbands almost always adopt the evasion of the neurosis, provided that their predisposition permits this. This usually follows when the woman is too cowardly or too virtuous to seek secret solace in the arms of another, or when she dare not separate from her husband in the face of all opposition, when she has no prospect of maintaining herself or of finding a better husband, and especially when her sexual emotions still bind her to this brutal man. Her illness becomes a weapon in her struggle with him, one that she can use for self-protection and misuse for purposes of vengeance. She probably dare not complain of her marriage, but she can complain of her illness. The doctor becomes her assistant. She forces her inconsiderate husband to spare her, to attend to her wishes, to permit her absence from the house, and thus free her from the oppressions of a married life. Wherever such external or accidental gain through illness is considerable and can find no substitute in fact, you can prophesy that the possibility of influencing neurosis through therapy is very slight. You will tell me that what I have said about the advantage gained from the disease speaks entirely for the hypothesis I have rejected, namely, that the ego itself wills and creates the neurosis. Just a moment. It probably does not mean more than that the ego passively suffers the neurosis to exist, which it is unable to prevent anyway. It makes the most of the neurosis, if anything can be made of it at all. This is only one side of the question, the advantageous side. The ego is willing to endure the advantages of the neurosis, but there are not only advantages. As a rule, it soon appears that the ego has made a poor deal in accepting the neurosis. It has paid too high a price for the mitigation of the conflict, and the sensations of suffering which the symptoms bring with them are perhaps every bit as bad as the agonies of conflict. Usually they cause even greater discomfort. The ego wants to rid itself of the pain of the symptoms without relinquishing the gain of illness, and that is impossible. And thus the ego is discovered as by no means so active as it had thought itself to be, and this we want to keep in mind. If you were to come into contact with neurotics as a physician, you would soon cease to expect that those who complain most woefully of their illness are the ones who will oppose its therapy with the least resistance, or who will welcome any help. On the contrary, you would readily understand that everything contributing to the advantage derived from the disease will strengthen the resistance to the suppression and heighten the difficulty of the therapy. We must also add another and later advantage to the gain of illness which is born with the symptom. If a psychic organization, such as this illness, has persisted for a long time, it finally behaves as an independent unit. It expresses something like self-preservation, attains a kind of modus vivendi between itself and other parts of psychic life, even those that are fundamentally hostile to it. And occasions will probably arise where it can prove again to be both useful and valuable, by which it will attain a secondary function which gives its strength to its existence. Instead of an illustration from pathology, take a striking example from everyday life. An efficient workman who earns his living is crippled for his occupation by some disaster. His work is over for him. After a while, however, he receives a small accident insurance and learns to exploit his injury by begging. His new existence, though most undesirable, is based upon the very thing that robbed him of his former maintenance. If you could cure his defect, he would be without a means of subsistence. He would have no livelihood. The question would arise, is he capable of resuming his former work? That which corresponds to such secondary exploitation of illness in neurosis we may add to the primary benefit derived therefrom, and may term it a secondary advantage of disease. In general, I should like to warn you not to underestimate the practical significance of the advantage from illness, and yet not to be too much impressed by it theoretically. Aside from the previously recognized exceptions, I am always reminded of Oberlander's pictures on the intelligence of animals, which appeared in the Vliegdeblatter. An Arab is riding a camel on a narrow path cut through a steep mountainside. At a turn of the trail he is suddenly confronted by a lion who makes ready to spring. He sees no way out. On one side the precipice, on the other the abyss. Retreat and flight, both are impossible. He gives himself up as lost. Not so the camel. He leaps into the abyss with his rider, and the lion is left in the lurch. The help of neurosis is, as a rule, no kinder to the writer. It may be due to the fact that the settlement of the conflict through symptom development is nevertheless an automatic process not able to meet the demands of life, and for whose sake man renounces the use of his best and loftiest powers. If it were possible to choose, it were indeed best to perish in an honorable struggle with destiny. I still owe you further explanation as to why, in my presentation of the theory of neurosis, I did not proceed from ordinary nervousness as a starting point. You may assume that, had I done this, the proof of the sexual origin of neurosis would have been more difficult for me, and so I refrained. There you are mistaken. In transference neurosis, we must work at interpretations of the symptoms to arrive at this conclusion. In the ordinary forms of the so-called true neuroses, however, the etiological significance of sexual life is a crude fact open to observation. I discovered it 20 years ago when I asked myself one day why we regularly barred out questions concerning sexual activity in examining nervous patients. At that time I sacrificed my popularity among my patients to my investigations. And yet after a brief effort I could state that no neurosis, no true neurosis at least, is present with a normal sexual life. Of course this statement passes too lightly over the individual differences. It is unclear through the vagueness with which it uses the term normal, but even today it retains its value for purposes of rough orientation. At that time I reached the point of drawing comparisons between certain forms of nervousness and sexual abnormalities, and I do not doubt that I could repeat the same observations now, if similar material were at my disposal. I frequently noticed that a man who contented himself with incomplete sexual gratification, with manual onanism, for instance, would suffer from a true neurosis, and that this neurosis would promptly give way to another form if another sexual regime, no less harmful, were substituted. From the change in the condition of the patient, I was able to guess the change in the mode of his sexual life. At that time, I learned to hold obstinately to my conjectures until I had overcome the patient's prevarications and had forced him to confirm my suppositions. To be sure, then he preferred to consult other physicians who did not inquire so insistently into his sexual life. At that time it did not escape my notice that the origin of the disease could not always be traced back to sexual life. Sexual abnormality would cause the illness in one person, while another would fall ill because he had lost his fortune or had suffered an exhausting organic disease. We gained insight into this variation by means of the interrelations between the ego and the libido, and the more profound our insight became, the more satisfactory were the results. A person begins to suffer from neurosis when his ego has lost the capacity of accommodating the libido. The stronger the ego, the easier the solution of the problem. A weakening of the ego from any cause whatsoever has the same effect as a superlative increase of the claims of the libido. There are other and more intimate relations between the ego and the libido, which I shall not discuss, as we are not concerned with them here. To us it is of enlightening significance that in every case, regardless of the way in which the illness was caused, the symptoms of neurosis were opposed by the libido, and thus gave evidence for its abnormal use. Now, however, I want to draw your attention to the difference between the symptoms of the true neuroses and the psychoneuroses, the first group of which, the transference neurosis, has occupied us considerably. In both cases, the symptoms proceed from the libido. They are accordingly abnormal uses of it, substitutes for gratification. But the symptoms of the true neurosis, such as pressure in the head, sensations of pain, irritability of an organ, weakening or inhibition of a function, these have no meaning, no psychic significance. They are manifested not only in the body, as for instance hysteric symptoms, but are in themselves physical processes whose creation is devoid of all the complicated psychic mechanism with which we have become acquainted. They really embody the character that has so long been attributed to the psychoneurotic symptom. But how can they then correspond to uses of the libido, which we have come to know as a psychological force? That is quite simple. Let me recall one of the very first objections that was made to psychoanalysis. It was stated that psychoanalysis was concerned with a purely psychological theory of neurotic manifestations, that this was a hopeless outlook, since psychological theories could never explain illness. The objectors chose to forget that the sexual function is neither purely psychic nor merely somatic. It influences physical as well as psychic life. In the symptoms of the psychoneuroses, we have recognized the expression of a disturbance in psychic processes, and so we shall not be surprised to discover that the true neuroses are the direct somatic consequences of sexual disturbances. The medical clinic gives us a valuable suggestion, observed by many research workers, for the comprehension of the true neuroses. In all the details of their symptomatology, and as well in their characteristic power to influence all organic systems and all functions, the true neuroses reveal a marked similarity to the conditions of those diseases which originate through the chronic influence of foreign poisons, and as well through their acute diminution, with conditions prevalent in intoxication and abstinence. The two groups of conditions are brought still closer together by the relation of intermediate conditions, which, following M. Basedow, we have learned to attribute to the influence of toxic substances, but of toxins, however, which are not introduced into the body from without, but arise in its own metabolism. These analogies, I think, lead us directly to the consideration of these neuroses as disturbances in sexual metabolism. It may be that more sexual toxins are produced than the individual can dispose of, or that inner, even psychic conditions stand in the way of the proper elaboration of these substances. The language of the people has always favored such assumptions as to the nature of sexual desires. It calls love an intoxication. It will have love madness aroused through potions, and thus sees the motive force removed, as it were, to the outer world. For the rest, the phrase sexual metabolism or chemism of sexuality is a chapter head without content. We know nothing about it, and cannot even decide whether we are to assume two sexual substances, the male and the female, or if there is only one sexual toxin which to consider the carrier of all the stimulating power of the libido. The structure of psychoanalysis that we have erected is really only a superstructure which at some future time must be placed upon its organic foundation. But what this is, we do not know as yet. Psychoanalysis is characterized as a science, not by reason of the subject matter it handles, but by the technique it employs. This can be employed in dealing with the history of civilization, the science of religion or mythology, as well as the theory of neurosis, without altering its character. The revealing of the unconscious in psychic life is all it aims to accomplish. The problems of the true neuroses, whose symptoms probably originate in direct toxic damage, yield no point of attack to psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis can do little for their elucidation, and must leave the task to biological medical research. Perhaps you understand now why I did not choose to organize my material differently. If I had given to you an introduction to the theory of the neuroses as you wished, it would unquestionably have been correct to proceed from the simple forms of the true neuroses to those complex illnesses caused by a disturbance of the libido. In discussing the true neuroses, I would have had to bring together the facts we have gleaned from various quarters and present what we think we know of them. Only later, under the psychoneuroses, would psychoanalysis have been discussed as the most important technical aid for insight into these conditions. I had, however, intended and announced A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis, and it seemed to me more important to give you an idea of psychoanalysis than to present certain positive facts about neuroses. And so I could not place the true neuroses into the foreground, for they prove sterile for the purposes of psychoanalysis. I believe that I have made the wiser choice for you, since psychoanalysis deserves the interest of every educated person because of its profound hypotheses and far-reaching connections. The theory of neurosis, on the other hand, is a chapter of medicine like any other. You are, however, justified in expecting some interest on our part in the true neuroses. Because of their intimate connection with psychoneuroses, we find this decidedly necessary. I shall tell you, then, that we must distinguish three pure forms of true neuroses: neurasthenia, anxiety neurosis, and hypochondria. Even this classification has not remained uncontradicted. The terms are all widely used, but their connotation is vague and uncertain. Besides, there are in this world of confusion physicians who object to any distinctions between manifestations, any emphasis of clinical detail, who do not even recognize the separation of true neuroses and psychoneuroses. I think they have gone too far and have not chosen the road which leads to progress. The types of neuroses we have mentioned occur occasionally in pure form. More often they are blended with one another or with a psychoneurotic condition. This need not discourage us to the extent of abandoning the task of distinction. Think of the difference between the study of minerals and that of ores in mineralogy. Minerals are described as individuals. Frequently, of course, they occur as crystals, separated sharply from their surroundings. Ores consist of an aggregate of minerals which have coalesced not accidentally, but as a result of the conditions of their origin. We understand too little of the process of development of neuroses to create anything similar to the study of ores. But we are surely working in the right direction when we isolate the known clinical factors comparable to the separate minerals from the great mass. A noteworthy connection between the symptoms of the true neuroses and the psychoneuroses adds a valuable contribution to our knowledge of symptom formation in the latter. The symptom in the true neuroses is frequently the nucleus and incipient stage of development of the psychoneurotic symptom. Such a connection is most easily observed between neurasthenia and the transference neuroses, which are termed conversion hysteria, between anxiety neurosis and anxiety hysteria, but also between hypochondria and paraphrenia, dementia praecox and paranoia, forms of neuroses of which we shall speak subsequently. Let us take as an illustration the hysteric headache or backache. Analysis shows that through elaboration and displacement, this pain has become the gratification substitute for a whole series of libidinous fantasies or reminiscences. But once upon a time this pain was real, a direct sexual toxic symptom, the physical expression of libidinous excitation. We do not wish to assert by any means that all hysteric symptoms can be traced to such a nucleus, but it is true that this is frequently the case, and that all influences upon the body through libidinous excitation, whether normal or pathological, are especially significant for the symptom development in hysteria. They play the part of the grain of sand which the mollusk has enveloped in mother of pearl. In the same way, passing signs of sexual excitation which accompany the sexual act are used by psychoneurosis as the most convenient and appropriate material for symptom formation. A similar procedure is of diagnostic and therapeutic interest especially. Persons who are disposed to be neurotic without suffering from a flourishing neurosis frequently set in motion the work of symptom development as the result of an abnormal physical change, often an inflammation or an injury. This development rapidly makes the symptom given by reality the representative of the unconscious fantasies that had been lurking for an opportunity to seize upon a means of expression. In such a case, the physician will try different ways of therapy. Either he will try to do away with the organic basis without bothering about its noisy neurotic elaboration, or he will struggle with a neurosis brought out by the occasion and ignore its organic cause. The result will justify now one, now the other method of procedure. No general laws can be laid down for such mixed cases. End of section 24.
Section 25 of A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis by Sigmund Freud. Translated by Granville Stanley Hall. Section 25. 25th Lecture. General Theory of the Neuroses, Fear and Anxiety. Probably you will term what I told you about ordinary nervousness in my last lecture most fragmentary and unsatisfactory information. I know this, and I think you are probably most surprised that I did not mention fear, which most nervous people complain of and describe as their greatest source of suffering. It can attain a terrible intensity which may result in the wildest enterprises. But I do not wish to fall short of your expectations in this matter. I intend, on the contrary, to treat the problem of the fear of nervous people with great accuracy and to discuss it with you at some length. Fear itself needs no introduction. Everyone has at some time or other known this sensation, or more precisely, this effect. It seems to me that we never seriously inquired why the nervous suffered so much more and so much more intensely under this condition. Perhaps it was thought a matter of course. It is usual to confuse the words nervous and anxious as though they meant the same thing. That is unjustifiable. There are anxious people who are not nervous, and nervous people who suffer from many symptoms but not from the tendency to anxiety. However that may be, it is certain that the problem of fear is the meeting point of many important questions, an enigma whose complete solution would cast a flood of light upon psychic life. I do not claim that I can furnish you with this complete solution, but you will certainly expect psychoanalysis to deal with this theme in a manner different from that of the schools of medicine. These schools seem to be interested primarily in the anatomical cause of the condition of fear. They say the medulla oblongata is irritated, and the patient learns that he is suffering from neurosis of the nervus vague. The medulla oblongata is a very serious and beautiful object. I remember exactly how much time and trouble I devoted to the study of it years ago, but today I must say that I know of nothing more indifferent to me for the psychological comprehension of fear than knowledge of the nerve passage through which these sensations must pass. One can talk about fear for a long time without even touching upon nervousness. You will understand me without more ado when I term this fear real fear in contrast to neurotic fear. Real fear seems quite rational and comprehensible to us. We may testify that it is a reaction to the perception of external danger, namely, harm that is expected and foreseen. It is related to the flight reflex and may be regarded as an expression of the instinct of self-preservation. And so the occasions, namely, the objects and situations which arouse fear, will depend largely on our knowledge of and our feeling of power over the outer world. We deem it quite a matter of course that the savage fears a cannon or an eclipse of the sun, while the white man, who can handle the instrument and prophesy the phenomenon, does not fear these things. At other times, superior knowledge promulgates fear because it recognizes the danger earlier. The savage, for instance, will recoil before a footprint in the woods, meaningless to the instructed, which reveals to him the proximity of an animal of prey. The experienced sailor will notice a little cloud which tells him of a coming hurricane with terror, while to the passenger it seems insignificant. After further consideration, we must say to ourselves that the verdict on real fear, whether it be rational or purposeful, must be thoroughly revised. For the only purposeful behavior in the face of imminent danger would be the cool appraisal of one's own strength in comparison with the extent of the threatening danger, and then decide which would presage a happier ending: flight, defense, or possibly even attack. Under such a proceeding, fear has absolutely no place. Everything that happens would be consummated just as well and better without the development of fear. You know that if fear is too strong, it proves absolutely useless and paralyzes every action, even flight. Generally, the reaction against danger consists in a mixture of fear and resistance. The frightened animal is afraid and flees, but the purposeful factor in such a case is not fear, but flight. We are therefore tempted to claim that the development of fear is never purposeful. Perhaps closer examination will give us greater insight into the fear situation. The first factor is the expectancy of danger, which expresses itself in heightened sensory attention and in motor tension. This expectancy is undoubtedly advantageous. Its absence may be responsible for serious consequences. On the one hand, it gives rise to motor activity, primarily to flight, and on a higher plane to active defense. On the other hand, it gives rise to something which we consider the condition of fear. Insofar as the development is still incipient and is restricted to a mere signal, the more undisturbed the conversion of the readiness to be afraid into action, the more purposeful the entire proceeding. The readiness to be afraid seems to be the purposeful aspect. Evolution of fear itself, the element that defeats its own object. I avoid entering upon a discussion as to whether our language means the same or distinct things by the words anxiety, fear, or fright. I think that anxiety is used in connection with a condition regardless of any objective, while fear is essentially directed towards an object. Fright, on the other hand, seems really to possess a special meaning, which emphasizes the effects of a danger which is precipitated without any expectance or readiness of fear. Thus we might say that anxiety protects man from fright. You have probably noticed the ambiguity and vagueness in the use of the word anxiety. Generally, one means a subjective condition caused by the perception that an evolution of fear has been consummated. Such a condition may be called an emotion. What is an emotion in the dynamic sense? Certainly something very complex. An emotion, in the first place, includes indefinite motor innervations or discharges. Secondly, definite sensations, which, moreover, are of two kinds: the perception of motor activities that have already taken place, and the direct sensations of pleasure and pain, which give the effect of what we call its feeling tone. But I do not think that the true nature of the emotion has been fathomed by these enumerations. We have gained deeper insight into some emotions and realized that the thread which binds together such a complex as we have described is the repetition of a certain significant experience. This experience might be an early impression of a very general sort, which belongs to the antecedent history of the species rather than to that of the individual. To be more clear, the emotional condition has a structure similar to that of an hysterical attack. It is the upshot of a reminiscence. The hysteric attack, then, is comparable to a newly formed individual emotion, the normal emotion to an hysteria, which has become a universal heritage. Do not assume that what I have said here about emotions is derived from normal psychology. On the contrary, these are conceptions that have grown up with and are at home only in psychoanalysis. What psychology has to say about emotions, the James Lange theory, for instance, is completely incomprehensible for us psychoanalysts and cannot be discussed. Of course, we do not consider our knowledge about emotions very certain. It is a preliminary attempt to become oriented in this obscure region. To continue, we believe we know the early impression which the emotion of fear repeats. We think it is birth itself which combines that complex of painful feelings, of a discharge of impulses, of physical sensations, which has become the prototype for the effect of danger to life, and is ever after repeated within us as a condition of fear. The tremendous heightening of irritability through the interruption of the circulation, internal respiration, was at the time the cause of the experience of fear. The first fear was therefore toxic. The name anxiety, angustial, narrowness, emphasizes the characteristic tightening of the breath, which was at the time a consequence of an actual situation and is henceforth repeated almost regularly in the emotion. We shall also recognize how significant it is that this first condition of fear appeared during the separation from the mother. Of course, we are convinced that the tendency to repetition of the first condition of fear has been so deeply ingrained in the organism through countless generations that not a single individual can escape the emotion of fear. Not even the mythical Macduff, who was cut out of his mother's womb and therefore did not experience birth itself. We do not know the prototype of the condition of fear in the case of other mammals, and so we do not know the complex of emotions that in them is the equivalent of our fear. Perhaps it will interest you to hear how the idea that birth is the source and prototype of the emotion of fear happened to occur to me. Speculation plays the smallest part in it. I borrowed it from the native train of thought of the people. Many years ago, we were sitting around the dinner table, a number of young physicians, when an assistant in the obstetrical clinic told a jolly story of what happened in the last examination for midwives. A candidate was asked what it implied if during delivery the feces of the newborn was present in the discharge of waters, and she answered promptly, "The child is afraid." She was laughed at and flunked. But I silently took her part and began to suspect that the poor woman of the people had, with sound perception, revealed an important connection. Proceeding now to neurotic fear, what are its manifestations and conditions? There is much to be described. In the first place, we find a general condition of anxiety, a condition of free-floating fear, as it were, which is ready to attach itself to any appropriate idea, to influence judgment, to give rise to expectations, in fact, to seize any opportunity to make itself felt. We call this condition expectant fear or anxious expectation. Persons who suffer from this sort of fear always prophesy the most terrible of all possibilities, interpret every coincidence as an evil omen, and ascribe a dreadful meaning to all uncertainty. Many persons who cannot be termed ill show this tendency to anticipate disaster. We blame them for being over-anxious or pessimistic. A striking amount of expectant fear is characteristic of a nervous condition which I have named anxiety neurosis, and which I group with the true neuroses. A second form of fear, in contrast to the one we have just described, is psychologically more circumscribed and bound up with certain objects or situations. It is the fear of the manifold and frequently very peculiar phobias. Stanley Hall, the distinguished American psychologist, has recently taken the trouble to present a whole series of these phobias in gorgeous Greek terminology. They sound like the enumeration of the 10 Egyptian plagues, except that their number exceeds 10 by far. Just listen to all the things which may become the object of contents of a phobia. Darkness, open air, open squares, cats, spiders, caterpillars, snakes, mice, thunderstorms, sharp points, blood, enclosed spaces, crowds, solitude, passing over a bridge, travel on land and sea, etc. A first attempt at orientation in this chaos leads readily to a division into 3 groups. Some of the fearful objects and situations have something gruesome for normal people too, a relation to danger, and so, though they are exaggerated in intensity, they do not seem incomprehensible to us. Most of us, for instance, experience a feeling of repulsion in the presence of a snake. One may say that snake phobia is common to all human beings, and Charles Darwin has described most impressively how he was unable to control his fear of a snake pointing for him, though he knew he was separated from it by a thick pane of glass. The second group consists of cases which still bear a relation to danger, but this is of a kind which we are disposed to belittle rather than to overestimate. Most of the situation phobia belong here. We know that by taking a railroad journey we entail greater chance of disaster than by staying at home. A collision, for instance, may occur, or a ship sink, when as a rule we must drown. Yet we do not think of these dangers, and free from fear we travel on train and boat. We cannot deny that if a bridge should collapse at the moment we are crossing it, we would fall into the river, but that is such a rare occurrence that we do not take the danger into account. Solitude, too, has its dangers, and we avoid it under certain conditions. But it is by no means a matter of being unable to suffer it for a single moment. The same is true for the crowd, the enclosed space, the thunderstorm, etc. It is not at all the content, but the intensity of these neurotic phobias that appears strange to us. The fear of the phobia cannot even be described. Sometimes we almost receive the impression that the neurotic is not really afraid of the same things and situations that can arouse fear in us, and which he calls by the same name. There remains a third group of phobias which is entirely unintelligible to us. When a strong adult man is afraid to cross a street or a square of his own hometown, when a healthy, well-developed woman becomes almost senseless with fear because a cat has brushed the hem of her dress or a mouse has scurried through the room. How are we to establish the relation to danger that obviously exists under the phobia? In these animal phobias, it cannot possibly be a question of the heightening of common human antipathies. For, as an illustration of the antithesis, there are numerous persons who cannot pass a cat without calling and petting it. The mouse of which women are so much afraid is at the same time a first-class pet name. Many a girl who has been gratified to have her lover call her so screams when she sees the cunning little creature itself. The behavior of the man who is afraid to cross the street or the square can only be explained by saying that he acts like a little child. A child is really taught to avoid a situation of this sort as dangerous, and our agoraphobist is actually relieved of his fear if someone goes with him across the square or street. The two forms of fear that have been described, free-floating fear and the fear which is bound up with phobias, are independent of one another. The one is by no means a higher development of the other. Only in exceptional cases, almost by accident, do they occur simultaneously. The strongest condition of general anxiety need not manifest itself in phobias, and persons whose entire life is hemmed in by agoraphobia can be entirely free of pessimistic expectant fear. Some phobias, such as the fear of squares or of trains, are acquired only in later life, while others, the fear of darkness, storms and animals, exist from the very beginning. The former signify serious illness, the latter appear rather as peculiarities, moods. Yet whoever is burdened with fear of this second kind may be expected to harbour other and similar phobias. I must add that we group all these phobias under anxiety hysteria, and therefore regard it as a condition closely related to the well-known conversion hysteria. The third form of neurotic fear confronts us with an enigma. We lose sight entirely of the connection between fear and threatening danger. This anxiety occurs in hysteria, for instance, as the accompaniment of hysteric symptoms, or under certain conditions of excitement, where we would expect an emotional manifestation, but least of all of fear, or without reference to any known circumstance, unintelligible to us and to the patient. Neither far nor near can we discover a danger or a cause which might have been exaggerated to such significance. Through these spontaneous attacks, we learn that the complex which we call the condition of anxiety can be resolved into its components. The whole attack may be represented by a single intensively developed symptom, such as a trembling, dizziness, palpitation of the heart, or tightening of breath. The general undertone by which we usually recognize fear may be utterly lacking or vague, and yet these conditions, which we describe as anxiety equivalents, are comparable to anxiety in all its clinical and etiological relations. Two questions arise. Can we relate neurotic fear, in which danger plays so small a part or none at all, to real fear, which is always a reaction to danger? And what can we understand as the basis of neurotic fear? For the present, we want to hold to our expectations. Wherever there is fear, there must be a cause for it. Clinical observation yields several suggestions for the comprehension of neurotic fear, the significance of which I shall discuss with you. 1. It is not difficult to determine that expectant fear or general anxiety is closely connected with certain processes in sexual life, let us say with certain types of libido. Utilization, the simplest and most instructive case of this kind, results when persons expose themselves to frustrated excitation, namely, if their sexual excitation does not meet with sufficient relief and is not brought to a satisfactory conclusion in men during the time of their engagement to marry, for instance, or in women whose husbands are not sufficiently potent or who, from caution, execute the sexual act in a shortened or mutilated form. Under these circumstances, libidinous excitement disappears and anxiety takes its place, both in the form of expectant fear and in attacks and anxiety equivalents. The cautious interruption of the sexual act, when practiced as the customary sexual regime, so frequently causes the anxiety neurosis in men, and especially in women, that physicians are wise in such cases to examine primarily this etiology. On innumerable occasions we have learned that anxiety neurosis vanishes when the sexual misuse is abandoned. So far as I know, the connection between sexual restraint and conditions of anxiety is no longer questioned even by physicians who have nothing to do with psychoanalysis. But I can well imagine that they do not desist from reversing the connection and saying that these persons have exhibited a tendency to anxiety from the outset and therefore practice reserve in sexual matters. The behavior of women whose sexual conduct is passive, namely, is determined by the treatment of the husband, contradicts this supposition. The more temperamental, that is, the more disposed towards sexual intercourse and capable of gratification is the woman, the more she will react to the impotence of the man, or to the coitus interruptus, by anxiety manifestations. In anesthetic or only slightly libidinous women, such misuse will not carry such consequences. Sexual abstinence, recommended so warmly by the physicians of today, has the same significance in the development of conditions of anxiety only when the libido, to which satisfactory relief is denied, is sufficiently strong and not for the most part accounted for by sublimation. The decision whether illness is to result always depends upon the quantitative factors. Even where character formation and not disease is concerned, we easily recognize that sexual constraint goes hand in hand with a certain anxiety, a certain caution, while fearlessness and bold daring arise from free gratification of sexual desires. However much these relations are altered by various influences of civilization, for the average human being it is true that anxiety and sexual constraint belong together. I have by no means mentioned all the observations that speak for the genetic relation of the libido to fear. The influence on the development of neurotic fear of certain phases of life, such as puberty and the period of menopause, when the production of libido is materially heightened, belongs here too. In some conditions of excitement we may observe the mixture of anxiety and libido, and the final substitution of anxiety for libido. These facts give us a twofold impression. First, that we are concerned with an accumulation of libido, which is diverted from its normal channel. Second, that we are working with somatic processes. Just how anxiety originates from the libido, we do not know. We can only ascertain that the libido is in abeyance and that we observe anxiety in its place. 2. We glean a second hint from the analysis of the psychoneuroses, especially of hysteria. We have heard that in addition to the symptoms, fear frequently accompanies this condition. This, however, is free-floating fear, which is manifested either as an attack or becomes a permanent condition. The patients cannot tell what they are afraid of and connect their fear through an unmistakable secondary elaboration with phobias nearest at hand: death, insanity, paralysis. When we analyze the situation which gave rise to the anxiety or to symptoms accompanied by it, we can generally tell which normal psychological process has been omitted and has been replaced by the phenomenon of fear. Let me express it differently. We reconstruct the unconscious process as though it had not experienced suppression and had continued its way into consciousness uninterruptedly. Under these conditions as well, this process would have been accompanied by an emotion, and we now learn with surprise that when suppression has occurred, the emotion accompanying the normal process has been replaced by fear, regardless of its original quality. In hysteric conditions of fear, its unconscious correlative may be either an impulse of similar character, such as fear, shame, embarrassment, or positive libidinous excitation, or hostile and aggressive emotion, such as fury or rage. Fear, then, is the common currency for which all emotional impulses can be exchanged, provided that the idea with which it has been associated has been subject to suppression. 3. Patients suffering from compulsive acts are remarkably devoid of fear. They yield us the data for our third point. If we try to hinder them in the performance of their compulsive acts, of their washing or their ceremonials, or if they themselves dare to give up one of their compulsions, they are seized with terrible fear that again exacts obedience to the compulsion. We understand that the compulsive act had veiled fear and had been performed only to avoid it. In compulsion neurosis, then, fear, which would otherwise be present, is replaced by symptom development. Similar results are yielded by hysteria. Following the process of suppression, we find the development either of anxiety alone or of anxiety and symptom development, or finally, a more complete symptom development and no anxiety. In an abstract sense, then, it would be correct to say that symptoms are formed only to evade development of fear, which otherwise could not be escaped. According to this conception, fear is seen to occupy the center of the stage in the problems of neurosis. Our observations on anxiety neuroses led to the conclusion that when the libido was diverted from its normal use and anxiety thus released, it occurred on the basis of somatic processes. The analyses of hysteria and compulsion neuroses furnish the correlative observations that similar diversion with similar results may also be the consequence of a constraint of psychic forces. Such, then, is our knowledge of the origin of neurotic fear. It still sounds rather vague, but as yet I know no path that would lead us further. The second task we have set ourselves is still more difficult to accomplish. It is the establishment of a connection between neurotic fear, which is misused libido, and real fear, which is a reaction to danger. You may believe that these things are quite distinct, and yet we have no criterion for distinguishing the sensations of real and neurotic fear. The desired connection is brought about by presupposing the antithesis of the ego to libido that is so frequently claimed. We know that the development of fear is the ego's reaction to danger, the signal for preparation for flight, and from this we are led to believe that in neurotic fear the ego attempts to escape the claims of its libido and treats this inner danger as though it came from without. Accordingly, our expectation that where there is fear there must be something to be afraid of is fulfilled, but the analogy admits of further application. Just as the attempt to flee external danger is relieved by standing one's ground and by appropriate steps towards defense, so the development of neurotic fear is arrested as fast as the symptom develops, for by means of it, the fear is held in check. Our difficulties in understanding now lie elsewhere. The fear, which represents flight of the ego before the libido, is supposed to have sprung from the libido itself. That is obscure and warns us not to forget that the libido of a person belongs fundamentally to him and cannot confront him as an external force. The localized dynamics of fear development are still unintelligible. We do not know what psychic energies are released or from what psychic symptoms they are derived. I cannot promise to solve this problem, but we still have two trails to follow which lead us to direct observations and analytic investigation which can aid our speculations. We turn to the origin of fear in the child and to the source of neurotic fear which attaches itself to phobias. Fear in children is quite common, and it is very hard to tell whether it is neurotic or real fear. Indeed, the value of this distinction is rendered questionable by the behavior of children. On the one hand, we are not surprised that the child fears all strange persons, new situations, and objects, and we explain this reaction very easily by his weakness and ignorance. We ascribe to the child a strong disposition to real fear and would consider it purposeful if this fear were in fact a heritage. Herein the child would only repeat the behavior of prehistoric man and of the primitive man of today who, on account of his ignorance and helplessness, fears everything that is new and much that is familiar, all of which can no longer inspire us with fear. If the phobias of the child were at least partially such as might be attributed to that primeval period of human development, this would tally entirely with our expectations. On the other hand, we cannot overlook the fact that not all children are equally afraid, and that those very children who express particular timidity toward all possible objects and situations subsequently prove to be nervous. Thus, the neurotic disposition reveals itself by a decided tendency to real fear. Anxiety rather than nervousness appears to be primary. We therefore arrive at the conclusion that the child, and later the adult, fears the power of his libido because he is anxious in the face of everything. The derivation of anxiety from the libido is hence put aside. Any investigation of the conditions of real fear consistently leads to the conclusion that consciousness of one's own weakness and helplessness, inferiority in the terminology of A. Adler, when it is able to persist from childhood to maturity, is the cause underlying the neuroses. This sounds so simple and convincing that it has a claim upon our attention. To be sure, it would result in our shifting the basis of nervousness. The persistence of the feeling of inferiority and its prerequisite condition of anxiety and its subsequent development of symptoms is so firmly established that it is rather the exceptional case, when health is the outcome, which requires an explanation. What can be learned from careful observation of the fear of children? The little child is primarily afraid of strange people. Situations wax important only because they involve people, and objects become influential much later. But the child does not fear these strange persons because he attributes evil intentions to them, because he compares his weakness with their strength, or recognizes them as dangerous to his existence, his safety, and freedom from pain. Such a child, suspicious, afraid of the aggressive impulse which dominates the world, would prove a sad theoretic construction. The child is afraid of a stranger because he is adjusted to a dear, beloved person, his mother. His disappointment and longing are transformed into fear. His unemployed libido, which cannot yet be held suspended, is diverted by fear. It cannot be termed a coincidence that this situation, which is a typical example of all childish fear, is a repetition of the first condition of fear during birth, namely, separation from the mother. The first situation phobias of children are darkness and solitude. The former often persists throughout life. Common to both is the absence of the dear nurse, the mother. I once heard a child who was afraid of the dark call into an adjoining room, "Auntie, talk to me, I'm afraid." "But what good will that do you? You cannot see me." Whereupon the child answered, "If someone speaks, it is brighter." The yearning felt in darkness is converted into the fear of darkness. Far from saying that neurotic fear is only a secondary, a special case of real fear, we observe in little children something that resembles the behavior of real fear and has in common with neurotic fear this characteristic feature: origin from unemployed libido. The child seems to bring very little real fear into the world. In all situations which may later become the conditions of phobias, on elevations, narrow bridges across water, on railroad and boat trips, the child exhibits no fear. And the more ignorant he is, the less fear he feels. It would be most desirable to have a greater heritage of such life-preservative instincts. The task of supervision, which is to hinder him from exposing himself to one danger after another, would be lessened. In reality, the child at first overestimates his powers and behaves fearlessly because he does not recognize dangers. He will run to the water's edge, mount the windowsill, play with fire or with sharp utensils. In short, he will do everything that would harm him and alarm his guardians. The awakening of real fear is the result of education, since we may not permit him to pass through the instructive experience himself. If there are children who meet this education to fear halfway, and who discover dangers of which they have not been warned, the explanation suffices that their constitution contains a greater measure of libidinous need, or that they have been spoiled early through libidinous gratification. No wonder that those persons who are nervous in later life are recruited from the ranks of these children. We know that the creation of neurosis is made easy by the inability to endure a considerable amount of pent-up libido for any length of time. You see that here too we must do justice to the constitutional factor, whose rights we never wish to question. We fight shy of it only when others neglect all other claims for this, and introduce the constitutional factor where it does not belong, according to the combined results of observation and analysis, or where it must be the last consideration. Let us extract the sum of our observations on the anxiety of children. Infantile fear has very little to do with real fear, but is closely related to the neurotic fear of adults. It originates in unemployed libido and replaces the object of love that is lacking by an external object or situation. Now, you will be glad to hear that the analysis of phobias cannot teach much more that is new. The same thing occurs in them as in the fear of children. Unemployed libido is constantly being converted into real fear, and so a tiny external danger takes the place of the demands of the libido. This coincidence is not strange, for infantile phobias are not only the prototypes, but the direct prerequisite and prelude to later phobias, which are grouped with the anxiety hysterias. Every hysteria phobia can be traced to childish fear of which it is a continuation, even if it has another content and must therefore receive a different name. The difference between the two conditions lies in their mechanism. In the adult, the fact that the libido has momentarily become useless in the form of longing is not sufficient to effect the transformation of fear into libido. He has long since learned to maintain such libido in a suspended state, or to use it differently. But when the libido is part of a psychic impulse which has experienced suppression, similar conditions to those of the child, who cannot distinguish the conscious from the unconscious, are re-established. The regression to infantile phobia is the bridge, where the transformation of libido into fear is conveniently effected. We have, as you know, spoken a great deal about suppression, but we have always followed the fate of the conception that was to be suppressed, because this was easier to recognize and to present. We have always omitted from our consideration what happened to the emotion that clung to the suppressed idea, and only now we learn that whatever quality this emotion might have manifested under normal conditions, its fate is a transformation into fear. This transformation of emotion is by far the more important part of the suppression process. It is not so easy to discuss because we cannot assert the existence of unconscious emotions in the same sense as unconscious ideas. With one difference, an idea remains the same whether it is conscious or unconscious. We can give an account of what corresponds to an unconscious idea, but an emotion is a release and must be judged differently from an idea. Without a deeper reflection and clarification of our hypotheses of psychic processes, we cannot tell what corresponds to its unconscious stage. We cannot undertake this here. But we want to retain the impression we have gained, that the development of anxiety is closely connected with the unconscious system. I said that the transformation into fear, rather a discharge in the form of fear, is the immediate fate of suppressed libido. Not the only or final fate, I must add. These neuroses are accompanied by processes that strive to restrain the development of fear and succeed in various ways. In phobias, for instance, two phases of the neurotic process can be clearly distinguished. The first effects the suppression of libido and its transition to fear, which is joined to an external danger. The second consists in building up all those precautions and safety devices which are to prevent contact with this danger, which is dealt with as an external fact. Suppression corresponds to the ego's flight from the libido, which it regards dangerous. The phobia is comparable to a fortification against outer danger, which is represented by the much feared libido. The weakness of the phobia's system of defense lies in the fact that the fort has been strengthened from without and has remained vulnerable within. The projection of peril from the libido into the environment is never very successful. In other neuroses, therefore, other systems of defense are used against the possibility of fear development. That is an interesting aspect of the psychology of neurosis. Unfortunately, its study would lead us to digress too far and presupposes a more thorough and special knowledge of the subject. I shall add only one thing more. I have already spoken to you of the counter-siege, by which the ego imprisons the suppression, and which it must maintain permanently for the suppression to subsist. The task of this counter-siege is to carry out diverse forms of defense against the fear development which follows the suppression. To return to the phobias, I may now say that you realize how insufficient it would be to explain only their content, to be interested only in knowing that this or that object or situation is made the subject of a phobia. The content of the phobia has about the same importance for it as the manifest dream facade has for the dream. With some necessary restrictions, we admit that among the contents of the phobias are some that are especially qualified to be objects of fear through phylogenetic inheritance, as Stanley Hall has emphasized. In harmony with this is the fact that many of these objects of fear can establish connections with danger only by symbolic relations. And so we are convinced of the central position that the problem of fear assumes in the questions of the neurotic psychology. We are deeply impressed with how closely the development of fear is interwoven with the fate of the libido and the unconscious system. There is only one disconnected point, one inconsistency in our hypothesis: the indisputable fact that real fear must be considered an expression of the ego's instincts of self-preservation. End of section 25.
Section 26 of A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ramon Escamilla. A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis by Sigmund Freud. Translated by Granville Stanley Hall. Section 26. 26th Lecture. General Theory of the Neuroses. The Libido Theory and Narcissism. Repeatedly in the past, and more recently, we have dealt with the distinction between the ego instincts and the sexual instincts. At first, suppression taught us that the two may be flatly opposed to each other, that in the struggle, the sexual instincts suffer apparent defeat and are forced to obtain satisfaction by other regressive methods, and so find the compensation for defeat in their invulnerability. After that, we learned that at the outset, both have a different relation to the educator. Necessity, so that they do not develop in the same manner, and do not enter into the same relationship with the principle of reality. we come to realize that the sexual instincts are much more closely allied to the emotional condition of fear than the ego instincts. This result appears incomplete only in one respect, which, however, is most important. For further evidence, we shall mention the significant fact that non-satisfaction of hunger and thirst, the two most elementary instincts of self-preservation, never result in their reversal into anxiety, while the transformation of unsatisfied libido into fear is, as we have heard, one of the best known and most frequently observed phenomena. No one can contest our perfect justification in separating the ego from sexual instincts. It is affirmed by the existence of sexual desire, which is a very special activity of the individual. The only question is, what significance shall we give to this distinction? How decisive is it? The answer will depend upon the results of our observations, on how far the sexual instincts, in their psychological and somatic manifestations, behave differently from the others that are opposed to them, on how important are the consequences which result from these differences. We have, of course, no motive whatever for insisting upon a certain intangible difference in the character of the two groups of instincts. Both are only designations of the sources of energy of the individual. The discussion as to whether they are fundamentally of the same or of a different character, and if the same, when it was that they separated from one another, cannot profit by the conceptions, but must deal rather with the underlying biological facts. At present, we know very little about this, and even if we knew more, it would not be relevant to our analytic task. Obviously, we should gain slight profit if, following the example of Jung, we were to emphasize the original unity of all instincts, and were to call the energy expressed in all of them libido. Since the sexual function cannot be eliminated from psychic life by any device, we are forced to speak of sexual and asexual libido. As in the past, we rightly retain the name libido for the instincts of sexual life. I believe, therefore, that the question, how far the justifiable distinction of the instincts of sex and of self-preservation may be carried, is of little importance for psychoanalysis, and psychoanalysis is moreover not competent to deal with it. From a biological standpoint, there are, to be sure, various reasons for believing that this distinction is significant. Sexuality is the only function of the living organism which extends beyond the individual and sees to his kinship with the species. It is undeniable that its practice does not always benefit the individual as do his other performances. For the price of ecstatic pleasures, it involves him in dangers which threaten his life and frequently cause death. Probably peculiar metabolic processes, different from all others, are required to maintain a part of the individual life for its progeny. The individual who places himself in the foreground and regards his sexuality as a means to his gratification is, from a biological point of view, only an episode in a series of generations, a transient appendage to a germ plasm which is virtually endowed with immortality, just as though he were the temporary partner in a corporation which continues to persist after his death. For psychoanalytic explanation of neuroses, however, there is no need to enter upon these far-reaching implications. By separate observation of the sexual and the ego instincts, we have gained the key to the understanding of transference neuroses. We were able to trace them back to the fundamental situation where the sexual instinct and the instinct of self-preservation had come in conflict with one another, or biologically, although not so accurately, expressed where the part played by the ego, that of independent individuality, was opposed to the other, that of a link in a series of generations. Only human beings are capable of such conflict, and therefore, taken all in all, neurosis is the prerogative of man and not of animals. The excessive development of his libido and the elaboration of a varied and complicated psychic life thus made possible appear to have created the conditions prerequisite for conflict. It is clear that these conditions are also responsible for the great progress that man has made beyond his kinship with animals. The capacity for neurosis is really only the reverse side of his talents and gifts. But these are only speculations, which divert us from our task. Until now, we worked with the impulse that we can distinguish the ego and the sexual instincts from one another by their manifestations. We could do this without difficulty in the transference neuroses. We called the accumulation of energy which the ego directed toward the object of its sexual striving libido, and all others, which proceeded from the instincts of self-preservation, interest. We were able to achieve our first insight into the workings of psychic forces by observing the accumulation of the libido, its transformations, and its final destiny. The transference neuroses furnished the best material for this. But the ego, composed from various organizations, their construction and functioning, remained hidden, and we were led to believe that only the analysis of other neurotic disturbances would raise the veil. Very soon we began to extend these psychoanalytic conceptions to other conditions. As early as 1908, K. Abraham asserted, after a discussion with me, that the principal characteristic of dementia praecox, which may be considered one of the psychoses, is that there is no libidinous occupation of objects, the psychosexual differences between hysteria and dementia praecox. But the question arose, what happens to the libido of the demented, which is diverted from its objects? Abraham did not hesitate to give the answer. Quote, "It is turned back upon the ego, and this reflected turning back is the source of the megalomania in dementia praecox. This hallucination of greatness is exactly comparable to the well-known overestimation of the objects habitual to lovers." So, for the first time, we gained an understanding of psychotic condition by comparing it with the normal course of love. These first interpretations of Abraham's have been maintained in psychoanalysis and have become the basis of our attitude toward the psychoses. Slowly we familiarized ourselves with the idea that the libido, which we find attached to certain objects, which expresses a striving to attain gratification from these objects, may also forsake them and put in their place the person's own ego. Gradually, these ideas were developed more and more consistently. The name for this placing of the libido, narcissism, was borrowed from one of the perversions described by P. Naka. In it, the grown individual lavishes upon his own body all the affection usually devoted to some foreign sex object. We reflected that if such a fixation of libido on one's own body and person instead of on some external object exists, this cannot be an exceptional or trivial occurrence. It is much more probable that this narcissism is the general and original condition out of which the love for an object later develops, without, however, necessarily causing narcissism to disappear. From the evolutionary history of object libido, we remembered that in the beginning many sex instincts seek autoerotic gratification, and that this capacity for autoeroticism forms the basis for the retardation of sexuality in its education to conformity with fact. And so, autoeroticism was the sexual activity of the narcissistic stage in the placing of the libido. To be brief, we represented the relation of the ego libido to the object libido in a way which I can explain by an analogy from zoology. Think of the simplest forms of life, which consist of a little lump of protoplasmic substance which is only slightly differentiated. They stretch out protrusions, known as pseudopodia, into which the protoplasm flows. But they can withdraw these protrusions and assume their original shape. Now, we compare the stretching out of these processes with the radiation of libido to the objects, while the central mass of libido can remain in the ego, and we assume that under normal conditions, ego libido can be changed into object libido, and this can again be taken up into the ego without any trouble. With the help of this representation, we can now explain a great number of psychic conditions, or, to express it more modestly, describe them in the language of the libido theory. Conditions that we must accredit to normal life, such as the psychic attitude during love, during organic sickness, during sleep. We assumed that the conditions of sleep rest upon withdrawal from the outer world and concentration upon the wish to sleep. The nocturnal psychic activity expressed in the dream we found in the service of a wish to sleep, and, moreover, governed by wholly egoistic motives. Continuing in the sense of libido theory, sleep is a condition in which all occupations of objects, the libidinous as well as the egoistic, are given up and are withdrawn into the ego. Does this not throw a new light upon recovery during sleep and upon the nature of exhaustion in general? The picture of blissful isolation in the intrauterine life, which the sleeper conjures up night after night, thus also completes the picture from the psychic side. In the sleeper, the original condition of libido division is again restored, a condition of complete narcissism in which libido and ego interest are still united and live indistinguishably in the self-sufficient ego. We must observe two things. First, how can the conceptions of narcissism and egoism be distinguished? I believe narcissism is the libidinous complement of egoism. When we speak of egoism, we mean only the benefits to the individual. If we speak of narcissism, we also take into account his libidinous satisfaction. As practical motives, the two can be followed up separately to a considerable degree. One can be absolutely egoistic and still have strong libidinous occupation of objects, insofar as the libidinous gratification by way of the object serves the needs of the ego. Egoism will then take care that the striving for the object results in no harm to the ego. One can be egoistic and at the same time excessively narcissistic, i.e., have very slight need of an object. This need may be for direct sexual satisfaction, or even for those higher desires, derived from need, which we are in the habit of calling love as opposed to sensuality. In all of these aspects, egoism is the self-evident, the constant, and narcissism the variable element. The antithesis of egoism, altruism, is not the same as the conception of libidinous occupation of objects. Altruism differs from it by the absence of desire for sexual satisfaction. But in the state of being completely in love, altruism and libidinous occupation with an object clash. The sex object as a rule draws upon itself a part of the narcissism of the ego. This is generally called sexual overestimation of the object. If the altruistic transformation from egoism to the sex object is added, the sex object becomes all-powerful. It has virtually sucked up the ego. I think you will find it a pleasant change if, after the dry fantasy of science, I present to you a poetic representation of the economic contrast between narcissism and being in love. I take it from the Westöstliche Divans of Goethe. Suleika. Conqueror and serf and nation, they proclaim it joyously. Mankind's loftiest elation shines in personality. Life's enchantment lures and lingers, of yourself is not afar. All may slip through passive fingers, if you tarry as you are. Hatem. Never could I be thus ravished, other thoughts are in my mind. All the gladness earth has lavished, in Suleika's charms I find. When I cherish her, then only, dearer to myself I grow. If she turned to leave me lonely, I should lose the self I know. Hatem's happiness were over, but his changeling soul would glide into any favored lover, whom she fondles at her side. The second observation is supplementary to the dream theory. We cannot explain the origin of the dream unless we assume that the suppressed unconscious has achieved a certain independence of the ego. It does not conform to the wish for sleep and retains its hold on the energies that have seized it, even when all the occupations with objects dependent upon the ego have been released for the benefit of sleep. Not until then can we understand how this unconscious can take advantage of the nocturnal discontinuance or deposition of the censor, and can seize control of fragments left over from the day to fashion a forbidden dream wish from them. On the other hand, it is to the already existing connections with these supposed elements that these fragments owe a part of the resistance directed against the withdrawal of the libido and controlled by the wish for sleep. We also wish to supplement our conception of dream formation with this trait of dynamic importance. Organic diseases, painful irritations, inflammation of the organs create a condition which clearly results in freeing the libido of its objects. The withdrawn libido again finds itself in the ego and occupies the diseased part of the part. We may even venture to assert that under these conditions, the withdrawal of the libido from its objects is more conspicuous than the withdrawal of egoistic interest from the outside world. This seems to open the way to an understanding of hypochondria, where an organ occupies the ego in a similar way without being diseased, according to our conception. I shall resist the temptation of continuing along this line, or of discussing other situations which we can understand or represent through the assumption that the object libido travels to the ego. For I am eager to meet two objections, which I know are absorbing your attention. In the first place, you want to call me to account for my insistence upon distinguishing in sleep, in sickness, and in similar situations between libido and interest, sexual instincts, and ego instincts, since throughout the observations can be explained by assuming a single and uniform energy, which, freely mobile, occupies now the object, now the ego, and enters into the services of one or the other of these impulses. And secondly, how can I venture to treat the freeing of libido from its object as the source of a pathological condition, since such transformation of object libido into ego libido, or more generally, ego energy, belongs to the normal, daily, and nightly repeated occurrences of psychic dynamics? The answer is, your first objection sounds good. The discussion of the conditions of sleep, of sickness, and of being in love would in themselves probably never have led to a distinction between ego libido and object libido, or between libido and interest. But you do not take into account the investigations from which we have set out, in the light of which we now regard the psychic situations under discussion. The necessity of distinguishing between libido and interest, that is, between sexual instincts and those of self-preservation, is forced upon us by our insight into the conflict out of which the transference neuroses emerge. We can no longer reckon without it. The assumption that object libido can change into the ego libido, in other words, that we must reckon with an ego libido, appeared to us the only possible one wherewith to solve the riddle of the so-called narcissistic neuroses, for instance, dementia praecox, or to justify the similarities and differences in a comparison of hysteria and compulsion. We now apply to sickness, sleep, and love that which we found undeniably affirmed elsewhere. We may proceed with such applications as far as they will go. The only assertion that is not a direct refutation of our analytic experience is that libido remains libido whether it is directed towards objects or toward the ego itself, and is never transferred into egoistic interest, and vice versa. But this assertion is of equal weight with the distinction of sex and ego instincts, which we have already critically appraised, and which we will maintain from methodological motives until it may possibly be disproved. Your second objection, too, raises a justified question, but it points in a wrong direction. To be sure, the retreat of object libido into the ego is not purely pathogenic. We see that it occurs each time before going to sleep, only to be released again upon awaking. The little protoplasmic animal draws in its protrusions, only to send them out again on a later occasion. But it is quite another matter when a specific, very energetic process compels the withdrawal of libido from the object. The libido has become narcissistic and cannot find its way back to the object, and this hindrance to the mobility of the libido certainly becomes pathogenic. It appears that an accumulation of narcissistic libido cannot be borne beyond a certain point. We can imagine that the reason for occupation with the object is that the ego found it necessary to send out its libido in order not to become diseased because it was pent up. If it were our plan to go further into the subject of dementia praecox, I could show you that this process which frees the libido from the object and bars the way back to them is closely related to the process of suppression and must be considered as its counterpart. But above all, you would recognize familiar ground, for the conditions of these processes are practically identical, as far as we can now see, with those of suppression. The conflict appears to be the same, and to take place between the same forces. The reason for a result as different as, for instance, the result in hysteria, can be found only in a difference of dispositions. The vulnerable point in the libido development of these patients lies in another phase, the controlling fixation, which, as you will remember, permits the breach resulting in the formation of symptoms, is in another place probably in the stage of primitive narcissism, to which dementia praecox returns in its final stage. It is noteworthy that for all the narcissistic neuroses, we must assume fixation points of the libido which reach back into far earlier phases of development than in cases of hysteria or compulsion neuroses. But you have heard that the conceptions obtained in our study of transference neuroses are sufficient to orient us in the narcissistic neuroses, which present far greater practical difficulties. The similarities are considerable. It is fundamentally the same field of observation. But you can easily imagine how hopeless the explanations of these conditions, which belong to psychiatry, appear to him who is not equipped for this task with an analytical knowledge of transference neuroses. The picture given by the symptoms of dementia praecox, which, moreover, is highly variable, is not exclusively determined by the symptoms. These result from forcing the libido away from the objects and accumulating it in the ego in the form of narcissistic libido. A large space is occupied by other phenomena which result from the impulses of the libido to regain the objects and so show an attempt toward restitution and healing. These symptoms are in fact the more conspicuous, the more clamorous. They show an unquestionable similarity to those of hysteria, or, less often, to those of compulsion neurosis, and yet they are different in every respect. It appears that in dementia praecox, the libido in its endeavor to return to the objects, i.e. to the images of the objects, really captures something, but only their shadows. I mean, the verbal images belonging to them. This is not the place to discuss this matter, but I believe that these reversed impulses of the libido have permitted us an insight into what really determines the difference between a conscious and an unconscious representation. I have now brought you into the field where we may expect the further progress of analytic work. Since we can now employ the conception of ego libido, the narcissistic neuroses have become accessible to us. We are confronted with the problem of finding a dynamic explanation of these conditions, and at the same time of enlarging our knowledge of psychic life by an understanding of the ego. The ego psychology, which we strive to understand, must not be founded upon introspective data, but rather, as in the libido, upon analysis of the disturbances and decompositions of the ego. When this greater task is accomplished, we shall probably disparage our previous knowledge of the fate of the libido which we gained from our study of the transference neuroses. But there is still much to be said in this matter. Narcissistic neuroses can scarcely be approached by the same technique which served us in the transference neuroses. Soon you will hear why. After forging ahead a little in the study of narcissistic neuroses, we always seem to come to a wall which impedes progress. You know that in the transference neuroses, we also encountered such barriers of resistance, but we were able to break them down piece by piece. In narcissistic neuroses, the resistance is insuperable. At best, we are permitted to cast a curious glance over the wall to spy out what is taking place on the other side. Our technical methods must be replaced by others. We do not yet know whether or not we shall be able to find such a substitute. To be sure, even these patients furnish us with ample material. They do say many things, though not in answer to our questions, and for the time being we are forced to interpret these utterances through the understanding we have gained from the symptoms of transference neuroses. The coincidence is sufficiently great to assure us a good beginning. How far this technique will go remains to be seen. There are additional difficulties that impede our progress. The narcissistic conditions and the psychoses related to them can only be solved by observers who have schooled themselves in analytic study of transference neuroses. But our psychiatrists do not study psychoanalysis, and we psychoanalysts see too few psychiatric cases. A race of psychiatrists that has gone through the school of psychoanalysis as a preparatory science must first grow up. The beginnings of this are now being made in America, where many leading psychiatrists explain the teachings of psychoanalysis to their students, and where many owners of sanatoriums and directors of institutes for the insane take pains to observe their patients in the light of these teachings. But even here, we have occasionally been successful in casting a glance over the narcissistic wall, and I shall tell you a few things that we think we have discovered. The disease of paranoia, chronic systematic insanity, is given a very uncertain position by the attempts at classification of present-day psychiatry. There is no doubt of its close relationship to dementia praecox. I once was so bold as to propose that paranoia and dementia praecox could be classed together under the common name of paraphrenia. The types of paranoia are described according to their content as megalomania, the mania of persecution, erotomania, mania of jealousy, etc. From psychiatry, we do not expect attempts at explanation. As an example of such an attempt, to be sure an antiquated and not entirely valid example, I might mention the attempt to develop one symptom directly out of another by means of an intellectual rationalization, as the patient who primarily believes he is being persecuted draws the conclusion from this persecution that he must be an extraordinarily important personality and thus develops megalomania. In our analytical conception, megalomania is the immediate outcome of exaggeration of the ego, which results from the drawing in of libidinous occupation with objects, a secondary narcissism as a recurrence of the originally early infantile form. In cases of the mania of persecution, we have noticed a few things that lead us to follow a definite track. In the first place, we observed that in the great majority of cases the persecutor was of the same sex as the persecuted. This could still be explained in a harmless way, but in a few carefully studied cases it was clearly shown that the person of the same sex, who was most loved in normal times, became the persecutor after the malady set in. A further development is made possible by the fact that one loved person is replaced by another, according to familiar affinities, e.g., the father by the teacher or the superior. We concluded from such ever-increasing experiences that paranoia persecutoria is the form in which the individual guards himself against a homosexual tendency that has become too powerful. The change from affection to hate, which notoriously may take the form of serious threats against the life of the loved and hated person, expresses the transformation of libidinous impulse into fear, which is a regularly recurring result of the process of suppression. As an illustration, I shall cite the last case in which I made observations on this subject. A young physician had to be sent away from his hometown because he had threatened the life of the son of a university professor, who up to that time had been his best friend. He ascribed truly devilish intentions to his erstwhile friend, and credited him with power of a demon. He was to blame for all the misfortunes that had in recent years befallen the family of the patient, for all his personal and social ill luck. But this was not enough. The wicked friend and his father the professor had been the cause of the war and had called the Russians into the land. He had forfeited his life 1,000 times, and our patient was convinced that with the death of the culprit all misfortune would come to an end. And yet his old affection for his friend was so great that it had paralyzed his hand when he had had the opportunity of shooting down the enemy at close quarters. In my short consultations with the patient, I discovered that the friendship between the two dated back to early school life. Once at least the bonds of friendship had been overstepped. A night spent together had been the occasion for complete sexual intercourse. Our patient never felt attracted to women, as would have been natural to his age or his charming personality. At one time he was engaged to a beautiful and distinguished young girl, but she broke off the engagement because she found so little affection in her fiancé. Years later, his malady broke out just at that moment when, for the first time, he had succeeded in giving complete gratification to a woman. When this woman embraced him, full of gratitude and devotion, he suddenly felt a strange pain which cut around his skull like a sharp incision. His later interpretation of this sensation was that an incision, such as is used to expose a part of the brain, had been performed upon him, and since his friend had become a pathological anatomist, he gradually came to the conclusion that he alone could have sent him this last woman as a temptation. From that time on, his eyes were also opened to the other persecutions in which he was to be the victim of the intrigues of his former friend. But how about those cases where the persecutor is not of the same sex as the persecuted, where our explanation of a guard against homosexual libido is apparently contradicted? A short time ago, I had occasion to investigate such a case and was able to glean corroboration from this apparent contradiction. A young girl thought she was followed by a man, with whom she had twice had intimate relations. She had, as a matter of fact, first laid these maniacal imputations at the door of a woman, whom we may consider as having played the part of a mother substitute in her psychic life. Only after the second meeting did she progress to the point of diverting this maniacal idea from the woman and of transferring it to the man. The condition that the persecutor must be of the same sex was also originally maintained in this instance. In her claim before the lawyer and the physician, this patient did not mention this first stage of her mania, and this caused the appearance of a contradiction to our theory of paranoia. Homosexual choice of object is originally more natural to narcissism than the heterosexual. If it is a matter of thwarting a strong and undesirable homosexual impulse, the way back to narcissism is made especially easy. Until now, I have had very little opportunity of speaking to you about the fundamental conditions of love life, so far as we know them, and now I cannot make up for lost time. I only want to point out that the choice of an object, that progress in the development of the libido which comes after the narcissistic stage, can proceed according to two different types, either according to the narcissistic type, which puts a very similar personality in the place of the personal ego, or according to the dependent type, which chooses those persons who have become valuable by satisfying needs of life other than as objects of the libido. We also accredit a strong fixation of the libido to the narcissistic type of object choice when there is a disposition toward manifest homosexuality. You will recall that in our first meeting of this semester I told you about the case of a woman who had suffered from the mania of jealousy. Since we are so near the end, you certainly will be glad to hear the psychoanalytic explanation of a maniacal idea. But I have less to say about it than you expect. The maniacal idea, as well as the compulsion idea, cannot be assailed by logical arguments or actual experience. This is explained by their relation to the unconscious, which is represented by the maniacal idea or the compulsion idea, and held down by whichever is effective. The difference between the two is based upon respective localization and dynamic relations of the two conditions. As in paranoia, so also in melancholia, of which, moreover, very different clinical forms are described. We have discovered a point of vantage which will yield us an insight into the inner structure of the condition. We realize that the self-accusations with which these melancholic patients torture themselves in the most pitiless way really apply to another person, namely, the sex object which they have lost, or which through some fault has lost value for them. From this we may conclude that the melancholic has withdrawn his libido from the object. Through a process which we designate as narcissistic identification, the object is built up within the ego itself, is, so to say, projected upon the ego. Here I can give you only a descriptive representation, as yet without reference to the topical and dynamic relations. The personal ego is now treated in the same manner as the abandoned object, and suffers all the aggression and expressions of revenge which were planned for the object. Even the suicidal tendencies of melancholia are more comprehensible when we consider that this bitterness of the patient falls alike on the ego itself and on the object of its love and hate. In melancholia, as well as in other narcissistic conditions, a feature of emotional life is strikingly shown, which, since the time of Bleuler, we have been accustomed to designate as ambivalence. By this, we mean that hostile and affectionate feelings are directed against one and the same person. I have, in the course of these discussions, unfortunately not been in a position to tell you more about this emotional ambivalence. We have, in addition to narcissistic identification, an hysterical identification as well, which moreover has been known to us for a much longer time. I wish it were possible to determine clearly the difference between the two. Of the periodic and cyclic forms of melancholia, I can tell you something that you will certainly be glad to hear, for it is possible, under favorable circumstances, I have twice had the experience, to prevent these emotional conditions, or their antitheses, by means of analytic treatment in the free intervals between the attacks. We learn that in melancholia as well as in mania, it is a matter of finding a special way for solving the conflict, the prerequisites for which entirely coincide with those of other neuroses. You can imagine how much there still is for psychoanalysis to learn in this field. I told you, too, that we hope to gain a knowledge of the structure of the ego and of the separate factors out of which it is built by means of the analysis of narcissistic conditions. In one place, we have already made a beginning. From the analysis of the maniacal delusion of being watched, we concluded that in the ego there is really an agent which continually watches, criticizes, and compares the other part of the ego, and thus opposes it. We believe that the patient imparts to us a truth that is not yet sufficiently appreciated, when he complains that all his actions are spied upon and watched, all his thoughts recorded and criticized. He errs only in transferring this distressing force to something alien, outside of himself. He feels the dominance of a factor in his ego, which compares his actual ego and all of its activities to an ideal ego that he has created in the course of his development. We also believe that the creation of this ideal ego took place with the purpose of again establishing that self-satisfaction which is bound up with the original infantile narcissism, but which since then has experienced so many disturbances and disparagements. In this self-observing agent, we recognize the ego censor, the conscience. It is the same factor which at night exercises dream censorship, and which creates the suppressions against inadmissible wish impulses. Under analysis in the maniacal delusion of being watched, it reveals its origin in the influence of parents, tutors and social environment, and in the identification of the ego with certain of these model individuals. These are some of the conclusions which the application of psychoanalysis to narcissistic conditions has yielded us. They are certainly all too few, and they often lack that accuracy which can only be acquired in a new field with the attainment of absolute familiarity. We owe them all to the exploitation of the conception of ego libido, or narcissistic libido, by the aid of which we have extended to narcissistic neuroses those observations which were confirmed in the transference neuroses. But now you will ask, is it possible for us to succeed in subordinating all the disturbances of narcissistic conditions and the psychoses to the libido theory in such a way that in every case we recognize the libidinous factor of psychic life as the cause of the malady, and never make an abnormality in the functioning of the instincts of self-preservation answerable? Ladies and gentlemen, this conclusion does not seem urgent to me, and above all not ripe for decision. We can best leave it calmly to the progress of the science. I should not be surprised to find that the power to exert a pathogenic influence is really an exclusive prerogative of the libidinous impulses, and that the libido theory will celebrate its triumphs along the whole line from the simplest true neurosis to the most difficult psychotic derangement of the individual. For we know it to be a characteristic of the libido that it is continually struggling against subordinating itself to the realities of the world. But I consider it most probable that the ego instincts are indirectly swept along by the pathogenic excitations of the libido and forced into a functional disturbance. Moreover, I cannot see any defeat for our trend of investigation when we are confronted with the admission that in difficult psychoses, the ego impulses themselves are fundamentally led astray. The future will teach us, or at least it will teach you. Let me return for one moment more to fear, in order to eliminate one last ambiguity that we have left. We have said that the relation between fear and the libido, which in other respects seems clearly defined, does not fit in with the assumption that in the face of danger, real fear should become the expression of the instinct of self-preservation. This, however, can hardly be doubted. But suppose the emotion of fear is not contested by the egoistic ego impulse, but rather by the ego libido. The condition of fear is in all cases purposeless, and its lack of purpose is obvious when it reaches a higher level. It then disturbs the action, be it flight or defense, which alone is purposeful, and which serves the ends of self-preservation. If we accredit the emotional component of actual fear to the ego libido, and the accompanying activity to the egoistic instinct to self-preservation, we have overcome every theoretical difficulty. Furthermore, you do not really believe that we flee because we experience fear. On the contrary, we first are afraid and then take to flight from the same motive that is awakened by the realization of danger. Men who have survived the endangering of their lives tell us that they were not at all afraid, they only acted. They turned the weapon against the wild animal, and that was in fact the most purposeful thing to do. End of section 26. Recording by Ramon Escamilla, Conway, Arkansas. RAMONESCAMILLA.wordpress.com.
Section 27 of A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis by Sigmund Freud. Translated by Granville Stanley Hall. Section 27. General Theory of the Neurosis. Transference. We are nearing the close of our discussions, and you probably cherish certain expectations which shall not be disappointed. You think, I suppose, that I have not guided you through thick and thin of psychoanalytic subject matter to dismiss you without a word about therapy, which furnishes the only possibility of carrying on psychoanalysis. I cannot possibly omit this subject, for the observation of some of its aspects will teach you a new fact, without which understanding of the diseases we have examined would be most incomplete. I know that you do not expect any guidance in the technique of practicing analysis for therapeutic purposes. You wish to know only along what general lines psychoanalytic therapy works and approximately what it accomplishes. And you have an undeniable right to know this. I shall not actually tell you, however, but shall insist that you guess it yourselves. Only think, you know everything essential, from the conditions which precipitate the illness to all the factors at work within. Where is there room for therapeutic influence? In the first place, there is a hereditary disposition. We do not speak of it often because it is strongly emphasized from another quarter, and we have nothing new to say about it. But do not think that we underestimate it. Just because we are therapeutists, we feel its power distinctly. At any rate, we cannot change it. It's a given fact which erects a barrier to our efforts. In second place, there is the influence of the early childhood experiences, which are in the habit of becoming sharply emphasized under analysis. They belong to the past and we cannot undo them. And then, everything that we can include in the term actual forbearance. Misfortunes of life out of which privations of love arise, poverty, family discord, unfortunate choice in marriage, unfavorable social conditions, and the severity of moral claims. These would certainly offer a foothold for every effectual therapy, but it would have to be the kind of therapy which, according to Viennese folk, Emperor Joseph practiced, the beneficial interference of a potentate, before whose will men bow and difficulties vanish. But who are we to include such charity in the methods of our therapy? Poor as we are, powerless in society, forced to earn our living by practicing medicine, we are not even in a position to treat free of charge those patients who are unable to pay, as the physicians who employ other methods of treatment can do. Our therapy is too long drawn out, too extended for that. But perhaps you are still holding to one of the factors already mentioned, and think that you have found a factor through which our influence may be effective. If the restrictions of morality which are imposed by society have a share in the privation forced upon the patient, treatment might give him the courage, or possibly even the prescription itself, to cross these barriers, might tell him how gratification and health can be secured in the renunciation of that ideal which society has held up to us but often disregards. One grows healthy then by giving one's sexuality full rein. Such analytic treatment, however, would be darkened by a shadow. It does not serve our recognized morality. The gain to the individual is a loss to society. But, ladies and gentlemen, who has misinformed you to this degree? It is inconceivable that the advice to give one's sexuality full rein can play a part in analytic therapy, if only from the circumstance we have ourselves described, that there is going on within the patient a bitter conflict between libidinous impulse and sexual suppression, between sensual and ascetic tendencies. This conflict is not abolished by giving one of these tendencies the victory over its opponent. We see that in the case of nervous, asceticism has retained the upper hand. The consequence of this is that the suppressed sexual desire gains breathing space by the development of symptoms. If, on the other hand, we are to give the victory to sexuality, symptoms would have to replace the sexual suppression, which has been pushed aside. Neither of the two decisions can end the inner conflict. One part always remains unsatisfied. There are only few cases wherein the conflict is so liable that a factor such as intervention of the physician would be decisive, and these cases really require no analytic treatment. Persons who can be so much influenced by physician would have found some solution without him. You know that when an abstinent young man decides upon illegitimate sex intercourse, or when an unsatisfied woman seeks compensation from another man, they have generally not waited for the permission of a physician, far less of an analyst, to do this. In studying the situation, one essential point is generally overlooked, that the pathogenic conflict of the neurotic must not be confused with normal struggles between psychic impulse, of which all have their root in same psychological soil. The neurotic struggle is a strife of forces, one of which has attained the level of the foreconscious and the conscious, while the other has been held back in unconscious stage. This is why the conflict can have no outcome. The struggling parties approach each other as little as in the well-known instance of the polar bear and the whale. A real decision can be reached only if we both meet on the same ground. To accomplish this, I believe, the sole task of therapy. Moreover, I assure you that you are misinformed if you assume that advice and guidance in the affairs of life is an integral part of the analytic influence. On the contrary, we reject this role of the mentor as far as possible. Above all, we wish to attain independent decisions on the part of the patient. With this intention in mind, we require him to postpone all vital resolutions, such as choice of career, marriage, or divorce, until the close of the treatment. You must confess that this is not what you had imagined. It is only in the case of very young or entirely helpless persons that we cannot insist upon the desired limitation. Here we must combine the function of physician and educator. We are well aware of the responsibility and behave with the necessary precaution. Judging from the zeal with which I defend myself against the accusation that analytic treatment urges the nervous person to give his sexuality full rein, you must not gather that we influence him for the benefit of conventional morality. We are just as far removed from that. We are no reformers, it is true, only observers, but we cannot help observing with critical eyes and we have found it impossible to take the part of conventional sex morality or to estimate highly the way in which society has tried to regulate the problems of sexual life in practice. We can prove to society mathematically that its code of ethics has exacted more sacrifices than is its worth, and that its procedure rests neither on veracity nor wisdom. We cannot spare our patients the task of listening to this criticism. We accustom them to weigh sexual matters as well as others without prejudice. And when, after completion of the cure, they have become independent and choose some intermediate course between unrestrained sexuality and asceticism, our conscience is not burdened by the consequences. We tell ourselves, whoever has been successfully educated in being true to himself is permanently protected against the danger of immorality, even if his moral standard diverges from that of the society. Let us, moreover, be careful not to overestimate the significance of the problem of abstinence with respect to its influence on neurosis. Only the minority of pathogenic situations of forbearance, with the subsequent condition of pent up libido, can be resolved without more ado by such sexual intercourse as can be procured with little trouble. And so, you cannot explain the therapeutic influence of the psychoanalysis by saying that it simply recommends giving full sway to sexuality. You must seek another solution. I think that while I was refuting this supposition of yours, one of my remarks put you on the right track. Our usefulness consists in replacing the unconscious by the conscious, in translating the unconscious into the conscious. You are right. That is exactly it. By projecting the unconscious into the conscious, we do away with suppressions. We remove conditions of symptom formation and transform a pathogenic into a normal conflict which can be decided in some way or other. This is the only psychic change we produce in our patients. Its extent is the extent of our helpfulness. Wherever no suppression and no analogous psychic process can be undone, there is no place for our therapy. We can express the aim of our efforts by various formulae of rendering the unconscious conscious, removing suppressions, filling out amnestic gaps. It all amounts to the same thing. But perhaps this admission does not satisfy you. You imagined that when a nervous person became cured, something very different happened. That after having been subjected to a laborious process of psychoanalysis, he was transformed into a different human being. And now I tell you that the entire result is only that he has a little less of unconscious, a little more of the conscious within him. Well, you probably underestimate the significance of such an inner change. The person cured of neurosis has really become another human being. Fundamentally, of course, he has remained the same. That is to say, he has only become what he might have been under the most favorable conditions. But that is saying a great deal. When you learn all that has to be done, the effort required to effect apparently so slight a change in psychic life, the significance of such a difference in the psychic realm will be credible to you. I shall digress for a moment to ask whether you know what is meant by causal therapy. The name is given to the procedure which does not take the manifestations of disease for its point of departure, but seeks to remove the causes of the disease. Is our psychoanalytical therapy causal or not? The answer is not simple, but perhaps it will give us the opportunity of convincing ourselves that this point of departure is comparatively fruitless. In so far as analytical therapy does not concern itself immediately with the removal of symptoms, it may be termed causal. Yet in another respect, you might say this would hardly follow, for we have followed the causal chain back far beyond the suppressions of the instinctive tendencies and their relative intensity as given by the constitution of the patient, and finally the nature of the digression in the abnormal process of its development. Assume for a moment that it were possible to influence these functions chemically, to increase or decrease the quantity of the libido that happens to be present, to strengthen one impulse at the expense of another. This would be causal therapy in its true sense, and our analysis would have furnished the indispensable preparatory work of reconnaissance. You know that there is as yet no possibility of influencing the process of libido. Our psychic therapy interposes elsewhere, not exactly at those sources of the phenomena which have been disclosed to us, but sufficiently far beyond the symptoms, at an opening in the structure of the disease which has become accessible to us by means of peculiar conditions. What we must do in order to replace the unconscious by the conscious in our patient. At one time we thought this was quite simple, that all we had to do was to reconstruct the unconscious and tell the patient about it. But we already know this was a short-sighted error. Our knowledge of the unconscious has not the same value as his. If we communicate our knowledge to him, it will not stand in the place of the unconscious within him, but will exist beside it, and only a very small change will have been effected. We must rather think of the unconscious as localized, and must seek it in memory at the point where it came into existence by means of a suppression. This suppression must be removed before the substitution of the conscious for the unconscious can be successfully effected. How can such a suppression be removed? Here our task enters a second phase. First, to find the suppression, then to remove the resistance by which this suppression is maintained. How can we do away with resistance? In the same way, by reconstructing it and confronting the patient with it. For resistance arises from suppression, from the very suppression which we are trying to break up, or from an earlier one. It has been established by the counterattack that has instigated to suppress the offensive impulse, and so now we do the very thing we intended at our outset: interpret, reconstruct, communicate. But now we do it in the right place. The counter seizure of the idea, or resistance, is not part of the unconscious, but of the ego, which is our fellow worker. This holds true even if resistance is not conscious. We know that the difficulty arises from the ambiguity of the word unconscious, which may connote either a phenomenon or a system. That seems very difficult, but it is only a repetition, isn't it? We are prepared for it a long time ago. We expect resistance to be relinquished, the counter siege to collapse, when our interpretation has enabled ego to recognize it. With what impulses are we able to work in such a case? In first place, the patient's desire to become well, which has led him to accommodate himself to cooperate with us in the task of the cure. In the second place, the help of his intelligence, which is supported by the interpretation we offer him. There is no doubt that after we have made clear to him what he may expect, the patient's intelligence can identify resistances and find their translation into the suppressions more readily. If I say to you, look up into the sky, you will see a balloon there. You will find it more readily than if I had just asked you to look up to see whether you could discover anything. And unless the student, who for the first time works with a microscope, is told by his teacher what he may look for, he will not see anything, even if it is present and quite visible. And now for the fact. In a large number of forms of nervous illness, in hysteria condition of anxiety and compulsion neurosis, one hypothesis is correct. By finding the suppression, revealing resistance, interpreting the thing suppressed, we really succeed in solving the problem, in overcoming resistance, in removing suppression, in transforming the unconscious into the conscious. While doing this, we gain the clearest impression of the violent struggle that takes place in the patient's soul for the subjugation of resistance, a normal psychological struggle, in one psychic sphere, between the motives that wish to maintain the counter siege and those which are willing to give it up. The former are the old motives, and at one time effected suppression. Among the latter are those that have recently entered the conflict to decide it. We trust, in the sense we favor, we have succeeded in reviving the old conflict of the suppression, in reopening the case that had already been decided. The new material we contribute consists in the first place of the warning that the former solution of the conflict had led to illness, and the promise that another will pave the way to health. Secondly, the powerful change of all conditions since the time at that first rejection. At the time, the ego had been weak, infantile, and may have had reason to denounce the claims of the libido as if they were dangerous. Today it is strong, experienced, and is supported by the assistance of the physician. And so we may expect to guide the revived conflict to a better issue than suppression. And in hysteria, fear and compulsion neurosis, as I have said before, success justifies our claims. There are other forms of illness, however, in which our therapeutic procedure never is successful, even though the causal conditions are similar. Though this may be characterized topically in a different way, in them there are also an original conflict between the ego and libido, which led to suppression. Here, too, it is possible to discover the occasions when suppressions occurred in the life of the patient. We employ the same procedure, are prepared to furnish the same premises, give the same kind of help. We again present to the patient the connections we expect him to discover, and we have in our favor the same interval in time between treatment and these suppressions, favoring a solution to the conflict. Yet, in spite of these conditions, we are not able to overcome the resistance or to remove the suppression. These patients, suffering from paranoia, melancholia, and dementia praecox, remain untouched on the whole, and proof against psychoanalytic therapy. What is the reason for this? It is not lack of intelligence. We require, of course, a certain amount of intellectual ability in our patients, but those suffering from paranoia, for instance, who affect such subtle combination of facts, certainly are not in want of it. Nor can we say that other motive forces are lacking. Patients suffering from melancholia, in contrast to those afflicted with paranoia, are profoundly conscious of being ill, of suffering greatly, but they are not more accessible. Here we are confronted with a fact we do not understand, which bids us doubt if we have really understood all the conditions of success in other neuroses. In the further consideration of our dealings with hysterical and compulsion neurotics, we soon meet with a second fact, for which we are not at all prepared. After a while, we notice that these patients behave towards us in a very peculiar way. We thought that we had accounted for all the motive forces that could come into play, that we had rationalized the relation between patient and ourselves until it could be as readily surveyed as an example in arithmetic. And yet some forces begins to make itself felt that we had not considered in our calculations. This unexpected something is highly variable. I shall first describe those of manifestations which occur frequently and are easy to understand. We see our patient, who should be occupying himself only with finding a way out of the painful conflicts, become especially interested in the person of the physician. Everything connected with this person is more important to him than his own affairs and diverts him from his illness. Dealings with him are very pleasant for the time being. He is especially cordial, seeks to show his gratitude wherever he can, and manifests refinements and merits of character that we hardly had expected to find. The physician forms a very favorable opinion of the patient and praises the happy chance that permitted him to render assistance to so admirable a personality. If the physician has the opportunity of speaking to the relatives of the patient, he hears with pleasure that his esteem is returned. At home, the patient never tires of praising the physician, of prizing advantages which he constantly discovers. He adores you, he trusts you blindly, everything you say is a revelation to him, the relatives say. Here and there, one of the chorus observes more keenly and remarks, "It is a positive bore to hear him talk. He speaks only of you. You are his only subject of conversation." Let us hope that the physician is modest enough to ascribe the patient's estimation of his personality to the encouragement that has been offered him and to the widening of his intellectual horizon through the astounding and liberating revelations which cure entails. Under these conditions, analysis progresses splendidly. The patient understands every suggestion. He concentrates on the problems that the treatment requires him to solve. Reminiscences and ideas flood his mind. The physician is surprised by the certainty and depth of these interpretations, and notices with satisfaction how willingly the sick man receives the new psychological facts which are so hotly contested by the healthy persons in the world outside. An objective improvement in the condition of the patient, universally admitted, goes hand in hand with the harmonious relation of the physician to the patient under analysis. But we cannot always expect to have fair weather. There comes a day when the storm breaks. Difficulties turn up in the treatment. The patient asserts that he can think of nothing more. We are under the impression that he is no longer interested in the work, that he lightly passes over the injunction that, heedless of any critical impulse, he must say everything that comes to his mind. He behaves as though he were not under treatment, as though he had closed no agreement with the physician. He is clearly obsessed by something he does not wish to divulge. This is a situation which endangers the success of the treatment. We are distinctly confronted with tremendous resistance. What could have happened? Provided we are able once more to clarify the situation, we recognize the cause of the disturbance to have been intense affectionate emotions which the patient has transferred to the physician. This is certainly not justified either by the behavior of the physician or by the relations the treatment has created. The way in which this affection is manifested and the goals it strives for will depend on the personal afflictions of the two parties involved. When we have here a young girl and a man who is still young, we receive the impression of normal love. We find it quite natural that a girl should fall in love with a man with whom she is alone a great deal, with whom she discusses intimate matters, who appears to her in the advantageous light of the beneficent adviser. In this, we probably overlook the fact that in a neurotic girl we should rather presuppose a derangement in her capacity to love. The more the personal relations of the physician and the patient diverge from this hypothetical case, the more are we puzzled to find the same emotional relation over and over again. We can understand that a young woman, unhappy in her marriage, develops a serious passion for her physician who is still free, that she is ready to seek divorce in order to belong to him, or even does not hesitate to enter into a secret love affair in case the conventional obstacles loom too large. Similar things are known to occur outside psychoanalysis. Under these circumstances, however, we are surprised to hear women and girls make remarks that reveal a certain attitude toward the problems of the cure. They always knew that love alone could cure them, and from the very beginning of their treatment, they anticipated that this relationship would yield them what life had denied. This hope alone has spurred them on to exert themselves during the treatments, to overcome all the difficulties in communicating their disclosures. We add on our own account, and to understand so easily everything that is generally most difficult to believe, but we are amazed by such a confession. It upsets our calculations completely. Can it be that we have omitted the most important factor from our hypothesis? And really, the more experience we gain, the less we can deny this correction, which shames our knowledge. The first few times we could still believe that the analytic cure had met with an accidental interruption, not inherent to its purpose. But when this affectionate relationship between physician and patient occurs regularly in every new case, under the most unfavorable conditions, and even under grotesque circumstances, when it occurs in the case of an elderly woman and is directed toward the grey beard, or to one in whom, according to our judgment, no seductive attractions exist, we must abandon the idea of an accidental interruption and realize that we are dealing with a phenomenon which is closely interwoven with the nature of the illness. The new fact which we recognize unwillingly is termed transference. we mean a transference of emotions to the person of the physician because we do not believe that the situation of the cure justifies the genesis of such feelings. We rather surmise that this readiness toward emotion originated elsewhere, that it should have prepared within the patient, and that the opportunity given by the analytic treatment caused it to be transferred to the person of the physician. Transference may occur as a stormy demand for love, or in a more moderate form. In place of desire to be his mistress, the young girl may wish to be adopted as the favored daughter of the old man. The libidinous desire may be toned down to a proposal of inseparable but ideal and platonic friendship. Some women understand how to sublimate the transference, how to modify it until it attains a kind of fitness for existence. Others manifest it in its original, crude, and generally impossible form. But fundamentally, it is always the same and never conceal that its origin is derived from the same source. Before we seek ourselves how we can accommodate this new fact, we must first complete its description. What happens in the case of male patients? Here we might hope to escape the troublesome infusion of sex difference and sex attraction. But the answer is pretty much the same as with women patients. The same relation to the physician, the same overestimation of his qualities, the same abandon of interest towards his affairs, the same jealousy toward all those who are close to him. The sublimated forms of transference are more frequent in men. The direct sexual demand is rarer to the extent to which manifest homosexuality retreats before the methods by which these instinct components may be utilized. In his male patients, more often than in his female patients, the physician observes a manifestation of transference which at first sight seems to contradict everything previously described, a hostile or negative transference. In the first place, let us realize the transference occurs in the patient at very outset of the treatment, and is, for a time, the strongest impetus to work. We do not feel it, and we do not heed it, as long as it acts to the advantage of the analysis we are working out together. When it turns into resistance, however, we must pay attention to it. Then we discover that two constraining conditions have changed their relation to the treatment. In the first place, there is a development of an affectionate inclination, clearly revealing the signs of its origin in sexual desire, which becomes so strong as to awaken an inner resistance against it. Secondly, there are the hostile instead of the tender impulses. The hostile feelings generally appear later than the affectionate impulses or succeed them. When they occur simultaneously, they exemplify the ambivalence of emotions which exist in most of the intimate relations between all persons. The hostile feelings connote an emotional attachment just as do the affectionate impulses, just as defiance signifies dependence as well as does obedience. Although the activities they call out are opposed, we cannot doubt but that hostile feelings toward the physician deserve the name of transference, since the situation which the treatment creates certainly could not give sufficient cause for their origin. The necessary interpretation of negative transference assures us that we have not mistaken the positive or affectionate emotions that we have similarly named. The origin of this transference, the difficulty it causes us, the means of overcoming it, the use we finally extract from it, these matters must be dealt with in the technical instruction of psychoanalysis and can only be touched upon here. It is out of the question to yield to those demands of the patient which take root from the transference. While it would be unkind to reject them brusquely or even indignantly, we overcome transference by proving to the patient that his feelings do not originate in the present situation and are not intended for the person of the physician, but merely repeat what happened to him at some former time. In this way, we force him to transform his repetition into a recollection. And so transference, which whether it be hostile or affectionate, seems in every case to be the greatest menace of the cure, really becomes its most effectual tool, which aids in the opening of the locked compartments of the psychic life. But I should like to tell you something which will help you to overcome the astonishment you must feel at this unexpected phenomenon. We must not forget that this illness of the patient, which we have undertaken to analyze, is not consummated or, as it were, congealed. Rather, it is something that continues its development like a living being. The beginning of the treatment does not end its development. When the cure, however, first has taken possession of the patient, the productivity of the illness in this new phase is concentrated entirely on one aspect, the relation of the patient to the physician, and so transference may be compared to the cambrium layer between the wood and the bark of the tree, from which the formation of new tissues and the growth of the trunk proceed at the same time. When the transference has once attained this significance, the work upon the recollections of the patient recedes into the background. At that point, it is correct to say we are no longer concerned with the patient's former illness, but with the newly created, transformed neurosis in the place of the former. We followed up this new edition of an old condition from the very beginning. We saw it originate and grow. Here we understand it especially well, because we ourselves are the center of it, its object. All the symptoms of the patient have lost their original meaning and have adapted themselves to a new meaning, which is determined by the relation to transference. Or, only such symptoms as are capable of this transformation have persisted. The control of this new artificial neurosis coincides with the removal of the illness for which treatment was sought in the first place, namely, with the solution of our therapeutic problem. The human being who, by means of his relations to the physician, has freed himself from the influences of suppressed impulses, becomes and stays free in his individual life when the influence of the physician is subsequently removed. Transference has attained extraordinary significance, has become the center of the cure in the conditions of hysteria, anxiety, and compulsion neurosis. Their conditions, therefore, are properly inclined under the term transference neurosis. Whoever, in his analytic experience, has come into contact with the existence of transference can no longer doubt the character of those suppressed impulses that express themselves to the symptoms of these neuroses and require no stronger proof of their libidinous character. We may say that our conviction that the meaning of the symptoms is substituted libidinous gratification was finally confirmed by this explanation of transference. Now we have every reason to correct our former dynamic conception of the healing process and bring it into harmony with our new discernment. If the patient is to fight the normal conflict that our analysis has revealed against the suppressions, he requires a tremendous impetus to influence the desirable decision which will lead him back to health. Otherwise, he might decide for a repetition of the former issue and allow those factors which have been admitted to consciousness to slip back again into suppression. The deciding vote in this conflict is not given by the intellectual penetration, which is neither strong nor free enough for such an achievement, but only by his relation to the physician. Inasmuch as his transference carries a positive sign, it invests the physician with authority and is converted into faith for his communications and conceptions. Without transference of this sort, or without a negative transfer, he could not even listen to the physician and to his arguments. Faith repeats the history of its own origin. It is a derivative of love and first require no arguments. When they are offered by a beloved person, arguments may later be admitted and subjected to critical reflection. Arguments without such support avail nothing, and never mean anything in life to most persons. Man's intellect is accessible only in so far as he is capable of libidinous occupation with an object, and accordingly, we have a good ground to recognize and to fear the limit of the patient's capacity for being influenced by even the best analytical technique, namely, the extent of his narcissism. The capacity for directing libidinous occupation with objects towards persons as well must also be recorded to normal persons. The inclination to transference on the part of the neurotic we have mentioned is only an extraordinary heightening of this common characteristic. It would be strange indeed if a human trait, so widespread and significant, had never been noticed and turned to account. But that has been done. Bernheim, with unerring perspicacity, based his theory of hypnotic manifestation on the statement that all persons are open to suggestion in some way or other. Suggestibility, in his sense, is nothing more than an inclination to transference, bounded so narrowly that there is no room for any negative transfer. But Bernheim could never define suggestion or its origin. For him it was a fundamental fact, and he could never tell us anything regarding its origin. He did not recognize the dependence of suggestibility upon sexuality and the activity of the libido. We, on the other hand, must realize that we have excluded hypnosis from our technique of neurosis only to rediscover suggestion in the shape of transference. But now I shall pass and let you put in a word. I see that an objection is looming so large within you that if it were not noticed, you would be unable to listen to me. So at last you confess that, like the hypnotists, you work with the aid of suggestion. That is what we have been thinking for a long time. But why choose the detour over the reminiscence of the past, revealing of the unconscious, interpretation and retranslation of the distortions, the tremendous expenditure of time and money, if the only efficacious thing is suggestion? Why do you not use suggestion directly against symptoms, as the others do, the honest hypnotists? And if, furthermore, you offer the excuse that by going your way, you have made numerous psychological discoveries which are not revealed by direct suggestion, who shall vouch for their accuracy? Are not they too a result of suggestion, that is to say, of unintentional suggestion? Can you not, in this realm also, thrust upon the patient whatever you wish and whatever you think is so? Your objections are commonly interesting and must be answered, but I cannot do it now for lack of time. Till the next time, then, you shall see, I shall be accountable to you. Today I shall only end what I have begun. I promise to explain, with the aid of the factor of transference, why our therapeutic efforts have not met with success in narcissistic neurosis. This I can do in a few words, and you will see how simply the riddle can be solved. How well everything harmonizes. Observation shows that persons suffering from narcissistic neurosis have no capacity for transference, or only insufficient remains of it. They reject the physician not with hostility but with indifference. That is why he cannot influence them. His words leave them cold and make no impression, and so the mechanism of the healing process, which we are able to set in motion elsewhere, the renewal of the pathogenic conflict and the overcoming of the resistance to the suppression, cannot be reproduced in them. They remain as they are. Frequently they are known to attempt a cure on their own account, and pathological results have ensued. We are powerless before them. On the basis of our clinical impressions of these patients, we asserted that, in their case, libidinous occupation with objects must have been abandoned, and object libido must have been transformed into ego libido. On the strength of this characteristic, we had separated it from the first group of neurotics, hysteria, anxiety, and compulsion neurosis. Their behavior under attempts at therapy confirms this supposition. They show no neurosis. They, therefore, are inaccessible to our efforts, and we cannot cure them. End of section 27. Read by Lambda.
Section 28 of A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis by Sigmund Freud. Translated by Granville Stanley Hall. Section 28. Analytical Therapy. You know our subject for today. You asked me why we do not make use of direct suggestion in psychoanalytic therapy when we admit that our influence depends substantially upon transference, that is, suggestion, for you have come to doubt whether or not we can answer for the objectivity of our psychological discoveries in the face of such a predominance of suggestion. I promised to give you a comprehensive answer. Direct suggestion is suggestion directed against the expression of the symptoms, a struggle between your authority and the motives of the disease. You pay no attention during this process to the motives, but only demand of the patient that he suppress their expression in symptoms. So it makes no difference in principle whether you hypnotize the patient or not. Bernheim, with his usual perspicacity, asserted that suggestion is the essential phenomenon underlying hypnotism, that hypnotism itself is already a result of suggestion, is a suggested condition. Bernheim was especially fond of practicing suggestion upon a person in the waking state, and could achieve the same results as with suggestion under hypnosis. What shall I deal with first, the evidence of experience or theoretic considerations? Let us begin with our experiences. I was a pupil of Bernheim's, whom I sought out in Nancy in 1889, and whose book on suggestion I translated into German. For years I practiced hypnotic treatment, at first by means of prohibitory suggestions alone, and later by this method in combination with investigation of the patient after the manner of Breuer. So I can speak from experience about the results of hypnotic or suggestive therapy. If we judge Bernheim's method according to the old doctor's password that an ideal therapy must be rapid, reliable, and not unpleasant for the patient, we find it fulfills at least two of these requirements. It can be carried out much more rapidly, indescribably more rapidly than the analytic method, and it brings the patient neither trouble nor discomfort. In the long run, it becomes monotonous for the physician, since each case is exactly the same, continually forbidding the existence of the most diverse symptoms under the same ceremonial, without being able to grasp anything of their meaning or their significance. It is second-rate work, not scientific activity, and reminiscent of magic, conjuring, and hocus-pocus. Yet, in the face of the interest of the patient, this cannot be considered. The third requisite, however, was lacking. The procedure was in no way reliable. It might succeed in one case and fail with the next. Sometimes much was accomplished, at other times little. One knew not why. Worse than this capriciousness of the technique was the lack of permanency of the results. After a short time, when the patient was again heard from, the old malady had reappeared, or it had been replaced by a new malady. We could start in again to hypnotize. At the same time, we had been warned by those who were experienced that by frequent repetitions of hypnotism, we would deprive the patient of his self-reliance and accustom him to this therapy as though it were a narcotic. Granted that we did occasionally succeed as well as one could wish. With slight trouble, we achieved complete and permanent results. But the conditions for such a favorable outcome remained unknown. I have had it happen that an aggravated condition which I had succeeded in clearing up completely by a short hypnotic treatment returned unchanged when the patient became angry and arbitrarily developed ill feeling against me. After a reconciliation, I was able to remove the malady anew and with even greater thoroughness. Yet, when she became hostile to me a second time, it returned again. Another time, a patient whom I had repeatedly helped through nervous conditions by hypnosis, during the treatment of an especially stubborn attack, suddenly threw her arms around my neck. This made it necessary to consider the question, whether one wanted to or not, of the nature and source of the suggestive authority. So much for experience. It shows us that in renouncing direct suggestion, we have given up nothing that is not replaceable. Now let us add a few further considerations. The practice of hypnotic therapy demands only a slight amount of work of the patient as well as of the physician. This therapy fits in perfectly with the estimation of neuroses to which the majority of physicians subscribe. The physician says to the neurotic, "There's nothing the matter with you, you are only nervous, and so I can blow away all your difficulties with a few words in a few minutes." But it is contrary to our dynamic conceptions that we should be able to move a great weight by an inconsiderable force, by attacking it directly and without the aid of appropriate preparations. So far as conditions are comparable, experience shows us that this performance does not succeed with the neurotic. But I know this argument is not unassailable. There are also redeeming features. In the light of the knowledge we have gained from psychoanalysis, we can describe the difference between hypnotic and psychoanalytic suggestion as follows. Hypnotic therapy seeks to hide something in psychic life and to gloss it over. Analytic therapy seeks to lay it bare and to remove it. The first method works cosmetically, the other surgically. The first uses suggestion in order to prevent the appearance of the symptoms. It strengthens suppression, but leaves unchanged all other processes that have led to symptom development. Analytic therapy attacks the illness closer to its sources, namely in the conflicts out of which the symptoms have emerged. It makes use of suggestion to change the solution of these conflicts. Hypnotic therapy leaves the patient inactive and unchanged, and therefore without resistance to every new occasion for disease. Analytic treatment places upon the physician, as well as upon the patient, a difficult responsibility. The inner resistance of the patient must be abolished. The psychic life of the patient is permanently changed by overcoming these resistances. It is lifted upon a higher plane of development and remains protected against new possibilities of disease. The work of overcoming resistance is the fundamental task of the analytic cure. The patient, however, must take it on himself to accomplish this, while the physician, with the aid of suggestion, makes it possible for him to do so. The suggestion works in the nature of an education. We are therefore justified in saying that analytic treatment is a sort of after-education. I hope I have made it clear to you wherein our technique of using suggestion differs therapeutically from the only use possible in hypnotic therapy. With your knowledge of the relation between suggestion and transference, you will readily understand the capriciousness of hypnotic therapy which attracted our attention, and you will see why, on the other hand, analytic suggestion can be relied upon to its limits. In hypnosis, we depend on the condition of the patient's capacity for transference, yet we are unable to exert any influence on this capacity. The transference of the subject may be negative, or, as is most frequent, ambivalent. The patient may have protected himself against suggestion by very special adjustments, yet we are unable to learn anything concerning them. In psychoanalysis, we work with the transference itself. We do away with the forces opposing it, prepare the instrument with which we are to work. So it becomes possible to derive entirely new uses from the power of suggestion. We are able to control it. The patient does not work himself into any state of mind he pleases, but insofar as we are able to influence him at all, we can guide the suggestion. Now you will say, regardless of whether we call the driving force of our analysis transference or suggestion, there is still the danger that through our influence on the patient, the objective certainty of our discoveries becomes doubtful. That which becomes a benefit to therapy works harm to the investigation. This objection is most often raised against psychoanalysis, and it must be admitted that even if it does not hit the mark, it cannot be waved aside as stupid. But if it were justified, psychoanalysis would be nothing more than an extraordinarily well-disguised and especially workable kind of treatment by suggestion, and we may lay little weight upon all its assertions concerning the influences of life, psychic dynamics, and the unconscious. This is, in fact, the opinion held by our opponents. We are supposed especially to have bulked into the patients everything that supports the importance of sexual experiences, and often the experiences themselves, after the combinations themselves have grown up in our degenerate imaginations. We can refute these attacks most easily by calling on the evidence of experience rather than by resorting to theory. Anyone who has himself performed a psychoanalysis has been able to convince himself innumerable times that it is impossible thus to suggest anything to the patient. There is no difficulty, of course, in making the patient a disciple of any one theory and thus causing him to share the possible error of the physician. With respect to this, he behaves just like any other person, like a student. But he has influenced only his intelligence, not his disease. The solving of his conflicts and the overcoming of his resistances succeeds only if we have aroused in him representations of such expectations as can agree with reality. What was inapplicable in the assumptions of the physician falls away during the course of the analysis. It must be withdrawn and replaced by something more nearly correct. By employing a careful technique, we seek to prevent the occurrence of temporary results arising out of suggestion. Yet there is no harm if such temporary results occur, for we are never satisfied with early successes. We do not consider the analysis finished until all the obscurities of the case are cleared up, all amnestic gaps filled out, and the occasions which originally called out the suppressions discovered. We see in results that are achieved too quickly a hindrance rather than a furtherance of analytic work, and repeatedly we undo these results again by purposely breaking up the transference upon which they rest. Fundamentally, it is this feature which distinguishes analytical treatment from the purely suggestive technique, and frees analytic results from the suspicion of having been suggested. Under every other suggestive treatment, the transference itself is most carefully upheld and the influence left unquestioned. In analytic treatment, however, the transference becomes the subject of treatment and is subject to criticism in whatever form it may appear. At the end of an analytic cure, the transference itself must be abolished. Therefore, the effect of the treatment, whether positive or negative, must be founded not upon suggestion, but upon the overcoming of inner resistances, upon the inner change achieved in the patient, which the aid of suggestion has made possible. Presumably the creation of the separate suggestions is counteracted, in the course of the cure, by our being continually forced to attack resistances which have the ability to change themselves into negative, hostile transferences. Furthermore, let me call your attention to the fact that a large number of results of analysis, otherwise perhaps subject to the suspicion that they are products of suggestion, can be confirmed from other unquestionable sources. As authoritative witnesses in this case, we refer to the testimony of dements and paranoiacs, who are naturally far removed from any suspicion of suggestive influence. Whatever these patients can tell us about symbolic translations and fantasies which have forced their way into their consciousness agrees faithfully with the results of our investigations upon the unconscious of transference neurotics, and this gives added weight to the objective correctness of our interpretations, which are so often doubted. I believe you will not go wrong if you give your confidence to analysis with reference to these factors. We now want to complete our statement concerning the mechanism of healing by including it within the formulae of the libido theory. The neurotic is incapable both of enjoyment and work. First, because his libido is not directed toward any real object, and second, because he must use up a great deal of his former energy to keep his libido suppressed and to arm himself against its attacks. He would become well if there could be an end to the conflict between his ego and his libido, and if his ego could again have the libido at its disposal. The task of therapy, therefore, consists of freeing the libido from its present bonds, which have estranged it from the ego, and furthermore to bring it once more into the service of the ego. Where is the libido of the neurotics? It is easy to find. It is bound to the symptoms, which at that time furnish it with the only available substitute satisfaction. We have to become master of the symptoms and abolish them, which is, of course, exactly what the patient asks us to do. To abolish the symptoms, it becomes necessary to go back to their origin, to renew the conflict out of which they emerged, but this time with the help of motive forces that were originally not available, to guide it toward a new solution. This revision of the process of suppression can be accomplished only in part by following the traces in memory of the occurrences which led to the suppression. The decisive part of the cure is accomplished by means of the relationship to the physician, the transference, by means of which new editions of the old conflict are created. Under this situation, the patient would like to behave as he had behaved originally, but by summoning all his available psychic power, we compel him to reach a different decision. Transference, then, becomes the battlefield on which all the contending forces are to meet. The full strength of the libido, as well as the entire resistance against it, is concentrated in this relationship to the physician, so it is inevitable that the symptoms of the libido should be laid bare. In place of his original disturbance, the patient manifests the artificially constructed disturbance of transference. In place of heterogeneous, unreal objects for the libido, you now have only the person of the physician, a single object, which, however, is also fantastic. The new struggle over this object is, however, raised to the highest psychic level with the aid of the physician's suggestions, and proceeds as a normal psychic conflict. By avoiding a new suppression, the estrangement between the ego and the libido comes to an end. The psychic unity of the personality is restored. When the libido again becomes detached from the temporary object of the physician, it cannot return to its former objects, but is now at the disposal of the ego. The forces we have overcome in the task of therapy are, on the one hand, the aversion of the ego for certain directions of the libido, which had expressed itself as a tendency to suppression, and, on the other hand, the tenacity of the libido, which is loath to leave an object which it has once occupied. Accordingly, the work of therapy falls into two phases. First, all the libido is forced from the symptoms into the transference and concentrated there. Secondly, the struggle over this new object is carried on and the libido set free. The decisive change for the better in this renewed conflict is the throwing out of the suppression, so that the libido cannot this time escape the ego by fleeing into the unconscious. This is accomplished by the change in the ego under the influence of the physician's suggestion. In the course of the work of interpretation, which translates unconscious into conscious, the ego grows at the expense of the unconscious. It learns forgiveness toward the libido and becomes inclined to permit some sort of satisfaction for it. The ego's timidity in the face of the demands of the libido is now lessened by the prospect of occupying some of the libido through sublimation. The more the processes of the treatment correspond to this theoretic description, the greater will be the success of psychoanalytic therapy. It is limited by the lack of mobility of the libido, which can stand in the way of releasing its objects, and by the obstinate narcissism which will not permit the object transference to effect more than just so much. Perhaps we shall obtain further light on the dynamics of the healing process by the remark that we are able to gather up the entire libido, which has become withdrawn from the control of the ego, by drawing a part of it to ourselves in the process of transference. It is to be remembered that we cannot reach a direct conclusion as to the disposition of the libido during the disease from the distributions of the libido which are affected during and because of the treatment. Assuming that we have succeeded in curing the case by means of the creation and destruction of a strong father transference to the physician, it would be wrong to conclude that the patient had previously suffered from a similar and unconscious attachment of his libido to his father. The father transference is merely the battlefield upon which we were able to overcome the libido. The patient's libido had been concentrated here from its other positions. The battlefield need not necessarily have coincided with the most important fortresses of the enemy. Defense of the hostile capital need not take place before its very gates. Not until we have again destroyed the transference can we begin to reconstruct the distribution of the libido that existed during the illness. From the standpoint of the libido theory, we might say a last word in regard to the dream. The dreams of neurotics, as well as their errors and haphazard thoughts, help us in finding the meaning of the symptoms and in discovering the disposition of the libido. In the form of the wish fulfillment, they show us what wish impulses have been suppressed, and to what objects the libido, withdrawn from the ego, has been attached. That is why interpretation of dreams plays a large role in psychoanalytic treatment, and is in many cases, for a long time, the most important means with which we work. We already know that the condition of sleep itself carries with it a certain abatement of suppressions. Because of this lessening of the pressure upon it, it becomes possible for the suppressed impulse to create in the dream a much clearer expression than the symptom can furnish during the day. So dream study is the easiest approach to a knowledge of the libidinous suppressed unconscious which has been withdrawn from the ego. Dreams of neurotics differ in no essential point from the dreams of normal persons. You might even say they cannot be distinguished. It would be unreasonable to explain the dreams of the nervous in any way which could not be applied to the dreams of the normal. So we must say the difference between neurosis and health applies only during the day and does not continue in dream life. We find it necessary to attribute to the healthy numerous assumptions which have grown out of the connections between the dreams and the symptoms of the neurotic. We are not in a position to deny that even a healthy man possesses those factors in his psychic life which alone make possible the development of the dream and of the symptom as well. We must conclude, therefore, that the healthy have also made use of suppressions, and are put to a certain amount of trouble to keep those impulses under control. The system of their unconscious, too, conceals impulses which are suppressed, yet are still possessed of energy, and a part of their libido is also withdrawn from the control of their ego. So the healthy man is virtually a neurotic, but dreams are apparently the only symptoms which he can manifest. Yet, if we subject our waking hours to a more penetrating analysis, we discover, of course, that they refute this appearance, and that this seemingly healthy life is shot through with a number of trivial, practically unimportant symptom formations. The difference between nervous health and neurosis is entirely a practical one, which is determined by the available capacity for enjoyment and accomplishment retained by the individual. It varies presumably with the relative proportion of the energy totals which have remained free and those which have been bound by suppressions, and is quantitative rather than qualitative. I do not have to remind you that this conception is the theoretical basis for the certainty that neuroses can be cured, despite their foundation in constitutional disposition. This is accordingly what we may make out of the identity between the dreams of the healthy and those of the neurotic for the definition of health. As regards the dream itself, we must note further that we cannot separate it from its relation to neurotic symptoms. We must recognize that it is not completely defined as a translation of thoughts into an archaic form of expression. That is, we must assume it discloses a disposition of libido and of object occupations which have actually taken place. We have about come to the end. Perhaps you are disappointed that I have dealt only with theory in this chapter on psychoanalytic therapy, and have said nothing concerning the conditions under which the cure is undertaken, or of the successes which it achieves. But I shall omit both. I shall omit the first because I had intended no practical training in the practice of psychoanalysis, and I shall neglect the second for numerous reasons. At the beginning of our talks, I emphasized the fact that under favorable circumstances we attain results which can be favorably compared with the happiest achievements in the field of internal therapy. And, I may add, these results could not have been otherwise achieved. If I were to say more, I might be suspected of wishing to drown the voices of disparagement, which have become so loud, by advertising our claims. We psychoanalysts have repeatedly been threatened by our medical colleagues, even in open congresses, that the eyes of the suffering public must be opened to the worthlessness of this method of treatment by a statistical collection of analytic failures and injuries. But such a collection, aside from the biased, denunciatory character of its purpose, would hardly be able to give a correct picture of the therapeutic values of analysis. Analytic therapy is, as you know, still young. It took a long time to establish the technique, and this could be done only during the course of the work and under the influence of accumulating experience. As a result of the difficulties of instruction, the physician who begins the practice of psychoanalysis is more dependent upon his capacity to develop on his own account than is the ordinary specialist, and the results he achieves in his first years can never be taken as indicative of the possibilities of analytic therapy. Many attempts at treatment failed in the early years of analysis because they were made on cases that were not at all suited to the procedure, and which today we exclude by our classification of symptoms. But this classification could be made only after practice. In the beginning, we did not know that paranoia and dementia praecox are, in their fully developed phases, inaccessible, and we were justified in trying out our method on all kinds of conditions. Besides, the greatest number of failures in those first years were not due to the fault of the physician or because of unsuitable choice of subjects, but rather to the unpropitiousness of external conditions. We have hitherto spoken only of internal resistances, those of the patient, which are necessary and may be overcome. External resistances to psychoanalysis, due to the circumstances of the patient and his environment, have little theoretical interest, but are of great practical importance. Psychoanalytic treatment may be compared to a surgical operation, and has the right to be undertaken under circumstances favorable to its success. You know what precautions the surgeon is accustomed to take: a suitable room, good light, assistance, exclusion of relatives, etc. How many operations would be successful, do you think, if they had to be performed in the presence of all the members of the family, who would put their fingers into the field of operation and cry aloud at every cut of the knife? The interference of relatives in psychoanalytical treatment is a very great danger, a danger one does not know how to meet. We are armed against the internal resistances of the patient, which we recognize as necessary, but how are we to protect ourselves against external resistance? It is impossible to approach the relatives of the patient with any sort of explanation. One cannot influence them to hold aloof from the whole affair, and one cannot get into league with them because we then run the danger of losing the confidence of the patient, who rightly demands that we in whom he confides take his part. Besides, those who know the rifts that are often formed in family life will not be surprised as analysts when they discover that the patient's nearest relatives are less interested in seeing him cured than in having him remain as he is. Where, as is so often the case, the neurosis is connected with conflicts with members of the family, the healthy member does not hesitate long in the choice between his own interest and that of the cure of the patient. It is not surprising if a husband looks with disfavor upon a treatment in which, as he may correctly suspect, the register of his sins is unrolled. Nor are we surprised, and surely we cannot take the blame, when our efforts remain fruitless and are prematurely broken off because the resistance of the husband is added to that of the sick wife. We had only undertaken something which, under the existing circumstance, it was impossible to carry out. Instead of many cases, I shall tell you of just one, in which, because of professional precautions, I was destined to play a sad rôle. Many years ago, I treated a young girl who for a long time was afraid to go on the street or to remain at home alone. The patient hesitatingly admitted that her fantasy had been caused by accidentally observing affectionate relations between her mother and a well-to-do friend of the family. But she was so clumsy, or perhaps so sly, as to give her mother a hint of what had been discussed during the analysis, and changed her behavior toward her mother, insisting that no one but her mother should protect her against the fear of being alone, and anxiously barring the way when her mother wished to leave the house. The mother had previously been very nervous herself, but had been cured years before in a hydropathic sanatorium. Let us say in that institution she made the acquaintance of the man with whom she was to enter upon the relationship, which was able to satisfy her in every respect. Becoming suspicious of the stormy demands of the girl, the mother suddenly realized the meaning of her daughter's fear. She must have made herself sick to imprison her mother and to rob her of the freedom she needed to maintain relations with her lover. Immediately, the mother made an end to the harmful treatment. The girl was put into a sanatorium for the nervous and exhibited for many years as a poor victim of psychoanalysis. For just as long a period, I was pursued by evil slander due to the unfavorable outcome of this case. I maintained silence because I thought myself bound by the rules of professional discretion. Years later, I learned from a colleague who had visited the institution and had seen the agoraphobic girl there that the relationship between the mother and the wealthy friend of the family was known all over town, and apparently connived at by the husband and father. It was to this secret that our treatment had been sacrificed. In the years before the war, when the influx of patients from all parts made me independent of the favor or disfavor of my native city, I followed the rule of not treating anyone who was not sui juris, was not independent of all other persons in his essential relations of life. Every psychoanalyst cannot do this. You may conclude from my warning against the relatives of patients that for purposes of psychoanalysis we should take the patients away from their families and should limit this therapy to the inmates of sanatoriums. I should not agree with you in this. It is much more beneficial for the patients, if they are not in a stage of great exhaustion, to continue in the same circumstances under which they must master the tasks set for them during the treatment. But the relatives ought not to counteract this advantage by their behavior, and above all they should not antagonize and oppose the endeavors of the physician. But how are we to contend against these influences which are so inaccessible to us? You see how much the prospects of a treatment are determined by the social surroundings and the cultural conditions of a family. This offers a sad outlook indeed for the effectiveness of psychoanalysis as a therapy, even if we can explain the great majority of our failures by putting the blame on such disturbing external factors. Friends of analysis have advised us to counterbalance such a collection of failures by means of a statistical compilation on our part of our successful cases. Yet I could not try myself to do this. I tried to explain that statistics would be worthless if the collected cases were not comparable, and in fact the various neuroses which we have undertaken to treat could, as a matter of fact, hardly be compared on the same basis, since they differed in many fundamental respects. Besides, the period of time over which we could report was too short to permit us to judge the permanency of our cures, and concerning certain cases we could not have given any information whatever. They related to persons who had kept their ailments, as well as their treatment, secret, and whose cure must necessarily be kept secret as well. The strongest hindrance, however, lay in the knowledge that men behave most irrationally in matters of therapy, and that we have no prospect of attaining anything by an appeal to reason. A therapeutic novelty is received either with frenzied enthusiasm, as was the case when Koch first made public his tuberculin against tuberculosis, or it is treated with abysmal distrust, as was the really blessed vaccination of Jenner, which even today retains implacable opponents. There was a very obvious prejudice against psychoanalysis. When we had cured a very difficult case, we would hear it said, "That is no proof he would have become well by himself in all this time." Yet, when a patient who had already gone through 4 cycles of depression and mania came into my care during a temporary cessation in the melancholia, and 3 weeks later found herself in the beginnings of a new attack, all the members of the family, as well as the high medical authorities called into consultation, were convinced that the new attack could only be the result of the attempted analysis. Against prejudice we are powerless. You see it again in the prejudices that one group of warring nations has developed against the other. The most sensible thing to do is to wait and allow time to wear it away. Some day the same persons think quite differently about the same things than before. Why they formerly thought otherwise remains the dark secret. It may be possible that the prejudice against psychoanalysis is already on the wane. The continual spread of psychoanalytic doctrine, the increase of the number of physicians in many lands who treat analytically, seems to vouch for it. When I was a young physician, I was caught in just such a storm of outraged feeling of the medical profession toward hypnosis, treatment by suggestion, which today is contrasted with psychoanalysis by sober men. Hypnosis did not, however, as a therapeutic agent, live up to its promises. We psychoanalysts may call ourselves its rightful heirs, and we have not forgotten the large amount of encouragement and theoretical explanation we owe to it. The injuries blamed upon psychoanalysis are limited essentially to temporary aggravation of the conflict, when the analysis is clumsily handled, or when it is broken off unfinished. You have heard our justification for our form of treatment, and you can form your own opinion as to whether or not our endeavors are likely to lead to lasting injury. Misuse of psychoanalysis is possible in various ways. Above all, transference is a dangerous remedy in the hands of an unconscientious physician. But no professional method of procedure is protected from misuse. A knife that is not sharp is of no use in effecting a cure. I have thus reached the end, ladies and gentlemen. It is more than the customary formal speech when I admit that I am myself keenly depressed over the many faults in the lectures I have just delivered. First of all, I am sorry that I have so often promised to return to a subject only slightly touched upon at the time, and then found that the context has not made it possible to keep my word. I have undertaken to inform you concerning an unfinished thing, still in the process of development, and my brief exposition itself was an incomplete thing. Often I presented the evidence and then did not myself draw the conclusion. But I could not endeavor to make you masters of the subject. I tried only to give you some explanation and stimulation. End of section 28. End of A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis by Sigmund Freud, translated by Granville Stanley Hall.